did, but I see it on menus. I'm just like, that's not my cup of tea. That's it.
I'll almost never make it at home. It's not like a dish you make. It's kind of more of those like you're out to brunch, you're treating yourself kind of thing, and that's why I put it there on mine. Number 4 for me was a breakfast burrito, and I think you can go flexible different ways with that. I love how many different options, especially on the golf course. That's one of my favorites to kick off a day on the links. Number 3, I went with a breakfast scramble. I like the home style potatoes, maybe some peppers and onions, eggs and cheese, and kind of like that Denny's skillet kind of vibe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm not a peppers and onion guy. So I try to keep that out.
Maybe a little green chili in there.
I love green chili. Used to not ever eat green chili until I came here, and the green chili. I'm like, okay, love a good green chili.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely love it. So
catch everybody up on your list of our top 5. Let's go up to
French
number 3.
toast at 5, a bacon egg sandwich from my spot over there in the Rock at Mio at 4, and at 3, I'm gonna go with pancakes. Just good pancakes. You go right there to Pancake House.
Delicious.
A place that just does a good job of making pancakes. Really, really good. So, got to have some pancakes on there, and that is 3 for me.
Yep, pancakes again, just a classic staple comfort food, something that can't really go wrong with. I mean,
Side of bacon.
There's the representation again.
There it is.
I overthought
that's what
it.
I'm saying.
I overthought it.
Yeah, no more. You
overthought
don't even need to mention it. It's gonna be. it's a part of our breakfast staple.
On the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Rockies sponsored by Rock Bottom Brewery.
Wow.
Because they're the only ones who can find it.
Yeah.
that is pretty good. Let's see. How about LensCrafters? Since Stokely has seen something in this team, then they were on the come up. You were personal friends with Dick Monfort, and you were on the Rockies hype train, on the bandwagon. And again,
that work out.
Because
let me down.
Because I'm a good teammate, unlike the person who normally sits in this chair. I will say this. I was up on the rooftop. Rooftop Richie was up on the party deck on opening day, spouting the optimism, saying, hey, Michael Toglia is going to find his bat. Ryan McMahon's going to be a slugger. And these guys with the pitching, you got Chase Dolander, who does look like a bright spot. I was all about it. And Jake Shapiro and Will Peterson, Anilo Piro, everybody that I was trying to sell it to was not only not buying it, but they were throwing it back in my face. And quickly, I had to kind of live in that world as well.
Did you just give yourself a nickname?
No, that nickname was given to me.
Okay.
I'm not a King James guy.
All right.
I am not a King James guy. That was given to me.
You just threw in Rooftop Richie.
Well, that you don't remember?
No, I don't remember.
I mean, I can't believe it was such a famous time in this station's history. No, I
can't believe I don't remember someone gave you the nickname Rooftop Richie.
It was a big year for you. It was the year after Nolan got traded, and you were on your anti-Nolan smear campaign.
Yeah.
And the afternoon show at the time sent me to Coors Field to go on the rooftop wearing a Nolan Arenado Cardinals jersey that you famously burned, maybe infamously burned at one point. So
you didn't wear the jersey I burned.
I did before you burned it.
Oh, before I burned it. Yes, before I burned it. I was like, you didn't wear that one because that thing was up.
Yes, picking it out of the lava rocks.
Well, then it was in the studio here.
Yes, it was hanging in the back.
And so finally I had enough of seeing it. I said, all right, you got to get rid of it. And so that's what we did. I ended up burning it, you're right, in lava rocks, and it made quite the smoke
left
coming
its
up.
mark.
And then it left its burnt all over the lava rocks, so I had to replace all of those. So it ended up costing me a few $100.
Yeah, so much smoke.
Those things aren't cheap to replace, by the way. So, yeah, I don't, I mean.
It's like they were picking a new pope, just black smoke coming out of the top of Mount Crumpet.
Exactly. I mean, that's exactly what was happening. I am going to be going to a Rockies game coming up this week, so my one and only for the year. That is it. So we'll see how they do. But obviously, this isn't what I thought it would be. I mean, I didn't think they were going to be 19-65 here.
It's crazy to say it out loud.
It's been just a disaster of a season. I mean, it just couldn't get any worse. The only thing that you can hope for is some change here that leads to something positive down the road. But we shall see.
Back when things were not necessarily bright, but certainly brighter than the Rock Bottom Brewery level Rockies, was, I went up to the rooftop on opening day in the Arenado jersey and did call-ins to the afternoon show as Rooftop Richie. They were feeding me pickup lines to give to people on, go up to random groups, and it was like a stunt thing. So that was that. I did not give myself. This wasn't a King James or
just making sure.
Just
I forgot about that.
Got to make sure that I give myself a little bit of credit there. Rockies sponsored by Crest toothpaste, so you can freshen up after you end up vomiting in your mouth.
Wow.
We will continue. We will continue our. They are get. I can tell as I'm scrolling through the Ramos.com text line, they're getting more aggressive. They're definitely pulling no punches. We will continue our top 5 list. We will get to some more of your Rocky sponsorship suggestions, and we will answer whether or not the Nuggets or the Avalanche, 2 teams who saw core members of their championship groups shaved off, which team has a better chance of repeating in the near future? That's next.
The Nuggets kicked off free agency with a bang, trading Michael Porter Jr. and a future first-round pick to Brooklyn in exchange for Cam Johnson. With a piece of their championship core now gone, can the Nuggets reload for another title run? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery. How about taking all those habit-forming medications? Well, my guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternative to major surgery and long-term medication. Here's the best part. They'll see you today. That's right, same-day appointments. You can do what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free today. They're a phone call away. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. They're a complete medical center with exams, MRIs, physical therapy, and treatment options all in one facility, guys. And they're going to educate you on what's going on and then give you treatment options for both nagging and debilitating pain. And I suffer with debilitating pain for pretty much for my life, and it just checks you out of life. You know what I'm talking about. If you have pain on a consistent basis, you just quit doing the things you love to do. I quit playing golf. I quit going to the gym. I couldn't sleep through the night. A couple of short visits to my guys at Spine One, I was back doing all those things. I owe them a debt of gratitude. They got me out of pain. They can do it for you too. Start your journey today. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or find them online at SpineOne.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yeah, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
A careless driver caused your crash. Medical bills are piling up, and you might not be able to work. Life just got a lot more expensive, and you don't know what to do. At Berg Simpson, your consultation is absolutely free. We'll explain your legal options at no cost to you. Help starts with a phone call to us.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Co-Etzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kit Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com.
Fly into DQ today for a cosmic collision of flavors in their new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat for a limited time. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Passive aggression.
Oh, Mark. Sweet, naive, childlike Mark.
Culinary techniques.
So you got the crawfish, you got the tail, you pinch, twist, and some people like to slurp it. You're a slurper.
And backhanded apologies.
You know what? I would like to officially apologize to you, Mike. You were right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm dumb. You're skinny. I'm fat.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rolling downhill on this Tuesday morning. Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans. And Stoke, going into the break, I wanted to ask the question between our two teams that call Ball Arena home, the Avalanche and the Nuggets. Both teams in this last year have watched significant members of their championship core now be shipped elsewhere. We saw Mikko Rantanen initially go to the Carolina Hurricanes and then ends up in Dallas and has a hand in dunking it back on Chris McFarland and the Avs' head in the first round of the playoffs much sooner than I know we were all hoping the Avs would last. And then as of about 5 o'clock yesterday evening, Michael Porter Jr. on his way to Brooklyn in exchange for Cam Johnson and having to ship out a first-round pick in 2032 to get that done. Some 11-year-old kid's future just changed who could have been a Denver Nugget. Which team do you think, the Mikko Rantanen-less Avalanche or the Michael Porter Jr.-less Nuggets, is best set up to try to repeat as champions in the near future?
Well, I think it's the Avs. I think when you look at the West and the NBA, it's just tough. Defending champions, and they're going to have pretty much everybody returning, and maybe plus some additions there. So OKC, they're a really good team, and they're a young team, and they're not going anywhere anytime soon. So then you look at the Rockets, who are the number 2 seed, what they did, adding KD to the mix. Lakers, whatever. I'm not buying that. I don't think a lot of Nuggets fans are. But Clippers, they were a good team, and that was a good playoff series with the Nuggets. And then you got the Timberwolves, who always give us issues. I mean, the West is tough, and I love the additions that the Avs made this year. Loved how they flipped the goalie situation. They brought in a couple guys around the trade deadline. Obviously, you traded Mikko, but, hey, it is what it is. So I like this group moving forward. So I think the best team here that has a chance, the best chance to win another championship would be the Avs. Now, hey, I do love the move. Cam Johnson, I love that move flipping for Michael Porter Jr., give you more flexibility there with your cap and your aprons and your mid-level exceptions and getting under the luxury tax and those types of things. So I really do like that move. And I think it's an upgrade on the court also.
There's a strong part of me if I'm going to answer my own question about which team, the Avs without Mikko, the Nuggets without MPJ, are best set up to try to win a championship. There's a part of me, without recency bias, that wants to pick the Nuggets in that category because I think MPJ was a little bit of an anchor for them when his shot wasn't falling and he wasn't much more than a liability on the defensive side of the ball, and just the way he kind of froze things up when we needed him, especially from a three-point perspective, to open up the floor. And the fact that, in the NBA, I think an individual NBA player on a court can have a bigger impact than a single NHL player for a team on the ice. The way that Jokic is able to mask so many flaws, I think, is greater than like what a McKinnon can do on the ice for the Avs. Not to take anything away from Nate, but I think ultimately I agree with you in that the Avs, who still have Nate and Cale, and you got what looks to be a ready and healthy Gabe Landeskog who's going to come back and play at a high level as your captain that you've been missing for so long, plus Valeri Nichushkin, and the other moves that they've made. I do think that the Avs have a better chance to do it. But I will say, because you pointed out the difficulty the Nuggets have in the Western Conference with Oklahoma City and Houston and LA, and now the Dallas Mavericks are looking like they might be on the up. The San Antonio Spurs with the ascension of Victor Wembanyama, the LA Clippers, etc. The Avs don't exactly have a cakewalk through their end of the bracket either. I mean, the Jets, the Stars, Minnesota has been a tough team for them. Vegas, the Oilers. There's a lot of teams within the Avs' own division there in the Central, let alone the Western Conference, that are legitimate bona fide playoff contenders to have to go through.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's never easy to win a championship. But, yeah, I mean, you mentioned, you also look at San Antonio. I mean, you forget Wemby, felt like half the season with that blood clot. He'll be coming back. They had the number 2 pick in the draft, so a young emerging team there. And then Dallas also, what will they look like once Kyrie gets back from the ACL with Anthony Davis and that group, big group? They'll be really good defensively. And so, and then they add, the number 1 pick in the draft there in Dallas. So, yeah, I mean, it's never easy. I mean, it's a hard thing to do. But I think right now for the Nuggets, I do like the big move that they made, and I'm just excited about seeing what's next. And I don't think there's going to be any other big, huge moves, but you talk about, the margins. That's the margins, right? We're trying to find another role player, reserve player coming off the bench that can give Jokic some rest, whether that be, Holmes, the guy they drafted last year in the first round that missed a year with his Achilles, or if they look for a veteran presence, and then maybe another shooter coming off the bench there to help that group. But I love the move yesterday. I really do. I think that was a great first move for the duo of the Nuggets that's kind of running the show now.
We heard from our guy Jake Shapiro, who covers everything about the Nuggets, top to bottom, for us at denversports.com. Bring up different needs that they still have, echoing some of the things that you've said. A backup big, who Jake kind of pumped the brakes on as maybe not as big of a need if you're going to have Deron Holmes, who's coming back after missing all of last season, what would have been his rookie season due to an Achilles injury.
But the thing there is, and I understand, yeah, I mean, if you have an in-house option, great, but the guy didn't play ball last year.
You don't know what that in-house option looks like.
You don't even know. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal to have a better option than what the Nuggets have had. You have got to make that one of your top priorities in getting a guy to where Jokic can just rest extended minutes and not all of a sudden look up and it's a complete disaster. So if that's Holmes, great. But, that's someone that we haven't even
That's a gamble.
Seen play ball. He might be a zero. He might not provide anything, and so you're going to put all your eggs in that basket? I'd be a little bit leery of that.
This was ultimately, and Deron Holmes being the backup 5 and being your in-house option and contributor in the regular season, and who knows if it's possibly beyond that, would fall in line with the strategy that Calvin Booth, the former GM, played out. The thing that was the core disagreement between him and Michael Malone was, I want to play the pups. I want to get the young guys. I want to develop them. I don't want to be constantly going out every year off the bargain bin and trying to find Justin Holidays and Reggie Jacksons and Dario Saric's and the like, Russell Westbrooks, to try to keep the back end of a playoff rotation when we can have better, younger options develop for years to come. And ultimately, the Nuggets, chiefly Josh Kroenke as the vice chairman, agreed with Calvin Booth's philosophy because while they fired Calvin and Malone together, they offered Booth an extension before all that went down, and he turned it down because, predictably, the financial compensation was not where he thought it should be, he being Calvin Booth. So prior to firing him, they wanted to extend him, which means ultimately I think they agreed with that strategy. And if Deron Holmes can take a step forward in his first actual year of basketball and provide some hope in that area, you probably still bring in maybe a veteran to help with that. And then you get bigger steps from Julian Strawther and Jalen Pickett, and Peyton Watson and Christian Brown continue to ascend and elevate. Then there's a chance that
But just real quick on the Calvin Booth thing. I think so. The thing here is, they might have had a disagreement with how to approach and play these guys. But ultimately, look, when you pay 4 guys the way the Nuggets paid 4 guys, they're 4 starters, you have to supplement that with the draft and cheaper guys. That is your only option. Right? Unless you're going to go blow through all the aprons, but you just can't do that in today's NBA. You're just not going to be able to do that. So that's really was their only option. The only hang up there, it's not the approach. It was Michael Malone just didn't want to play the guys. He didn't trust them. Mm-hmm. But you have to get the right guys. And so do they have the right guys? Did Calvin Booth draft the right guys or bring in the right young guys? And that's a few of them are still question marks.
Historically speaking, the Denver Broncos have lacked in one particular area that I think there's at least hope has changed going into 2025. That's next.
He's back. After 2 seasons away, Bruce Brown is returning to the Mile High City. Will Cowboy Bruce bring the same swagger, toughness, and clutch shooting that helped the Nuggets win their first ever title? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here for my friends at Mountain High Appliance. The 4th of July Clearance Center going on right now through July 9th at all locations, including their Denver Clearance Center. They're making room for the new with amazing discounts on display models, closeouts, scratched and dented items, and brands like GE, LG, Bosch, and a whole lot more. So if you're outfitting or flipping a rental, visit their clearance center, a place to shop for 4th of July big-time savings. You can save up to 70% on top-of-the-line appliances, including premium brands like Sub-Zero, Wolf, Thermador, and a whole lot more. Perfect for projects where quality matters and budget does too. Celebrating the season with exclusive 4th of July savings on GE Profile appliances, you can save up to $4,000 on select kitchen packages, including their price match guarantee. You know you're not going to get a better deal elsewhere. Visit them at Mountain High Appliance in a showroom today in Littleton, Louisville, or in their Denver Clearance Center, or find them online at mountainhighappliance.com. That's mountainhighappliance.com.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Mattress Firm's July 4th sale is your chance to reclaim your restless nights and upgrade to a premium mattress. Get matched. Sleep at night.
Self-defense lessons.
I tased him.
Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down, he grabbed his sledgehammer, and he said, "Hey, you want some of this?"
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy as a clown. What made you worry? House is burning down. Don't disturb.
On the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. In terms of Rockies' potential jersey sponsors, the Colorado Rockies sponsored by Milk Duds. So hard to get through and always leaving you wondering why you even did that to yourself in the first place.
Yeah, that's kind of true. It's like sticky, trying to get them out of your teeth.
They start sticking together.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. I wonder if they're ever going to get one.
You would figure, right? I mean, that's been, you can say what you want about Dick Monfort as a baseball mind and an owner-operator, but the guy's found a way to make profitability at 20th and Blake kind of a regular thing, no matter how good the team is.
People show up. It's a nice ballpark. And, you know, I mean, they get on TV because they're historically bad. I mean, you get publicity. You get good advertisement if your name is on that jersey.
No publicity is bad publicity, I suppose, when you are in the position of the Colorado Rockies, and in theory, there are some advertisers who could take advantage of that. Stoke, when it comes to the Denver Broncos, historically speaking, I think we've had some frustrations or some struggles in the past with one particular area about that team, and that is their depth, their quality depth, specifically at positions of need. And after an offseason full of acquisitions on the offensive and defensive side of the football, there's at least, I think, an opening to a discussion about whether or not in 2025, in year 3 with Sean Payton, that is finally behind us. When you look at the Denver Broncos roster group, kind of a position-by-position deal, what stands out to you as potential rooms that might still be lacking in the depth department?
Well, I think when you talk about, you know, having quality depth, look, when you don't have good starters, you're not going to have good backups. And that's been the Denver Broncos before the last couple years, the previous 8 years or so. I mean, it's been bad. It's been really bad. So you don't have good starters, you're not going to have good backups. Man, they have done a great job the last couple years. They really have. You got to give George Payton and Sean Payton a lot of credit on how they have rebuilt this roster. And quality guys seem like they're good teammates. And so now you're saying, okay, I mean, I look defensively and you say, wow, that is a great starting group.
Might be the best defense in football by it's all said and done.
Yeah, absolutely. They're in the conversation for sure. I mean, you could say it. I'm not going to look at you like you're crazy. So, and then you got some young guys that you hope that can emerge. But that's a starter. You got to have a good starting group to be able to have good backups. And everyone's looking for good quality backups. And most of your backups are special teams guys that are young guys that are cheap. Most of them. I mean, that's how you have to supplement your starters. So, They've done a good job of drafting some of these guys and really flipping this roster over the last couple of years. Offensively, you know, the two spots that I've been looking at and screaming about for the last, feels like decade, tight end one, and then slot receiver. We don't have one. I mean, you could say Mims, but Mims isn't a slot receiver. I mean,
What signifies a slot receiver, by the way? The characteristics of the Broncos receiver room nobody has.
Well, a guy that you look up there, and on third down, he's in the slot, and he's making plays for you. Who is that guy for this team? Exactly.
Yeah. No,
Crickets.
Marvin Mims feels
Crickets.
like the guy you would want to say, but to your point, he doesn't necessarily profile as that. And Sean Payton moves him around to a
Right.
degree that he's not really anything like that consistently.
You can look up and see Mims in the slot, but he's outside. He's in the backfield. He's doing a bunch of different things. He's got value. Give me a true guy that we could just throw in the slot and say that's our third wide, and on third downs he's coming in the football game, and that's who Bo's going to throw to. So we've been looking for one of those guys forever. Evan Ingram, we hope can be that tight end for us. That's going to be that works the middle of the football field, and addresses and answers some of those questions about, okay, hey, who's going to be the security blanket for Bo? NFL, outside the numbers, it's hard, man. It's hard for these outside receivers to consistently go out there and produce at a high level. You got to move them around. You got to be inside. I mean, you see Justin Jefferson, he's moving all over the place, motion, and Tyreek Hill motion, and Jamar Chase, same thing. I mean, they're just not on the outside. So you got to be able to work the middle of the football field, and I think Evan Ingram will bring that. Now, behind him, it's the same cast of characters that has been around here for feels like the last couple of years, and Troutman, Kroll, and Atkins. So not much depth there, which concerns you at the tight end position. Anything else you see there offensively that concerns you as far as depth?
Well, I mean, I think you could point to the offensive line, but I do think it's something you've alluded to as well as I think every team to a certain degree struggles with quality depth along their offensive line. You got to start 5 guys. You can only carry 7, 8, maybe, in an emergency situation more than that. And the good ones, because of the high demand, they get poached by other teams. They're starting for somebody else, not sitting as a backup swing tackle for your team. You kind of opened my eyes, though, to something that I wasn't really thinking about necessarily as a depth concern. But I'll tell you what, if something happens to Courtland Sutton in the wide receiver room, that room doesn't look very deep and productive, in my opinion. And we hope that doesn't happen. But, yeah, if we're going into this situation and we talk about Courtland Sutton's not a number 1 league-wide in terms of consideration, and they don't have a clear number 2 even behind their questionable number 1. And all those conversations are fair. Sutton's up for an extension. They're going to have to make a decision in the next few weeks, you would think, unless they want some off-season drama. But if God forbid, something happened to Courtland Sutton, if he got hurt or something of that nature, that wide receiver room gets flipped on its head, in my opinion.
No, it looks much different, certainly. I mean, he's the 1A, 1B, 1C, and probably 2. I mean, who's our number 2? I mean, when you rotate guys, that means you don't have a number 2.
We had the conversation yesterday of, like, who do you think it should be, who will it be, and who's the best case scenario, and we came up with 3 or 4 different names to fit all those categories as a number 2 receiver. So that just tells you don't have one.
Yeah, and we sometimes you see Franklin, sometimes you see Mims, sometimes you see Vele. So, now you got Pat Bryant in there also in the mix there, their draft pick out of Illinois. So you really need Courtland Sutton to stay healthy and be on the football field, or there's a big drop off. But then, if something does happen to him, well, that's when you start looking at the Keenan Allens of the world. Okay, now we might need to bring a Keenan Allen or Amari Cooper, but right now you're not going to do that probably if you're the Denver Broncos. You're going to continue to evaluate these young guys, get these young guys reps, and see if you have the next Courtland Sutton or the next Keenan Allen on your roster. But certainly Courtland Sutton's ahead of that group, and he's played like it in the last couple of years. 10 touchdowns a couple of years ago. Last year, over 1,000 yards. Him and Bo seem like they have a good connection, and you want to keep that. So we'll see what it looks like when it comes to his contract extension as we get closer to training camp. But that's probably one that we will hear about within a week or so of training camp, or a couple days before training camp, maybe the day before.
Really
maybe the day of training camp.
We're on Sutton watch. Is his car going to pull up? Is he going to be walking out,
And he does, and he goes, signs his contract, and, that's the news of the day, first day of camp. Courtland Sutton signing a 2-year contract extension.
if I had to point to one on the defensive side of the ball, it's a big gamble that they took, and if it pays off, I think it completely solidifies and changes the complexity of this defense. But if it doesn't, the inside linebacker room could look very familiar to the tight end position in that if something happens to Dre Greenlaw, who has an injury history thus far in the NFL, but when healthy is one of the better players at his position across the league, if something happens to him, and we're looking at Alex Singleton, who's coming off of a major injury, season-ending injury himself, and the likes of a Drew Sanders or a Justin Sternod to be that middle of your Broncos defense, I don't love the look of that either.
That's that makes you a little bit nervous. I mean, you weren't able to address it in the draft. You do have Sternod, who played a little bit last year, obviously with the injury to Singleton, and Drew Sanders is still kind of the unknown. He tore his Achilles last year, came back, tore it in the offseason, came back and played a little bit. So he's a little bit of an unknown there. You know, they were moving him back and forth between outside linebacker and inside linebacker early in his career, and then he had the injury last year. So hopefully he could be one of those guys that's a pleasant surprise. But you know what? Sometimes in the NFL you got to gamble, you know.
You can't be solid everywhere.
Right, and in this situation with a guy like Dre Greenlaw, coming off of the injury that he had, the Achilles he had 2 Super Bowls ago, never really returned to form last year, and you're gambling on him, that he will be healthy and he will be available. And if not, you know what? You got to hope someone else steps up. You can't have every box checked on your 53-man roster. You can't have all the starters checked and all the backups checked. You know, if he does, and he's not the same player, if he is injured a little bit, well, guess what? Drew Sanders, Justin Sternod, you got to step up. I mean, you got these other backups, Lavelle Bailey, Kareem Reed, Jordan. I mean, you know, one of those other guys is going to have to step up for you.
J.B. Brown.
Or you go to another veteran guy. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, I remember in 2012 here, all of a sudden, you know, we signed Keith Brooking.
Keith Brooking. That's the most random name I remember from that year.
Kind of, you know, it's like boom, and he comes in, he plays really well. You know, a guy
from
that's
the Cowboys.
Yeah, he played for the Falcons, the Cowboys, but ended up being a really nice addition. So that's what you have to do if you're the Denver Broncos. But certainly when you have Alex Singleton coming off an ACL, Dre Greenlaw coming off of the Achilles 2 years ago and not being able to stay healthy. 2 guys that have had their injuries in the past year. Can they stay healthy? That's a big question mark for the Broncos.
Whatever voodoo juju Bo Lowry and his team have going on over there that has helped the Broncos turn from one of the most oft-injured teams in the NFL to one of the least injured teams, I am hoping that continues, because if it does, and the main concern with some of the bigger gambles between J.K. Dobbins, Talanoa Hufanga, and Dre Greenlaw, if the Broncos are able to hit on those 3 and avoid repeated injury patterns, it's going to significantly lift this team and make them legitimately, at least on paper thus far, postseason contenders beyond just a sneak-in wild card appearance after beating the backup Chiefs.
Well, you give the Broncos a lot of credit for staying healthy. You know, how they've gone about how they flipped over, you know, some of the pieces there and brought in some new people, and Bo Lowry being one of them, Sean Payton's guy from Louisiana, and the things that they've been able to do and the emphasis they put on staying healthy. And it's worked the last couple years. So you give Greg Penner, Sean Payton, and those guys a lot of credit because they put a lot of resources into staying healthy. And some of it's luck. It's football. You're going to get hurt. Mm-hmm. It's a physical contact sport, but it's the margins. If you can help yourself a little bit, are you willing to do the things necessary to help yourself? And the Broncos have put the resources, the money, and the right people in place to help themselves out there, and it's paid off the last couple of years.
Speaking of margins, the Nuggets made a move after the blockbuster Michael Porter Jr. trade that should, in theory, help with that area of their roster. We'll go there next.
Will the Broncos be in the wild card race again this season?
I think you're going to look at the Chargers. I think you're going to look at Pittsburgh. Got to put Cincy in there also.
The lesson that we've learned here is that out of the wild card contenders, and there'll be 3 of them, I really like the Broncos positioning as being one of the top teams in that pool.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, you over 40, listen up. If you're low on energy, just feeling off, Low T Center is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, and join lots of guys who are in the same boat as you. Low T Center, they've got clinics all over Denver. They're super easy to get to. You walk in, you're going to see a real medical provider. You're going to take a couple of easy tests, and you're going to get your energy back. No questions asked, guys. And here's what I love. This is tailor-made specifically based on your test results to make sure you're optimized your performance, guys. Not some basic standard, but specific to you guys. It's affordable, covered by most health insurance. So if you're feeling off, you're feeling tired all the time, you don't have energy, take action now. Low T Center is going to help guys like you reclaim their energy and confidence, get back to feeling your best, guys. And if you need to lose a few pounds before bathing suit season, they've got prescription weight loss medications as well. So head over to lowtcenter.com to book an appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com. They're simple, they're quick, and they're totally worth it. lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Philip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phil Lindsay sent you.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auction.
Candy shaming. I don't know how anybody can eat that. Black licorice? Ugh. 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 Gross. Fact checking.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans Big Board of BS.
No way.
In the spirit of giving, Mike is getting an almost new but slightly used snowblower.
Oh, is that his compensation, Mark?
No, that's just out of the goodness of my heart, Stoke.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, somebody told me you had a boyfriend who looked like a girlfriend.
Brucey B, Cowboy Bruce, coming back to the Mile High City, a fan favorite addition and member in his lone previous year with Denver as a member of the championship team, coming off the bench, providing that grit, that toughness, and some spot shooting that was sorely needed prior to that. He's coming back, and he's coming back on a vet minimum. He went and chased the bag with the Pacers, got tossed around at Toronto in the Pascal Siakam deal, ends up in New Orleans, and clearly has had a priority shift and wants to come back and try to play alongside the guys that he won a championship with.
Yeah, he was great. He was special when he was here for that 1 year, and made his money. Perfect. That's what you got to do as a professional athlete. When the time is there to get that big contract, you got to go for it. He did, and now he's coming back on a minimum deal. He'll be kind of probably same type of role for him, coming off the bench, being a backup, and look, his teammates love him. He loves being here, and these are the types of guys that you want coming off your bench. Guys like Bruce, no ego. They're tough players. They're gonna provide a little bit for you, And these are guys you want in the locker room. These are guys you want on the court. So great pickup for nothing. I mean, you gave up nothing. He's signing the minimum deal. To me, there's no negative here at all.
So you would say pretty firmly that you're a fan. You're in the positive camp on the Bruce Brown signing.
I don't know how it could be negative. Someone tell me how this could be a negative signing.
Well, I'll tell you someone who might.
Did James Merilatt say something?
No, it's worse.
Okay.
This borderline betrayal comes from a little bit closer to the heart. The person who normally sits in this chair, Mike Evans, has gone on record pretty aggressively in the past about how he felt looking back on Bruce Brown's time here in Denver.
Let me tell you something. Russell Westbrook brings more as a player off the bench than Jeff Green, and yes, I'm going to say it, even more than Bruce Brown. He's a far more impactful player
I don't know.
than Bruce Brown.
Russell Westbrook is a far more impactful player than Bruce Brown was in a year they won the title, and he said it was some stank on it.
Yeah. Look, I thought Russ was good. I mean, obviously, I thought there was a lot of positives there with Russ, but it's just boom or bust nature, and that's hard when you're coming off the bench. When you are a reserve player, you need more consistency if you're a coach and if you're his teammate, and that's what Bruce will provide. So we'll see what it looks like. You know, that was a few years ago, a couple years ago with Bruce here. Mm-hmm. Things change. Will it be the same? Sometimes things aren't the same, but look, you got him for nothing. Got him for nothing, minimum. So I think to me, this all upside here for the Nuggets, and I think he does. I think he's a perfect fit for their culture, for that locker room, for those guys, you know, that core group that's still here. I think they all love Bruce, and he's going to fit right in. And it's going to be, sometimes it's not, you know, maybe Bruce, you know, we know he's not an all-star, but man, you put him in the right situation, and he'll thrive. And guess what? That's what's going to happen next year with Bruce Brown and the Denver Nuggets.
I just wanted to put that out there because at some point, Mike's going to come back. And
Mike's a hater.
You're not going to have to look across from me. You're going to look Mike Evans in the eye. And I don't want him to pretend like this comment.
Let me tell you something. Russell Westbrook brings more as a player off the bench than Jeff Green, and yes, I'm going to say it, even more than Bruce Brown. He's a far more impactful player.
Okay, well, that doesn't mean he doesn't like this signing.
Why would he go out of his way to be excited about a signing for a guy that he thinks is worse than the guy they let go?
Because you're getting him for dirt cheap, for nothing, okay? And so I don't know. We'll see what he says when he and also you knew that Russ was gone, pretty much. 90% Russ was gone because he opted out of his contract.
He unfollowed the Nuggets on social media, too.
And
that
so,
was pointed out.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
And so once he opted out, you felt like it was probably the door was closed on his returning. So now you got to look at other options and say, okay, what are the best options? You get Bruce Brown for minimum. He might actually like that signing, that pickup. But we will always have that
in the back pocket. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell him that it's there. I think I might hide it in the iPad somewhere where he can't find it. So because I just want to put this out there for Ty, for Johnny, for the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. If Mike Evans comes back here and he's trying to be like, oh, it's Brucey B.
Bruce, we run the back. Dynasty.
And he's trying to pom-pom wave. I just want it out there that there was a time where Mike Evans, with authority, was like, miss me with the Bruce Brown, overhyped, overrated, Russell Westbrook's better, and we're not looking back. I just want to put that out into the universe.
We got receipts.
That is...
I hate Elway with my heart.
He hates John Elway and maybe...
And Mike Shanahan.
I hate Mike Shanahan.
Yep.
And now potentially Bruce Brown. We could have a trio of Mike Evans hate drops in the very near future. Just got to get him to say something close. That way Ty and Johnny can doctor it behind the scenes.
The great, sport icons of Colorado history, we're going to put them on the Mount Rushmore of who does Mike Evans hate. And he's got John Elway, Mike Shanahan right now. I mean, does he hate Peyton? Do we have any audio of him saying he hates Peyton Manning? Probably out there somewhere. I
bet we could find it.
I mean, who else could we say he hates? Nikola Jokic probably hates Jokic. I mean, we just need one more. Yes.
At one point.
Exactly.
Early in his career, he's like, God, this tubby, pasty European kid.
I hate Jokic.
He's fat.
He's fat. That could be. Hey, maybe that's a future top 5 list of the day that you can come through. The top 5 people we think Mike Evans secretly hates.
Exactly.
I think there could be some fun options for that. We will continue our top 5 list of the day, top 5 favorite breakfast foods. We'll go through some more of your hilarious options on the RamosLaw.com text line of the best fits to be Rockies jersey sponsors, and we'll put a bow on this thing coming up next.
The Nuggets kicked off free agency with a bang, trading Michael Porter Jr. and a future first-round pick to Brooklyn in exchange for Cam Johnson. With a piece of their championship core now gone, can the Nuggets reload for another title run? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Brandon Stokely here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokely. Offer ends July 30th.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. We're celebrating summer with a huge 4th of July clearance sale at all of our Mountain High locations, including our Denver Clearance Center. We're making room for the new with amazing discounts on display models, closeouts, and scratch and dent appliances from brands like GE, LG, Bosch, and more. Special financing options and our price match guarantee make your shopping easy. Stop by and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
Music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers.
Oh, my
I only eat
God.
leftovers cold.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Got to be careful sometimes what you wish for, Brandon Stokely. Because going into the break, we were talking about digging through the archives, right, to find more things that Mike Evans has professed over the years that he hates.
Yeah.
And Ty gets in my ear. He goes, I found something, but it's not necessarily what you asked for. And he found some audio of you and somebody that you might not like. Ty, can we pull that up?
I hate Jokic. I knew he was going to bring that.
You-
I saw him. I saw him back there grinding away after I said that. I knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, I just listen. Like I said,
Yeah.
sometimes you got to be careful what you ask for because you might not always like what you uncover when you find it. So
Y'all got me. Y'all
you
got
hate
me.
Jokic. Mike hates Bruce Brown, as he made abundantly clear in his favoritism of Russell Westbrook, and that's going to be a tough one for either of you potentially, but more so you in this case to probably walk that one back.
Yeah. I knew it when I said it. And, once Ty took off his sunglasses after spending the first 2 hours with those sunglasses
Got to see
on
this
him, so
clearly.
now he had a little bit of a revenge on his mind. And once I said it, I saw him scrambling back there. I said, I know what he's doing.
Yep, he just wrote down in his little notebook like, oh, I'm going to remember that. You make fun of my glasses? Okay.
Tip
check.
of the cap.
Thanks, we
Respect.
got the little guy.
That's
Thank
respect.
goodness we got the little guy on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Have John Cena sponsor the Rockies because I'm begging for them to tell me you can't see us. That would be great. The only
That's
problem
good.
is you might feel that way, but the majority of Rockies fans, or at least Denver residents, don't feel that way. Those turnstiles are spinning down there at 20th.
Are they really watching the product, though? They're not watching the product. They're going to hang out for a little bit. And then they're opposing fans. I mean, that's what they're doing. And, so I'll get a good look. I'm going this week, my one and only. And so we'll take a look at the crowd. But during the summertime, when not a lot's going on and, a lot of kids play baseball. You got nice weather. People are going to bring their kids to the ballpark. And then when you have a lot of opposing teams that come in that, a lot of fans want to watch, whether it be Red Sox, Yankees, Dodgers, those types of teams, Cubs. Hey, people are going to go to the stadium. It's just the way it's going to be.
Colorado Rockies, sponsored by FTX Crypto Solutions, scamming your ass since 1993.
Wow.
That is
Man.
a really good one.
Some good ones.
Yeah, bringing the heat. I appreciate it. On our list of our top 5 favorite breakfast foods that we've been counting down throughout the day, something that's received some heat for both of us, I think, on the RamosLaw.com text line. People in defense of me and my selection of Eggs Benedict, which was number 5.
Okay.
People,
So there are more people than one in the world that like Eggs Benedict.
It just takes 2. It just takes 2 to be more than one, and I'm going to hold on to that. Some people who are coming at me for including bacon as an honorable mention, which I kind of just felt like bacon's not a solo breakfast item, but as you and the text line has rightfully pointed out, that it's implied with other things, a breakfast sandwich, a breakfast burrito, things of that. My number 5 was the aforementioned controversial Eggs Benedict. Number 4, breakfast burrito. 3, I love a breakfast skillet scramble. Get the potatoes, some cheese, some egg, a little meat, like maybe chorizo. Number 2 for me, the ultimate breakfast comfort food, biscuits and gravy. Biscuits and gravy for me is an all-time great, all-time favorite spoiled breakfast.
Delicious.
Okay, I like it. You doing one now? We doing one now?
Number 1, it's what I had for breakfast this morning. I got a feeling it should show up on your list given your eating habits. It is a bagel with butter, a banana, and a Pedialyte / Body Armor sports water. No, I'm kidding. That's just usually what you have.
That
to
is
eat.
me.
I did put bagel with cream cheese as my
Really?
number 1. I think it's
That's
the
number
ultimate.
1.
It's the ultimate. It never sounds
Wow.
bad. It's on the go. It's easy. You can dress it up. You can have a lox bagel. You can have it quick, easy, simple. I'm a convenience
Number
guy.
1.
Yeah, I'm a convenience guy, and bagel with cream cheese always hits.
Yeah, I mean, I eat bagels pretty much
every day.
Every day. It's just easy to go to your point, but that's not like if I had a choice, I'm not going bagel. I'm going I'm going breakfast. Odd number 1 choice. Your whole list is a little bit off, and that kind of sums up maybe just who you are as a person.
Wow.
Odd.
The slam.
So here we go. I'm going to start with an honorable mention, and I'm going to go with sausage egg McMuffin. McDonald's. You've been bringing it to the last 2 Fridays, and that's kind of become a routine. It is the sausage egg McMuffin with the hash brown. Come on,
Yeah,
so
the
good.
The McDonald's hash brown is a game changer.
Yeah. 5, I got French toast. 4, just a bacon egg sandwich. Got some great ones over there that I go to when I go to Mio there on the Rock. 3, pancakes. Pancake House. I mean, how can you beat the pancakes? 2, a good dang cinnamon roll. A good cinnamon roll that just,
Just rich and sweet. Got
Yes.
that melty frosting.
Right. And then number 1, which I have been on lately, is it's at my place Pegasus in the Rock.
You got all these places in the Rock. I've never been to any of them.
Oh, the Rock is booming. The Rock is booming.
Wait till the stadium goes down there.
Yeah, exactly. Is Western quesadilla. A Western quesadilla. And
A breakfast quesadilla.
Western.
Oh, what? Okay.
Western quesadilla, scrambled eggs, melted cheese, bacon. Bam. Simple, just like me. I don't want onions and all this. I don't need hash browns. Put the hash browns on the side. Bam, just like that, right? And then you put the green chili over the top. Ba-dow. Boom.
Wow.
Bang. There it is. That's my number 1 right now. Like when I can get over to Pegasus and get that Western quesadilla, I'm in a good mood.
A bacon, egg, and cheese quesadilla smothered in green chili.
Yep.
Yes.
With a side of hash browns.
Yep.
That sounds better than a bagel with cream cheese.
Yes.
I'll give
That's
you that.
what I'm talking about. Like bagel with cream. Like,
I
should be your honorable mention.
I put biscuits and gravy originally number 1, but I don't eat it that often. It's just like a special thing, or because you make the gravy, and you do all that. You got to brown the meat and whatever. So I was like, is it my number 1 if I don't eat it that often? And I think, again, in the spirit of the bacon honorable mention, maybe I just overthought that a little bit.
You totally screwed up your list, and you totally like. How can you screw up your own list? You found a way to do it, which is remarkable. Hey. It's almost like Eric Decker running for a free touchdown, easy touchdown, and he just trips over his
turf
feet.
sniper.
That's what you did.
Yep.
So not that hard. It's your list. You can't screw it up, and then you found a way to screw it up. It's remarkable what you were able to accomplish today, Richie.
Well, if I strive to be a lot of things, remarkable is, I guess, on the higher end.
Another thing here, like biscuits and gravy, like, you don't have to make it. You can go get it somewhere.
You order it.
And it's really good. You know who else has great breakfast that I love is
In the Rock?
No, what's the chain called? It's Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel.
Oh my gosh, I could
Yes.
sit down at Cracker Barrel for 2 hours and drink coffee and just pound breakfast items. I absolutely love Cracker Barrel, but biscuits and gravy, you can. Yeah, getting fat. You can go and get it somewhere. You don't have to make it, and just because you don't eat it a lot, it still can be your number 1. It's not what breakfast item do you eat the most. It's which ones do you like the most?
I do love a bagel and cream cheese, but I would put biscuits and gravy and apparently some concoction called a Western quesadilla, which is new to me. At 32 years old, I didn't think I was going to be introduced to a lot of new breakfast foods, but I had not heard of a breakfast quesadilla, let alone a green chili smothered, hash brown accompanied breakfast quesadilla.
You can get beans with it too. I'm just not doing the beans. So hash browns with there's a lot of things. If you have a good green chili and you put it on top of it, it's gonna make it better, right?
Yes.
Burger, breakfast burrito.
Amanda Brown, our program director, is cringing right now for her hatred of green chili. Hates it.
Oh no. I'm kind of a picky eater. I've gotten better, over the last 20 years. Yeah, I have. But like green chili is, especially if it's a good green chili, it's hard to beat. You can put it on anything.
Mm-hmm.
Anything. Tacos, breakfast items. You can eat it alone. I mean, there's so many ways, and it's so good.
Stoke, are you even Cajun on the RamosLaw.com text line if you don't include shrimp and grits
in
your top 5?
Yeah, well, look, I'm not a big shrimp guy, sorry. Just because I'm from Louisiana, I get it, but I don't like shrimp. So I'm out on shrimp. I used to be allergic to it. Now they say I'm not. I don't know. It's kind of weird. So I just stay away from shrimp. I don't do shrimp.
No steak and eggs for either of you. Quit this list right now. No steak and eggs? I didn't even think about that, to be honest with you.
Steak and eggs, that's fine.
It's never as good enough of a quality steak as you would want it when you get steak and eggs. You're getting it's meat.
I'll do my own. Well, my wife will do it. We went to Shanahan's for my birthday last week. I don't know if you knew it was my birthday last Monday. Yeah, I don't know if you heard.
I missed that completely.
You didn't hear, did you? But we went to Shanahan's, and then I have a hard time eating a big steak now.
Yeah,
I still like it.
I'm with you.
But so I'll eat half, and then bring the rest home, either for lunch or whatever. But she'll say, "Hey, I'll make steak and eggs in the morning," right? And it's a good fillet, so it's not like it's a good piece of steak. And then you throw it. So that does hit a little bit differently.
Yep. Okay. If you're going to give me the caveat that it's homemade with leftover from Shanahan's,
leftover
steak from one of the nicest steakhouses in town, count me in for some steak and eggs. How in the world did you leave off chicken and waffles? You chicken and waffles guy? That seems like something so anti what you would normally go for.
Yeah, that's not really. That's
doing
not
too much. Is that how you would view it?
Yeah,
doing too much. I like chicken and waffles, but I understand the thought process of like, we got fried chicken here, we got a waffle and syrup. I like both of those things. Don't need them together.
Exactly. That's one of those things that I think is overhyped. Sorry.
Yeah, it's become like the brunch item that every breakfast place serves. They overcharge you for it, and you end up after the meal being like, I probably could have just got the Grand Slam breakfast.
Exactly. Or just got the waffle and get some bacon and some eggs on the side. I am a breakfast guy. I love breakfast. And
clearly, I've never had so much pushback from a list in any of the times I've chatted with you during breaks, sat across from you here in this chair. You've never pushed back on me harder than my selections for a top 5 breakfast items of the day. And I respect that.
Well, when your number one is a bagel with cream cheese, simple, just like me. I mean, yeah, it's simple and easy, but is that your favorite? Like if you had one breakfast,
it's the last meal, your desert island breakfast.
You had one. You're going to go with bagel and cream cheese? I mean,
no, that's a totally different frame.
Jane, is that? I mean, that's what we're doing here. Your favorite breakfast item.
I don't even know that I'd go biscuits and gravy in that situation because it's heavy. It's
I don't know. I don't know how you can screw up a list that you made up.
Well, there were multiple options for the list. That we wanted to make sure.
But you found a way to do it, which is impressive. There's so many good breakfast items, and you go with cream cheese bagel.
Stoke is so old eating at a Cracker Barrel. Disagree. Cracker Barrel is awesome.
Oh.
I've only been there once. Went to it in the middle of like BFE, Nebraska, driving home from college from Michigan to Colorado, and one of the better breakfast meals I've ever had in my life.
Oh, it's great. Everything's really good. I mean, I love it. I love the environment in there also, but a lot of good breakfast places around here, and I love breakfast. And then, the great thing here is you end it at 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's just like, all right, let me go eat a little bit late breakfast. I'm a breakfast guy.
Well, you have the opportunity to do that now as we wind things down. Big day.
But I'm
going
to go get me a bagel with cream cheese, Richie.
We will see. Stokely eats a bagel every day in this office and somehow is shaming me for eating a bagel. We will see what Dover and Cecil have for us coming up next.
I hate Jokic.
He's back. After 2 seasons away, Bruce Brown is returning to the Mile High City. Will Cowboy Bruce bring the same swagger, toughness, and clutch shooting that helped the Nuggets win their first ever title? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cheap windows cost more in the long run. They fade, they warp, and they fail. You'll pay for them again and again. Infinity from Marvin windows are different. They're built to last. You'll see it in lower energy bills. You'll feel it every season, and you'll appreciate it for decades. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is Colorado's most trusted window company, and spring and summer appointments go fast. Lock in your free consultation today at windowsforyourhome.com or just give them a call, 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and get 25% off this month only.
Brandon Stokely here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Guys, thinking about starting TRT? Now's the time. At Low T Center, the consultation and test are free for a limited time only. Don't let Low T slow you down this summer. Get the energy you need at Low T Center. Book now at fixmylowt.com. Fixmylowt.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard handles all home repairs for you, attracting buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy, just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is sponsored by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? 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 Can I kick it?
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to it. What do we got going on here? It's a Tuesday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10 to 2, and we appreciate you being with us for what we do every single weekday. Boy, do we have a busy show today. Things went crazy yesterday in the NBA world with the Denver Nuggets leading the dang charge.
Yes.
What a beautiful sentence to say. We're going to dive deep into it. It is a huge Nuggets and Avalanche day as free agency in the NHL has just begun 56 seconds ago. And, of course, the NBA is underway. So before we get too crazy, you know what we do to start a show. Tribe roll call. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck today? And how about you answer the Tribe question of the day? Did the Nuggets put themselves right back in the driver's seat for another NBA championship? Those are the things we want to know from you on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. We are off and rolling. But, Cecil, we got to start, obviously, with the news that came yesterday, and they did not take much time. It took a little time for teams to get going in the NBA, but not much for the Denver Nuggets. They made a huge trade. I mean, dude, they were the story yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Despite ESPN ignoring them when you turn on SportsCenter, they were the story yesterday. They traded Michael Porter Jr. to the Nets for Cam Johnson, who makes $16 million less than MPJ this year, will make $17 less next year in the final year of his deal. And by the way, they brought back fan favorite Bruce Brown yesterday. As I tweeted, man, we all had questions about the Nuggets, their front office, how this roster can get better with a major shakeup.
Right.
And we wondered if two guys that have never done it and still aren't really called GM can do it. And they absolutely did.
And not only that, but they crushed it out of the park, right?
when you talk about getting rid of MPJ, what is the return? And with Cam Johnson, you get a guy, and by the way, they're not done yet.
Dude,
because we have some breaking news right now.
This is incredible. What a move these guys are doing. This just happened. Shams has got it right now that the Sacramento Kings are trading Jonas Valanciunas to the Denver Nuggets for Dario Saric.
Wow. Holy cow. How in the world do they talk him into that? This is what having relationships looks like. Somewhere Calvin Booth is like, what are they doing? How does this happen? How does this work? Wow. I mean, more information as the Nuggets reshape this roster, retool this roster, and can we officially say the Nuggets are back?
They're
back. We can officially say the Nuggets are back. And even FanDuel, their sportsbook, has changed the championship odds. OKC number 1, number 2 in the NBA. Right now, the Denver Nuggets. And that was before this breaking news.
Yeah. Man, they have, I mean, first of all, the Michael Porter Jr. stuff was outstanding. They got Michael Porter Jr. off the books, saved money, and got a better player back.
Right.
That's unbelievable.
How do you do that?
And now you've traded a guy that was never going to play. It was a huge waste of space and a Calvin Booth legacy mark.
Signing babies during the game.
During the game, you get him off the books and go and address one of the positions of need that we were going to talk about today. It was the only thing left.
Right.
Backup center.
Who's your backup big?
And now you got it for Jonas Valanciunas, who is a big fella. Didn't play a ton of games last year, did deal with some injuries the last couple of years, but has been really a big healthy ox before that. Last year, only averaging about 17 minutes a game and just under 9 points, but 7 rebounds in those games. And for his career, I mean, this is a guy that averages 13 points a game and about 9 rebounds a game
yeah, I'll
for
take that
his
all day.
career. So, yeah, you'll certainly take that. No, he's not going to play those 25-plus minutes a night. But when he does play, it's a perfect backup center for Nikola Jokic.
A perfect backup center with plenty of experience, plenty of starting experience, and plenty of size, right? Someone that you can't push around down there in the middle of your defense. So I think this is another great move for the Denver Nuggets. And to reshape this roster in, what are we talking about, 12-hour period?
Yeah.
Whatever the number is. It's absolutely outstanding what they've done so far. We thought it would be Bruce Brown and waiting. They did not wait. They are tearing this thing up. They are starting anew. They're starting fresh, and they're starting with a bunch of talent that Nuggets fans can believe in.
Yes, they are. It is. I mean, today's move is just icing on the cake, man. This is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, if they were done, basically, I mean, after the Cam Johnson move, we'd be over the moon. And this is like dessert after your dessert.
I mean, I will say this. I give a ton of credit to John Wallace and Ben Tenzer. I had a bunch of questions. They're answering for me right in real time.
And I'd say it's Wallace in those relationships.
I would agree
That's
with
what
you.
I'm going to go back to. Like, how do you convince someone to take Dario Saric? It's relationships.
Dario Saric for sure, but Ben Tenzer's going to get some credit here because I'm imagining he's having a conversation last night with Josh Kroenke. And again, there's some credit to Josh too.
Right.
You got rid of Michael Porter Jr. We all wondered if that was your little boo, right? Your binky.
Never let him go.
There. Can't let him go because you guys went to the same college. There's some media chumps that think that stuff too in this town. But man, it is. So Ben Tenzer gets the credit of going to Josh and being like, "Hey, I know that you're binky there, but we want to get right and we want to be right moving forward. We've got to trade Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr. to free some money up.
Right.
And Michael's going to be the easier one to trade." And that's exactly what they were able to do.
And we're going to talk tons of Nuggets today, and it's probably a later on conversation, but do these type of moves, specifically the MPJ move, kind of light a fire under Jamal? I hope so. But the Cam Johnson move, let's begin there and talk there, because that's a player that comes in that you give up maybe a little bit in shooting, although he's good from the arc, about 40% from downtown for Johnson in his career.
He's a good shooter.
But you get a defender. You get a guy that can work both forward positions. You get a versatile player that's consistent. And the one thing with MPJ, and I kind of wanted to maybe surprise some people with my opinions on this MPJ move. First off, I just wanted to say thanks. MPJ, thanks. Thank you for helping to get a championship to this team. Thanks for trying to play through that damn shoulder thing, wearing the diaper and everything. Like, thank you for your efforts. Now upgrade. Now move on. And that's what this team did. Yeah. So it's amazing to think that in one fell swoop, you can save, what is it, $34 million in 2 years and get a better player? Get a better player and saving a ton of money.
You forgot one thing. He can dribble the basketball. Michael just was allergic to.
He just stood there in the corner.
We've said it how many times? Shot fake, dribble the ball, get to the rack, and dunk on somebody at 6'10".
Right.
He just didn't evolve or develop that part of his game. I will say this, to Michael's credit, certainly over the last 2 years, there's one thing he's been better at Cam Johnson, and that's being available. Michael's missed 6 games in the last 2 seasons, and that's pretty incredible for a dude that had the back surgeries, dealt with drop foot, and then the brace stuff. Remember that came into it late this year?
Right.
So, yeah, it's, I don't know, I see a bunch of people like, thank you, Michael Porter. And I'm not saying you, but, like, he just did his job. I mean, we got to go out of our way to thank the guy for showing up to work and collecting $40 million a year. Sure, good work, Michael Porter Jr., but we don't have to slobber all over him. Look at the starting lineup now, man. You get Jamal Murray, Christian Brown, Cameron Johnson, Aaron Gordon, and Nikola Jokic.
Right.
Their starters are better.
Yes.
Christian's going to take another step.
The bench is better.
Aaron's going to be healthy. Nicola's always Nikola. Cameron Johnson, as we just said, is a tick below the shooter that Michael Porter Jr. is. 9 ticks above the overall basketball player that Michael Porter Jr. is. Your bench is now Jalen Pickett, Julian Strawther, Bruce, Peyton Watson. Really, I'm going to put Deron Holmes there. And now it's Jonas Valanciunas as the backup center. And now they're done adding big pieces. But you could get Peyton Watson off of this roster and get Zeke Naji off of this roster still to create more room moving forward.
And with the saved money from Michael Porter Jr., guess who's getting paid?
Christian's getting paid.
Exactly.
That's right.
So the core is now a little bit different, but it's better. And it's ready for another run. And it's ready for a deep run. Nikola Jokic said it after the Thunder series. The teams with depth are the ones that are continuing on. Nuggets, few moves, better depth.
Yeah. They've put themselves right back in the conversation for NBA championship.
Yes.
Not Western Conference final
Not just
team.
making the playoffs,
Not
and
just
getting to
making
the
the
second
playoffs,
round.
right.
Yes, and that was my fear.
Not like a top 3 seed. Who gives a damn about that? It's about championships, and they're now right back, as we said, in the driver's seat to do that.
Yeah, and somewhere Nikola Jokic is in the driver's seat on his horse carriage, smiling from ear to ear with these moves.
Does he know yet? Has he been alerted yet that things are going on?
It just depends if he looks at his phone or not.
He tells Natalia, hey, once a week I'll take some news from America. Outside of that, leave me the hell alone.
Yeah, I'm going to be out in the barn.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's a great day, man. It is a great day to be a Nuggets fan. Let's hope that the Avalanche can follow suit this afternoon. Although things got a little crazy yesterday in the NHL. We'll see what they're able to do. But, man, this is absolutely huge. Let us know how you feel. Answer that tribe question of the day. Are the Nuggets now back in the driver's seat for an NBA championship? 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. We're going to continue this conversation and look around the West. Who else made major moves that the Nuggets will have to contend with in 2025? That is coming up next.
Will the Broncos be in the wild card race again this season?
I think you're going to look at the Chargers. I think you're going to look at Pittsburgh. Got to put Cincy in there also.
The lesson that we've learned here is that out of the wild card contenders, and there'll be 3 of them, I really like the Broncos positioning as being one of the top teams in that pool.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Coetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com.
Listen up, Broncos country. Philip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit riothermes.com/Denver Sports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. She's an artist and absolutely a visual learner. She's doing a deep dive into our Babbel wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is very much a type A, say it to my face, listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to make sure that accent?
Precio.
Keith's a real people person and a curious learner, so he loves Babbel's Culture Bites, full of insights and native knowledge about the language he's learning. Like what's served for Christmas dinner in Germany.
Glühwein, Weihnachtsgans und Christmasstollen.
Wherever you are, however you learn, Babbel is the best choice to break any language barrier. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
What a day. New Nuggets front office is, they're running laps around Calvin Booth right now. And like I said, all the questions I had, they're making me eat my words right now in real time with what they've done. Adding Bruce Brown yesterday, trading Michael Porter Jr. to the Nets for Cam Johnson. And then this morning, if you're just joining us, they have shipped Dario Saric to the Sacramento Kings and in return got Jonas Valanciunas, a backup center who is going to be a stud. He is making
Just
double
wow.
the money that Dario was, but he's about triple the player that Dario was.
Yeah, I don't care about the money.
Even at the age of 33, Cecil, he's going to come in. And, I mean, what are we talking about for Valanciunas? 18 minutes on a big night to come in. And, hey, in those 18 minutes, can you score 6 to 8 points and grab 8 to 10 rebounds?
Well, and with his starting experience, you look at him and you go, okay, if Nikola needs a little bit of a breather, some rest, what do you have last year? Don't make me do math. 21 starts? So, like,
Jonas?
Yeah. So you can look at a player like, Joker needs the night off. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Mm-hmm.
We got a starter that's got plenty of starting experience that we can trust. So I love this move as a backup big. Should be able to keep him healthy and fresh. And, what are we talking, 12 minutes a night? Something like that?
Yeah. It's a huge day for Nuggets Nation. They did what we thought was impossible.
Right.
They flipped this roster from being no chance they're winning another championship in 2025-26 to here we are today. And you said it, even the folks in Vegas, those odds makers are looking at Denver as a favorite. And as far as the Western Conference goes, I know what Houston has done. They added Kevin Durant. They stole Dorian Finney-Smith from the Lakers. Love that. And brought back a guy like Clint Capella. Those are huge moves for the Houston Rockets. They're going all in, and they think they can win a championship right now.
Right.
Now, we'll see. I think they're still a little bit younger. We talked about OKC having to learn on the fly a little bit.
They'll need some scars like OKC needed some scars.
But adding Kevin Durant was huge, and stealing Dorian Finney-Smith, that's a double dip because I don't think Houston's quite there yet, and you still won from the Lakers, so absolutely love that.
Right, and what are the Lakers doing?
Nothing.
Right.
Because LeBron's got him by the short hairs. Minnesota is a team that we know is in the way. We talked about the Northwest Division the other day on the show. Minnesota was able to re-up with Naz Reid, sign Julius Randle to a big-time deal, but last night they lost Nickeil Alexander-Walker to the Atlanta Hawks, and he was a key piece. So I'm looking at it as we sit right now. Yep, check, the Nuggets are better than the Rockets. Check, the Nuggets are better than the Minnesota Timberwolves. OKC, I don't know quite yet.
Right.
If they're better
But
than.
a team with the core that they had took them to 7 games.
And now they're better.
What about this core? They can finish it in 5 as they should have this last year going up against the Thunder.
They're better defensively now because Cam Johnson's better than Michael Porter Jr. and Bruce Brown is better than whoever that, I guess. Well, yeah, he's better defender than Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, than Westbrook was. By the way, Cam Johnson ranked 3rd in the NBA in scoring efficiency among the 99 players using over 15 possessions per game, falling behind only Nikola Jokic and Evan Mobley.
Wow, and Evan Mobley, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, because he's dunking on everybody. So OKC, I think it's fair for us to call that a TBD. Let's let that
of course.
play out.
Yeah, they're champions.
The Clippers. Well, we watched them beat the Clippers in a
they're better than the
7-game
Clippers.
series. The Clippers did
Next.
add Brook Lopez, but I'm with you. They're still better than the Clippers.
Right.
Brook Lopez is, well, he's your age, basically.
I know he's getting up there. Let's say that.
Dallas added Cooper Flagg, D'Angelo Russell. They're going to get Kyrie back, but Cease, I had forgot when he tore his ACL. That was in March.
Yeah.
So they're not getting Kyrie back anytime. They're getting him back in 2026.
And yeah, by the time he's ready to go, it'll be 2026, like the next season.
Yeah. They have a lot of bigs, so that's going to be interesting to watch, but I still think the Nuggets are better.
Right.
Golden State, they lost Kevon Looney. So that's that bench player that can come in and be a starter at times is completely out. Steph's getting a little bit older. Draymond's still crazy and can kick people in the nuts or choke them and punch them in the face.
And he's getting older
Who
as well.
knows? And also getting older. So I'm going to check there. Memphis, I didn't even want to add Memphis, but them adding Ty Jerome, I think, really helps them. But I just think as long as Ja Morant's in the mind frame that he's in and still an immature kind of man, the Nuggets are better than him.
Yeah.
We just went over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams in the Western Conference. And all but one we think the Nuggets are better than. And the other they took to a 7-game series and now are better today than they were then.
And now with the chip on their shoulder, knowing what they could have done last year, making the adjustments, making the changes, and the Cam Johnson move specifically, yeah, I'm not saying take the regular season as serious as possible, but that first game against OKC, that will be must-see TV. I want to see how this roster stacks up against what the Thunder can bring and all of their depth. Well, now the Nuggets can check that box that says depth because of their bench strength now.
Yeah, that's exactly right, man. I'm looking at this as Denver should be, a top 3 seed in the Western Conference if things work out. I'm looking at this roster now as to what it looked like when they won the NBA championship. You should not be playing the starters more than 36 minutes a night.
Right.
This should not happen moving forward. Now, obviously, overtime games and tight games are going to happen, but I think David Adelman's going to be a little bit smarter with the way that he uses some of these guys, knowing what he's seen from his perspective as first man on the bench how the players look when the playoffs start. This could be a team where, a season where in the Western Conference, you could look at a team like Houston, OKC, and Denver as the top 3 seeds in the West, kind of separating themselves from the rest of the pack by Christmas.
Yes, and you could see that continue on through the rest of the regular season. So get that head start, take it seriously, and be ready. And I'm going to say when Cam Johnson misses time.
He will, you're right.
Because he's going to miss time. So be ready. We need to take a look at how that starting lineup would look like and what you could possibly bring to the table in terms of Johnson missing time, who steps up from the bench, because Johnson, based on his history, is going to miss some time. And that's where, if you saw Brooklyn fans, Twitter's amazing for sports, not for much anything else. But it was, now he's going to be hurt all the time. All right. We've heard that before about other players, different sports, but it's like, let's see what this guy looks like now, get him in this training program, but just be ready for him to miss time.
That's like somebody asking you about your ex, though, and you're like, yeah, she was... toenails were weird. I just didn't I don't know. Someone's weird about her toenails. You're just kind of think of something, you know?
Toenails, that's where you
Yeah,
went.
yeah.
Toenails, okay.
So it is a huge day in Nuggets Nation. They should be looked at as one of the favorites in the Western Conference, and as we've talked about, the betting people are looking at them as one of the favorites in the Western Conference. And then as far as now what happens moving forward, I'm not sure there's much to be done here. Maybe you try to unload the Zeke Naji contract. Now he's so far on the back of the bench that it still matters because it was a bad deal, but it's not a huge burden on the roster.
Not a huge burden on the roster, and this one in the of where they're at, they've got $16.8 million in trade exceptions. They can increase the payroll in trades. They can sign and trade for free agents. They can access $5.1 million in biannual exception there as well. So they've still got some maneuverability.
Yes, they do.
Right now, after these moves and creating this, championship level roster. And what's great now is OKC is clearly your rival. It's not Minnesota. We're over that. That was a couple years ago.
Minnesota
had that
made
game
it to a
7.
championship.
Exactly. So that was their championship, beating the Nuggets, coming back from down by 20 in game 7. We're past that. Now it's clearly OKC is that target, and the Nuggets are built to hang and beat the champions.
But you know what the beautiful thing about adding Bruce Brown, going back to what you said about Cam Johnson missing time, and dude, I'm looking at his seasons. Since 2019 when he came into the league, the most games he's ever played is 66, and that was his third season in the league. He did play 57 last year. So, yeah, there is some worry there. He's not as durable as a guy like Michael Porter Jr., but that's the beauty of adding Bruce Brown.
Yeah.
And what we talked about yesterday, he can guard 1 through 5, even at a smaller frame. So you can go with Bruce Brown in that starting lineup. You're just going to be a little bit smaller, but use that to your advantage and get up and down the floor with Brucey B running in transition.
With MPJ, he was more available but less consistent.
Yeah.
So what would you rather have? The guy that's going to miss, let's say, 15 to 20 games. It's just the way it's going to be. But every time he's out there, he's dropping in 18. Or would you have the guy that only misses a small handful of games, but you might get a 3-point night, you might get a 23-point night, you might get an 8-point night. You just never know with MPJ. Give me Cam Johnson in this upgrade, even with that time missed.
All right, we're feeling good about it. Tribe members, how do you feel out there in Nuggets Nation? Are they right back in the driver's seat of an NBA championship? Tell us on the text line. It is powered by Ramos Law, and the number is 303-713-1043. All right, I mentioned NHL free agency starting today as well. We're underway, but just getting started. So what will the Avs be looking to do? They freed up some money over the weekend. How are they going to spend that? We are getting a little look at one move they've already made, and we'll share it with you coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at denversports.com.
Brandon Stokely here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokely. Offer ends July 30th.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Philip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phil Lindsay sent you.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit wilhitewins.com and win big with Wilhite.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're off and rolling here on a big day for the Denver Nuggets. NHL free agency is also about 29. Check that, 30 minutes from getting started as well, although a bunch of teams were re-upping with their guys yesterday, and that's what the Colorado Avalanche have done to start the party today. The Colorado Avalanche have signed forward Parker Kelly to a new 4-year deal. Parker Kelly's starting to make some noise this year as one of the younger players inside the organization for the Avalanche, but I like what he brings to the table. I think there's a lot of upside for a guy like Parker Kelly that, was kind of learning his role, learning how to play it well this last year with the club, and I think he's going to get better and better moving forward. I like the fact that it's a 4-year deal. We don't know the numbers quite yet, but I would imagine a guy like Parker Kelly isn't certainly going to break the bank for Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic to still be able to have money to maneuver and add assets.
I like the fact that the deal for Kelly kicks in next year.
1.4 per year, too. Just got the numbers.
So his new deal carries $1.7 million annual average value, according to multiple reports, 1.4, whatever. Great first year with Colorado. Played both center and on the wing. Had career high in goals with 8. Personal best in assists and points with 19. Key piece for the fourth line for Colorado, and also had a couple of game-winning goals.
Oh, that's right.
Remember with Parker Kelly with about 12 and a half minutes of ice time.
You know what else? He's my lady's favorite player, and now he's coming back.
Really?
So Kelsey will be stoked about it.
Okay, get her sweater.
She has a couple Gabe ones.
Okay.
Why do you think she likes him? I'm like, hey, I get it. He is totally handsome. So, yeah, that's it right now. But, man, we didn't talk a ton yesterday about what the Avalanche were able to do. What was it, Friday afternoon? We did a little bit talk about the Charlie Coyle stuff, and then they created some salary cap space.
Yeah, the Miles Wood thing wasn't yet part of that.
He was added on.
Yeah, so we talked about the Coyle part, but not the Wood part.
So they did add the Miles Wood. It takes some of the salary out of off of the plate of the Colorado Avalanche and Chris McFarland. And then later on that day, this would got a bunch of people going like, well, what's happening here? Kevin Weeks, who obviously we know him from him covering the game and breaking a bunch of stories, he shared a photo of the city of Denver, just the skyline with the beautiful mountains behind it, the eyes emoji, and then just wrote #HockeyX. And you know what the world did? The world went, holy cow, Sidney Crosby's on his way to Colorado.
Yeah.
And that's literally all of the replies. The first reply is Sidney in an Avs sweater that someone photoshopped.
Yes.
Now, obviously, that hasn't happened yet. Their only move thus far has been Parker Kelly, but why would they create all that room and all that money to be spent if they weren't chasing a big fish?
Yeah, chasing a big fish like that could you lure him away from Pittsburgh? Supposed to retire a Penguin. Supposed to be forever a Penguin.
He could still retire a Penguin.
It's good. Yeah, go back there, right?
Yeah.
Right? Come play with his best buddy, Nate. You're making all that moves. Make this type of splashy move. A team that is still looking for defenseman help. A team that still needs more to put them over the top. The Nuggets have just surpassed them. A day ago, yesterday, we could say we have more reliability in the Avs pushing for the Stanley Cup than we do the Nuggets pushing for the Larry O'Brien Trophy. Today, it's completely opposite. So, Avs, it's your turn coming up.
Do we look at it that the Avs are now riding shotgun with the Nuggets on the way to another championship?
Yeah. It's flipped.
Yeah.
In 24 hours, it's flipped.
Yeah. It's tough to. I mean, man, yeah, you're right. I was going to say the core still means a lot, but what's the core now? I guess Gabe is back a part of it, but there's still some unknown for Gabe as how he does it throughout an 82-game regular season.
Some sort of minutes,
or he's not going to play a full 82 games.
Mm-hmm.
But now you look at Mikko's obviously in Dallas. The core, no, I still can't leave Gabe out of the core. I was going to say the core is Nathan and Kale, but it's still Nathan, Kale and Gabe.
Yes.
Gabe's still a part of the core.
Yeah, and it's a damn good core.
Is that core better than the core that is Joker and Aaron Gordon? And then Jamal's a role player, Christian's a role player, Bruce is a role player, Cam a role player. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
The core is just a couple of guys for the Nuggets, and it's a few deep on the Avalanche.
It's a few deep on the Avalanche. And now with the Crosby kind of rumors or rumbling, if they don't get him, will you be disappointed? Because I know
I
Twitter
honestly,
will be.
It's been such a fake pipe dream for all of this. To me.
Right.
It's never been like Sidney Crosby's walking through that door. I've never believed it. So I won't be disappointed because I don't have high expectations.
You don't think it'll happen?
What about you?
Well, a lot of fans are getting excited that it will happen.
If it does happen, it'd be freaking insane, right?
Right.
I'm trying to be a little responsible with the microphone in front of my face, but you don't have to be as a fan. Go nuts with it.
Hey, I was talking about getting LeBron yesterday, so
That's
don't
true,
need to do that
yeah.
because now with Cam Johnson here, you're
Sid's
good to go.
more realistic than LeBron coming
yes.
to the Nuggets. I mean, he is 37. If the Avalanche were willing to give up a couple of younger players and then the Pittsburgh Penguins can say, hey, we're going to stay competitive. We're basically renting Sid for a couple of years to the Avalanche before he comes back, like you said, and retires a Penguin. I don't know that Pittsburgh fans would be terribly upset with his decision.
No, especially at the state of their team. Like, let him go win a cup somewhere else.
Go continue to be a legitimate threat across the league. We actually saw Drew sent it like a top 25, I think it was, NHL players. And number 2 and 3 are Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon. And still, even at the age of 37 years old, Sidney Crosby is number 8 on the list of top 25
so you got 3 in the top
NHL
10
players. Yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, Mikko, he's still on this list at 14.
14. Okay. Sounds about right.
But still, Sid's an 8, Nate's 2, Cale's 3. You're still at the top 10 right there, as you mentioned.
Right.
It just doesn't feel. Drew, you tell us. You're a hockey guy around here. Does Sidney Crosby feel real at all?
Eventually.
Oh, what do you mean eventually? Like
eventually.
Manny Pacquiao fighting at 40?
I mean, hey, I think Sid at 40 is still going to be a damn good player.
Really?
He's ranked number 8th on that list at 37. I mean, the dude's a 90-point player every year. For the last, I think 3 or 4 years now, he's hit 90 points. So eventually, I think Sidney Crosby is a member of the Avalanche. I just don't think it's this year or next year. He's got 2 years left on his deal. I think once Evgeny Malkin, who he's kind of tied at the hip with, once Malkin moves on after this year, maybe it becomes a possibility. But I would be shocked if it happens before at least next year.
Okay. So then why'd they make all that room for that money? What are they doing?
They're doing something. They're going to do something big. It's not going to be via free agency. It's going to be via trade.
They have a lot of money. For NHL standards, that's some money to spend now.
That is a lot of money. Although, I mean, I was just looking at Puckpedia. They've got it down to about $5.5 million right now.
With the Parker Kelly stuff?
Well, that's what's weird because the Parker Kelly stuff doesn't take effect till next year.
Yeah, next year.
So it shouldn't affect what they're doing this year. So I don't know kind of where the math is mathing on that whole thing. But we saw the tweet from Adrian Dater saying that the Avs are in on Nikolai Ehlers, which is a little bit surprising because he's a top 6 winger. They don't seem to have any room on the top 6 unless they are legitimately going to possibly entertain training Martin Necas, which we've heard rumblings about this offseason. So I don't know. I think they're going to be in the market for something big. I just don't know what it is, and I think it's going to come via trade.
Okay. Well, the Marty thing, and we were kind of talking about it off the air, that's just going to be a fun, not fun, I guess an interesting story to watch, because will the Avalanche want to put themselves in a similar position they were with Mikko Rantanen, saying, hey, we want this guy back. We're not sure if the guy wants us the same way we want him. And then you're doing this weird dance, and you get to the situation they got with Mikko, and nobody really knows what's going on. And then Chris McFarland pulls the trigger 6 weeks early.
Yeah.
They don't want to be in that situation anymore.
No, they got burned once. They don't want to do it again.
And look, you guys know how I feel about Marty Necas. If you're not going to show up in the postseason, go ahead and get the hell up out of here. Let's get better than Marty Necas. And if they can do that and not have to have I don't want to call it a headache because it's unknown, but the problem of not knowing whether or not he'll sign, just avoid all that if you can.
And I'll further your opinion by saying this. It's your history of disappearing in the postseason.
Yeah, he did. This isn't the first time he's done it.
Right. Because Kale, where was Kale?
Yeah.
In the postseason? Where was Val outside of one goal in the playoffs? So a lot of people disappeared this time around. With Marty Necas, it's your history of disappearing that I'm done with. If that's where you're going to be and things didn't change with your new team, then see what you can get.
Yep. 303-713-1043. It is the RamosLaw.com text line. We want to hear from you guys there, not just on the big day that is the Denver Nuggets. Yeah, they're cooking right now and seem to be making the biggest splash in the entire NBA. MPJ traded, Bruce Brown back, Dario Saric out, Jonas Valanciunas in. That's the latest today. And the Avalanche, if you're just joining us, their one move that they've made in the first 39 minutes of free agency has been to extend Parker Kelly, a 4-year deal. The money won't take effect until next year, but they were moving a bunch of pieces on Friday, so there's something up the sleeve of old Chris McFarland and Super Joe Sakic down there at Ball Arena. When we know, you'll know. Let's take a time out and go inside the internet. A couple of stories that we want to talk about. There is one name floating out there that the Nuggets may be interested in. Don't know if they have the money for it now. We'll tell you who it is and talk about another new video game that could be coming back to the shelves soon. That's coming up next.
The Nuggets kicked off free agency with a bang, trading Michael Porter Jr. and a future first-round pick to Brooklyn in exchange for Cam Johnson. With a piece of their championship core now gone, can the Nuggets reload for another title run? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
What's happening inside the Internet that has caught our attention? Well, all eyeballs are on the Nuggets and the Avalanche with free agency underway here in town. And the Nuggets are making some big moves. Well, the Avalanche are just getting started. We're only 45 minutes into free agency on the hockey side of the world. So we'll give them a little time, see what they're doing with all that money they freed up on Friday. The Denver Nuggets, well, they're about done with moves that can be made. They're under the aprons. They do have a hard cap unless they want to pay some more fees. And we'll see where the team gets there. But our buddy Trent Finnegan, he basically owns denversports.com. He was writing about a name that was out there and kind of floated yesterday. Now that I said, like I said, their money's kind of tied up, but they've done major moves. He was talking about Cam Whitmore. Man, he's only 20 years old. He just doesn't fit in with what Houston's doing, and he damn sure doesn't fit in with what they're doing now.
Right.
Could have been a guy that they went and add. Not a great three-point shooter. He can attack the rack, a decent ball handler, only averaging 9.4 points per game. But like I said, that's with very limited time. Highly unlikely they're going to go after a guy like Cam Whitmore now because of the pieces that they've added and the money is getting tight once again. But I like the idea that they were thinking like this. Like, hey, here's a younger player. Let's get him in our system. Let's put him with Nikola Jokic.
Right.
And let's see what he can turn into.
And with Nikola Jokic on those lobs, I mean, the guy can elevate.
Yeah,
so
can.
You're looking at a guy that can flush it, that attacks the rim. Exactly what you need. This team wasn't on the attack enough. Jamal would do a little bit for those long twos that we like. MPJ would never do it. Now Cam Johnson would. And Whitmore would as well. Although it may seem unlikely they do the deal now.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, to your point, Jamal's really good at getting to the rim. Mm-hmm. And he can finish with both hands, and he's got the English, the kiss off the glass stuff. Yep. He just doesn't do it enough.
Right. So maybe now watching Cam Johnson do it, maybe he does that a little more.
Yeah, I certainly would like to see that. So Cam Whitmore is probably out, but as we've talked all morning, at this point, the Nuggets roster has been flipped, and it looks to be in a much better position than it was at this time yesterday. MPJ is out. Cam Johnson is in. Bruce Brown is back. And Dario Saric is out. And Jonas Valanciunas is in. I got to know what's going on in Sacramento. Like, why would they do this? Why would they do this?
Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, they did it.
I don't understand.
Well, I'm glad that they did it, and what a difference a day makes. I thought we'd be talking about Cowboy Bruce today and talking about the Avs.
You know what Ben Tinzer and John Wallace are doing right now? They're in tuxedos, and they're walking into Josh Kroenke's office, and they're going, "We're here to F stuff up." That's what they're doing right now. And they're doing it, dude.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. All right, what's next?
The internet is a breeding ground for freaks.
So we've talked a lot. We did a full-on video game show last week at some point. Now, EA brought back the college football game. You and I talked about it. You convinced me to buy a new Xbox last year so that I could play the new college football game. So we're all in on the college games. But how about college basketball? Are you down with this? EA Sports is looking to bring back a college basketball game. At least they hinted so much with a tweet yesterday. And then ESPN wrote about it. Obviously, 2K's kind of taken over with basketball games. EA did they have a college basketball game back in the day? I don't really remember.
Yeah, they did.
They did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't really play it. I don't know that I play NBA 2K, and that's the one sports game that I do buy, and like every single year. I don't know if I'd buy the college basketball game.
It depends on if they had all-time teams. So if you could play the Running Rebels from the early 90s, if you could play the Fab Five from Michigan, like
you
if
could
you
be your
could
guy
play,
Larry Johnson.
Exactly. So if you could play certain historical teams, Phi Slamma Jamma from back in the 80s. So if
give me the Calbert Cheney-led Indiana Hoosiers, baby.
Okay, that's your jam. Everyone has a jam. Kevin would be playing Christian Laettner and Duke.
Yep.
Bobby Hurley out there running around. So if you could do that with some all-time teams, then yeah. But if not, basketball game's kind of a basketball game.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll take NBA 2K.
And then why not play the pro version?
Exactly, right. Where you can play those throwback players. You can get your ultimate team cards and then assemble your own crew.
Mm-hmm. When you do the team card stuff, is it throwback players there too?
Yeah, if you want.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can have a modern player with throwback players.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It's awesome.
So you could, Bo Nix could be handing off to Terrell Davis?
Yeah. Or Walter Payton.
Dude,
whatever. Yeah.
That's badass.
Mm-hmm.
I got to get into that a little bit.
Be careful. Be careful. There's one year of Madden, it was 15, where I spent roughly $500 to $600 on Ultimate Team cards. I had a 99 team. I was killing everybody.
But then you play that team against other players online?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then the next year's game came out. So my 99 team, I was like, I got to do that again?
Oh, and you have to spend the $500.
I already spent all this money. So it's the only time I did it.
Yeah.
It's not advisable. So be careful with Madden Ultimate Team or any NBA 2K's got the cards. Be very careful with that. You can earn them in different ways.
See, I'm not buy a bunch of is it VC, right? I want to earn that. Like I play NBA 2K, my guy Leron Shonuff starts as a 59, and then by the time it's over, he's a 99, and we're killing everybody.
Okay.
And then in golf, Leron Shonuff's now a golfer, and he's going to be a terrible golfer on the Korn Ferry, and ultimately he's going to win the FedEx Cup.
Okay.
That's
how you roll.
Isn't that how video games go?
That's how they used
bad
to.
And
but
you
now
get better?
with microtransactions, I can have a 99 team like that if I want to pay for it.
And there's some little kid just going through his mom's purse to get that credit card out, kicking my ass on NBA 2K.
That may or may not have happened out there many times.
All right, what's next?
You know what, Stewie? If you don't like it, go on the internet and complain.
See, I couldn't remember if we had talked about this or not, but it's right here in our very own backyard. And now it's actually coming to Netflix. A Netflix documentary coming out in 14 days from right now on July 15th. It's called Trainwreck. And it's about, I guess, the Balloon Boy prank. Remember the Fort Collins
I remember
thing?
that. Uh-huh.
So they're going to do a full documentary on it as it was 16 years ago coming up this summer. Are you into this? Or did you live it and you know everything you need to know?
Yeah, I think there have already been documentaries on Balloon Boy.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, or news reports. Just go on YouTube and you'll see all the Balloon Boy you want.
If it was 16 years ago, how old was he at the time?
Yeah, he was little. He was 7 or something, right?
So he's in his early 20s right now.
Something like that. Mm-hmm.
Wonder if it's his claim to fame. Do you think he tells people, or he's embarrassed that his dad's strange?
No. Yeah, he did. He doesn't tell anybody.
Really?
And if anybody puts 2 and 2 together, he changes his name and moves.
New identity, new social security card.
Exactly.
Because if I knew, if I go to a bar and he's there, I'm like, Balloon Boy, it's the guy right here. You guys, he's right here. I'm asking him 1,000 questions.
Yeah, I think he'd probably get sick of that, right?
I don't know. Like, you were famous. It's not your fault your parents were weird.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but hey, leave Brittany alone. Leave Balloon Boy alone.
How many girls go up and he's like, hey, I'm Balloon Boy. And
Dude.
they're like, oh my God. And they start giving them their number.
See, I think Kevin's using it as a positive. That's
I
how
might
I would
say
use
I'm
it, too.
Balloon Boy now.
You should.
And then Bubble Boy.
I'm Balloon
Bumble
Boy
Boy.
turned into Bumble Boy. Have you met Kevin?
Have you met Kevin?
I think I would tell people.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the tribe say?
303-713-1043.
Because there's no way in hell I would tell people.
But it's
No
not your
way.
fault. You didn't
Doesn't
do anything
matter.
wrong.
Doesn't matter. You're still Balloon Boy. You're part of that incident. You don't tell a soul.
I would tell people.
You would tell people?
Yeah. And like Kevin, I'd be like, hey, remember this story? I was actually in the attic the whole time. Or whatever. I don't know what he was doing. I think that's what it was.
Yeah,
right?
he
In
was.
the attic.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I remember I was, 16 years ago. So I was like wrapping up, was I wrapping up? Yeah,
Kev was
working
in
as
high
an
school.
avionics technician and getting into radio stuff. And I was driving home from a Wyoming airport job that I had to do. And like with my buddy Dave. What's up, Dave? I'm gonna be at Dave's on Thursday for a pool party. And we were like looking in the sky, like listening to the radio, looking like, where is this kid?
Trying to find
We're
Balloon
gonna
Boy.
find him. And when he lands, we're gonna be the first ones on the scene.
Okay.
How stupid were we? We fell for it too.
Yeah, it was. It's odd. It's very odd. The whole entire story's odd. So when something that weird happens, yeah, you're not sharing it with people.
Okay.
You're not picking up chicks because you're Balloon Boy, right?
Yeah.
And if you did, I'd have some questions about the lady.
Well, maybe she has
If that
strange
worked.
parents. Like, yeah, my parents did not as weird as your parents, but listen to what my parents did, and then you bond over how weird your family is.
Okay. I mean, maybe, but
Okay.
we're going down a weird rabbit hole here.
I guess I don't know if I want Colorado to be known for him either.
No.
So now we're gonna have this reputation of weird parents stashing kids in attics and telling the
weed.
news. Oh, there was weed involved?
No. It's Colorado.
Oh.
Anytime
Yeah,
you
yeah.
travel outside of Colorado, don't people be like,
Yeah.
what's it like?
Uh-huh.
Although weed's legal everywhere now, pretty much.
It's on its way for sure. I always tell them, like, it's terrible. The prices are ridiculous. It's -10 about 345 days a year.
That's what I tell them about the temperature. Like, it snows all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Stay away.
Yeah.
If you're from California, don't come here.
You would hate it here. All right, 303-713-1043. Are you going to watch a Balloon Boys documentary on Netflix there?
No.
Let us know. I don't think it's going to make my playlist either. All right, let's continue this conversation. We did say that the Nuggets had one more move to make. Well, they made it this morning. So does it complete this roster, and where does it put them as far as the pecking order in the NBA goes? That's coming up next.
He's back. After 2 seasons away, Bruce Brown is returning to the Mile High City. Will Cowboy Bruce bring the same swagger, toughness, and clutch shooting that helped the Nuggets win their first ever title? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS, it's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Coetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
We love to celebrate the 4th of July with family, friends, food, and fireworks. Please be safe this Independence Day weekend and don't drink and drive. From your friends at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and the Wilhite Law Firm Injury Lawyers.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it?
By the way, as we get into hour 2, getting back to a Nuggets conversation, somebody texts in, the balloon boy landed on my property south of Kingsburg, so that was probably cool for them.
Nice.
And then somebody also said we're known for that bulldozer that was running rampant up in, was that Grand Lake?
Something like that, yeah.
There's a documentary on that, too.
Yeah.
That dude was pissed at the city and obviously handled it the wrong way. But yeah, you're right. I guess we are known for both of those things. All right, Cecil, well, I wanted to talk to you about the Denver Nuggets' needs now after they had signed Bruce Brown yesterday. Brucey B is on his way back. They traded Michael Porter Jr. to the Brooklyn Nets. He's out of here. And in return, they got Cam Johnson. They had to give up a future first-round pick to do so as well. But they're saving about $33 million over the course of the next 2 years with MPJ off the books. They have reset themselves as far as the NBA salary cap goes. By the way, it went up 10% yesterday. It allows them to maneuver and do a few of the things that they've done here. And then I wanted to talk to you today. I'm like, hey, we'll have a conversation on the show about what else is left to do.
And it was going to be
backup center.
Yeah.
And then at an hour ago at 10:02, they added a backup center and got one over. Bamboozled, hoodwinked, whatever you want to call it, the Sacramento Kings, because the Kings, for some damn reason, took on Dario Saric and allowed the Nuggets to take back Jonas Valanciunas, who's going to be the backup center. He is a true rim protector. He's also a pretty solid, thick, strong kind of dude that people are going to have to think about before they drive into the paint when they're playing the Denver Nuggets.
Which you've never had
reserves.
to do against the Nuggets at all. Starters, backups, nothing.
DJ was that, but not when he was on the Denver Nuggets.
Right.
So they never really had that full player. I'm looking at the Nuggets roster right now. It is, I mean, man, even when they won the NBA championship, now the players have to perform. But just as far as like checking boxes as starting five, we're all good there. Backup and depth, we are all good there now. I don't know if I felt as comfortable with the depth they had on the championship team that they now have here on this roster.
You could make the argument that they have better depth now.
I would make that argument.
Yeah, because I believe they do. And whereas you had said in the first hour that I was slobbering on Michael Porter Jr. for saying thank you.
Not you.
It's fine. You're supposed to do that with your friends, right? Thank you for being my friends. I'm definitely not going to slobber on Dario Saric, like, get him out of here, right? That Kev's favorite line, get him out of here. Like, that's something Saric is gone, thank God. And Valanciunas was a player that the Denver Nuggets wanted at the trade deadline. Jake Shapiro wrote about this at denversports.com.
They flirted a couple times with him.
It's been some flirtation, so to me, that maybe leans even a little bit Ben Tenzer within the building back then at the NBA trade deadline. And now, Tenzer getting it done. This Nuggets front office, I mean, talk about a 180. A 180 on what are they going to do? How can they do anything? I thought it was going to be Bruce Brown, and that's it, and they're going to run it back, and they're going to fall short, and they're going to lose in the second round. Well, I've seen the future now. This team's going to be playing in the Western Conference Final against OKC.
Yes.
And then it's on.
Yes.
Then it's on. How far can they go? Yeah, they can go that far, even further, and perhaps even be NBA champions. And not only do I believe that, do you believe that, many in Nuggets Nation do, but the bettors, the gambling markets, FanDuel Sportsbook, put the Denver Nuggets at number 2 in all of the NBA to win the championship.
You look at a tweet I'm looking at right now from Keith Smith from at Keith Smith NBA. He's an NBA reporter and does a bunch of stuff for Spot Rack, Spotrack, whatever you call it, about money. He tweeted 40 minutes ago that the Nuggets are now hard capped at the first apron after trading for Jonas Valanciunas. I have Denver about $6.3 million under the first apron, but with 2 open roster spots. Cam Johnson's unlikely bonuses will count towards the apron calculation. So he's saying there's still a little bit of room to be had here. You still have that veteran minimum that you can sign. I know Russell Westbrook's out there, but that ship has sailed. He's no longer going to be here with the Denver Nuggets. You still have a two-way player that you can go out and get. So this is something where they can kind of maneuver. We talked about it earlier, too. I don't know how they would do it. I don't know how the hell they got Dario Saric off the books.
Right.
So I'm not going to put anything
It's magic.
past these guys now who are making us eat our words. But you could get Zeke off the books. Dude, this team would be sitting very pretty moving forward for next year to not only just extend Christian Brown, because they can do that now, but they could still be adding players in next year's free agent class.
John Wallace out there getting things done with those relationships, man. You love to see it. And I guess this is advice to you specifically, or to people out there that want to get Zeke Naji off the books. I'm not going to get greedy. They've done enough. I'm like, yeah, Zeke, whatever. He's here. He's making $1 million, whatever. That doesn't even matter to me right now based on the moves that they've done. So I kind of feel just, I don't know, grateful that they were able to make these moves and in one day go from a team that looked like, 5th seed, bounced in the second round, to now championship contenders. They are back today. And that's where I love the fact that both Ben Tenzer and John Wallace have completely changed opinions. These guys aren't sitting on their hands.
Yeah.
They're not just waiting it out. And what also ties into this conversation as the show goes on, we're going to have to get more and more into this, firmly puts the pressure on Jamal Murray. This front office isn't going to Dick Cheney around and just kind of keep you because you've already been paid and #reasons.
Yeah.
No, you don't perform, you don't produce, they'll find a way to get rid of you, and they've got the relationships to do that.
That's a huge takeaway. I said it earlier. The fact that Ben Tenzer goes to Josh Kroenke and says, hey, you hired me to be the money man. You hired me to figure out the salary cap. I figured it out. You need to trade Michael Porter Jr. And then Josh goes, whoa, that's my guy, you know?
Right,
talking
right.
to my guy all wrong. And then Ben Tenzer has the relationship in place already to tell Josh why this is the right move. And then Josh deserves some credit, too, for ultimately signing off and pulling the trigger on a guy that he clearly didn't want to move and did it because he knows it's the only way that this team can get back into the driver's seat of an NBA champion.
And that's the refreshing part about telling the truth is we're going to have questions, we're going to air our grievances, but when they do something like this, we're going to give full credit.
They get all the credit.
We're not just going to blow bubbles at them because they know better than we do and whatever. Like, no. We're going to have questions. We had a ton of questions about this front office.
Mm-hmm.
They have answered those questions and then some. In a day, they've done that.
One of our texters asked if they could sign Chris Paul. Why would they do that? Go look at Chris Paul's records in Game 7s, and I bet you change your mind on that one. I don't want Chris Paul on this team. I actually want Jalen Pickett to get a real opportunity to develop.
Yeah, and Pickett proved last year that he is deserving of more time during the regular season, and then we'll see what the postseason brings. But Pickett is a guy that you watch him. It's like Julian Strawther in a different way, but you watch him and you go, oh, he deserves a little bit more. He deserves a little bit more. And I've gotten in some, debates / arguments, whatever, on Twitter with folks of like, I think Peyton Watson, we've seen what he's going to be. I can't say that about Pickett, who's probably closer to his ceiling. And I can't say that about Strawther, who I think is further away from his ceiling.
Agreed.
That ceiling's pretty high with Strawther. Now, he's got to hit. He's got to be consistent. But they've got some young guys I want to see some more of.
And we know zero about Deron Holmes.
Right.
Think about what they did, too.
He's the X factor.
When we think about playoffs, and I know it's way too early, but that's what this team is going to be measured on.
For sure.
So you know the starters. They're going to play a bunch of minutes. The rotation is going to be 7 or 8 players. Bruce Brown's certainly a part of the playoff rotation. Jonas Valanciunas is now certainly a part of the playoff rotation. Now, this creates even more competition, which I think is healthy for everybody. You have Julian Strawther, Jalen Pickett, and maybe Peyton Watson. We'll see what his role is.
Sure.
And Deron Holmes. 4 guys now have to go fight for one spot in the playoff rotation. That's great for these young guys to know. That's what's in front of them.
And in addition to the future of this team, we also have to talk about the stagger lineup a little bit later on in the show because now your stagger lineup, 1 starter with 4 bench players, it'll look better.
Yes, it will.
Based on who you have.
Well, and think about the Strawthers, the Picketts, the Holmes. If they get to stagger with some of those starters to just make their NBA lives easier, and you go, oh, this is what it's like to play with Nikola Jokic?
Yeah.
I just have to be here and he's going to find me. I have to move without the ball and he's going to find me. That speeds up that development process.
And think about the defensive efforts you're going to get if you have Peyton Watson and Valanciunas on the court at the same time.
Wow.
You know what I mean? You've got 2 rim protectors, different type of rim protectors, but now you can't just dribble drive.
Yeah.
One thing that was exposed during the Nuggets postseason run was like, just dribble drive against these teams. No one's going to challenge you at the rim.
Mm-hmm.
Not so fast, Cahotek.
Yeah.
Things are different now.
Jonas got 6 fouls. Use 5 of those every night. It's a big day. It's a big day in Nuggets Nation. We're going to continue to monitor what's happening on the NHL side to tell you where the Avalanche are. At 11:30, we have a conversation coming up with Jesse Montano of Guerrilla Sports about what's going on with the Colorado Avalanche. So that'll go down in 20 minutes from now. In the meantime, we do want to make a little bit of room for a Broncos conversation. I want to talk about Broncos training camp names that we're going to be watching and tell you which ones will be fighting for their NFL lives. Coming up next.
The Nuggets kicked off free agency with a bang, trading Michael Porter Jr. and a future first-round pick to Brooklyn in exchange for Cam Johnson. With a piece of their championship core now gone, can the Nuggets reload for another title run? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free insulation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to talk a little Broncos. Real quick, though, we were talking about the Balloon Boy thing earlier.
Yeah, everybody's responding about Balloon Boy.
Got a documentary on Netflix coming out. I had met a guy named Tyler up in Kingsburg playing in a golf tournament. We did it. It's not going on this year, but hopefully it's back next year, helping out Weld County Athletics. And if I remember this right, I was in a certain frame of mind at the time, but if I remember this right, I believe Tyler owns a cannon.
Yeah.
And gave me the opportunity to shoot said cannon at some point. And
wow.
And if we're texting right now, Tyler, and this is the right guy, I still would love to do that. But Tyler, it was his field that Balloon Boy landed in. He was laid up in the house with a broken ankle, so had his buddy come over, drive him over to the balloon, and yeah, nothing but a balloon. They drove all over my field of wheat that was just planted, those B words. They filmed this last year about the time. Same location.
Yeah,
so he's all over it.
As a farmer, that's
like, is anybody going to fix this? Who's paying for this?
Right, who's paying for my damaged crops?
Yeah, that's not cool.
No.
Somebody owes you money, Tyler. You should get some residuals from that Netflix documentary. So, yeah, we are getting updates in real time on that. I wanted to have a little conversation. Again, today's a huge Nuggets and Avs show, but we can make a little bit of room for a Broncos conversation because I saw an article about the names that might be on the roster bubble, if you will, going into Broncos training camp. And it looks like there's about 6 of them here. A couple of them you go, yeah, that makes a ton of sense. I know you're not going to like the first one. It's Jaleel McLaughlin. Jaleel McLaughlin's been a great find. This is what they're writing at Sporting News for the Broncos.
Right.
Signed as an undrafted free agent in 2023, but the additions of R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins this offseason has put his spot in jeopardy.
Okay.
Unless the Broncos are going to give up on a second-year running back in Audric Estime or keep 4 running backs on the 53, Jaleel could be the odd man out.
Yeah.
And I know how you feel. Audric Estime, as a 5th-round pick,
yeah,
it's not a guarantee there either.
Well, all I know is Sean Payton really likes Jaleel McLaughlin. Does Sean Payton usually get rid of guys that he really likes?
No, he does not. He gives them multiple years and more years after that.
So basically, you have the running back version of Adam Troutman, right? You're going to have a job forever, Jaleel, because you're a Sean Payton guy. All I know is this. Audric Estime was going to get these opportunities that Sean Payton spoke of, and then 2 weeks later, they signed J.K. Dobbins. So life is math. I look at this math, and I go, yeah, Estime's on the bubble. Estime might be out, and Estime might be on the practice squad. There is zero guarantee for Audric Estime. Zero. I think Jaleel McLaughlin, you could put him in pen on the 53.
You think if Jaleel were to try to be stashed, he'd be poached?
Yeah,
Another
for sure.
team would take him?
Yeah, for sure. What he can do, none of the other backs really can do. Now, it's very limited in what he can do, but, I mean, what can Audric Estime do? Fumble the ball? He's not even a power back. He's supposed to be a power back, but he doesn't. You know, if he's out there running guys over, if he's your Mike Allstott, Peyton Hillis, Leroy Horde, whatever you want to say, like, if he's that type of guy, he can be, whoa.
Yeah.
Gus Edwards. If he's the Gus bus out there, he's not any of that.
See, I think they should have used this as it's a Jaleel McLaughlin / Audric Estime. One of those guys I don't think both of those guys are not making the roster. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that, yes.
And then it's still, I mean, I don't know. I guess he would have shown something. I'm intrigued by Blake Watson just because he's the former wide receiver.
Yeah, he's got to be healthy. He's got to be healthy, and he hasn't been healthy, and that's been the problem the last 2 years.
The next name on the list, it falls in line with exactly what you just said. If you're his guy, you got yourself a gig. So Adam Troutman being a bubble player, that's not the case. Sporting News is missing the boat on this one. His name, tattoo it on the roster. He's making the team.
I think Adam Troutman is more likely to be a coach than he is to be cut this year because he will be a coach. He will he will follow a path of being Sean Payton's guy, being a coach under Sean Payton. Like, that's where Adam Troutman's going. It's why, one, I like talking to him, but two, I'm always nicer to those future coaches because you just never know.
You're going to need some information
never
from them
know.
later on down the road. The article writes about Lucas Kroll, Nate Atkins, Caleb Lohner, and then Caden Prieskorn? Hope I'm saying that right.
Yeah, that's the Ole Miss kid.
Yeah.
Caught a lot of passes from Jackson Dart.
As battling for, I guess, that third spot after Adam Troutman
Atkins
and Evan Ingram.
is a pen guy. Troutman's a pen guy. Evan Ingram's a pen guy.
You think Atkins is a pen guy too?
Yeah.
If they keep Atkins and Michael Burton again, dude, unbelievable.
Well, get ready.
Unfreaking believable.
Get ready, because that's about ready what's going to happen. And they'll probably play some roster gymnastics, with like Burton, like, he's on the practice squad, and then activate him the 3 times.
They did that last year, too.
Yeah, they'll do the same thing. But Atkins, with his versatility, he's a fullback, H-back, tight end. He's got some red zone presence. So he can use like opposite play side stuff to him. So, yeah, Atkins is tight end's wrapped up.
I will actually say Atkins has some flashes where you're like, oh, damn. That might be a player there, right?
Sneaky, yeah.
Yeah. Didn't he have the first game of the year, right? That sideline catch? That was pretty badass from Nate Atkins. So that's just like, all right, Evan Ingram's the guy that's going to be running routes. Adam Troutman's going to be the guy blocking. But maybe you do go dual tight end sets with Ingram and Atkins in the red zone to give Bo a little bit more luxury.
Yeah, for sure. And then that's where Atkins can sneak out. You forget about him, and it's touchdown Broncos.
There we go. The next name on the could-be-cut list, at least names that we're watching, is Drew Sanders. This is another one where I'm like, there's no way they're going to cut Drew Sanders.
What?
He can play 2 positions, and there's still a lot of unknown for what Drew Sanders can be as an NFL player.
Why would they cut him? Like, seriously, with the upside that he's got and the
And who
fact
do you want
that-
to roll out there? Justin Stranad or let Drew Sanders try to get a shot at?
Right. Plus, you have no guarantees that Alex Singleton's going to come back at full strength and be the same player he was. You have no guarantees that Dre Greenlaw is going to deal with whatever injury he was dealing with and be out there and be available. Drew Sanders is your, all right, emergency break glass inside linebacker, and he's pretty good in that aspect, especially now that he's learning specifically inside linebacker. They're keeping him at one spot. They're not going to try to have him learn two different positions.
Well, and I was about to ask you, like, what if they need a body at OLB? But they're so deep there, that's not going to be a problem.
They're so
knock
deep.
on wood. Knock on wood.
They're so deep at edge. Like you're.
Yeah.
I think you've got to roster 6 edge players, and that's nuts.
Because the last
That's
thing,
crazy.
The last thing you want, and Drew had to do this, is like bouncing back and learning two
Right,
different positions
right.
and terminology, and then it's just screwing up his development at either of the positions.
Well, and I thought you were going to say the last thing you want is one of those edges to be stolen. Because
yeah, I don't want that
someone's
either.
going to steal Q Robinson. Someone's going to steal D'Andrea Tillman. Someone's going to steal Johnny Walker. Don't forget about Johnny Walker, undrafted kid that was the star at the Shrine Bowl. Like, they've got 6 legit edge players. You can never have too many pass rushers.
The next 3 names are on the defensive side, and I can certainly see 2 of them going, but I don't think Jaquan McMillan's going anywhere this year. I don't think you can have enough cornerbacks, defensive backs. He's still serviceable. I don't know what his future looks like,
right?
But he's under contract right now, and he's a body that you can throw out there and trust. I don't want Jaquan McMillan off of this team yet.
Yeah, he'd be the probably only one I'd kind of halfway agree with, or maybe put a pin in it.
Well,
I agree
Damari
with
Mathis is next.
Oh.
See you later,
Oh,
Damari.
yeah. That's it's
he doesn't need to be on this team.
You're moving on there. Now, is Chris Abrams-Drain ready for a larger role? But you're the 4th guy. Jahdae Barron makes you the 4th guy for Jaquan McMillan, who's a nice 3rd corner for a lot of teams. Most every team out there would want a guy like McMillan as their 3rd corner. He's the Broncos' 4th corner. Chris Abrams-Drain, who's a nice 3rd corner, is their 5th corner.
Yeah.
So you've got a crunch there. And those edges, if they keep 6 edges, which is insane, by the way, like insanity, if they do that, you might be going thin at corner.
Well,
you might be going
something's gotta
thin.
take a hit.
You have to. You might be going thin at tight end.
Yeah.
Not everyone's keeping their job. You're keeping 3 running backs. That's it. These other positions are going to be crunched because of that talent depth at edge.
The last name is PJ Locke. PJ Locke being cut, which I don't like this either. Again, was PJ probably want a bigger role than he's going to have this year with the Denver Broncos? Of course he does,
yeah.
but I don't like the idea of Devon Key or JL Skinner being the first man up if something happens to one of the 2 starting safeties.
Well,
PJ Locke is a great depth piece for Vance Joseph.
We learned last year that Devin Key you don't want starting.
No, you don't.
Kind of like Justin Sternad, although you learned quicker with Devin Key. It was immediately. It was out there, and it was hugely noticeable. With JL Skinner, it's still an unknown, but anything defensively you've seen hasn't been real great, but he's so good on special teams. And I give him a lot of credit. A lot of late-round guys would be like, why am I not playing? Why am I not starting? I'm the man? And kind of ignore special teams. JL Skinner has really taken to special teams, and I appreciate that about that young man as he continues to develop and wait for his opportunity defensively. I think we can write off Devin Key as any sort of defensive, asset.
Yeah.
I don't think we can yet do that with JL Skinner.
Okay, so those are some names that we're going to keep an eye on, and as we get to camp in about a month from now, we will be telling you, not even a month, 3 weeks, 25 days, something along those lines. We'll be out there at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. All right, we got to get back to an Avs conversation. We're now an hour and 25 minutes into NHL free agency. What's the latest with the Avalanche? What are they saving all that money for? What are they going to do today? We'll ask Jesse Montano of Guerrilla Sports that next.
He's back. After 2 seasons away, Bruce Brown is returning to the Mile High City. Will Cowboy Bruce bring the same swagger, toughness, and clutch shooting that helped the Nuggets win their first ever title? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you are 50 or older, it is recommended that you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're an adult 19 to 49 with certain underlying medical conditions like asthma, diabetes, chronic heart disease, or COPD, vaccination is also recommended. Talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protectyourself. Furnished by the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We're all feeling it. Costs are rising on everything. Gas, groceries, home repairs. And if you're a homeowner, you've probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this credit card debt? Then you second-guessed yourself because of that low mortgage rate you currently have. Listen up. That low rate, it's not saving you if you're drowning in credit card interest at 25% or more. That's the math that no one wants to face. But it's costing you thousands. Here's the truth. If you're only making minimum payments, that debt will follow you for years. That's why people are calling American Financing, because they're saving customers an average of $800 a month by using their equity to finally break free from credit card debt. You owe it to your family to see what's possible. No upfront fees, no pressure. It costs you nothing to find out what you could save every month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we go to the hotline to talk a little Avalanche with Jesse Montano of Gorilla Sports. We love checking in with Jesse. Jesse, I know it's a big day. Are you watching rookie camp, development camp? What are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm down at the practice facility. There's draft picks, prospects, camp invites all down here. So it's nice to get back at the ring before the 2 months dead of the off season hit.
Yeah, it's about to be vacation season, which is a good season for us on the other side of this, Jesse. So we appreciate the time as always, man. But you know what we want to do? Talk about where these Avalanche are. So before we talk about what they've done, what they've lost, they'll go back to Friday and they make the moves. They create cap space. What are they doing that for?
You know, the theme of last year, especially around the deadline, things like that, was depth. We need to be deeper. Everyone knows about the talent at the top of the lineup, but we need to be deeper. We want to fill out lines 3 through 4, our D pairings the way that we like. And they just felt like they couldn't quite do that to the level that they wanted to with their current cap situation. So they cleared some cap space out. There have been some rumors that have been flying around. I've tried talking to some of my folks. It does sound like the Avs are trying to get in on something maybe a little bit bigger. Chris McFarland told us the other day, this has been such a weird free agent class. So many guys have re-signed with their teams that they were with before even making it to free agent. So, Chris McFarland told us that the Avs may be more interested in going the trade route more so than going out and trying to be big spenders in free agency. So I think they were trying to clear their cap space to maybe try to get creative, to take some swings on a couple names that are around the league that they think could improve, like I said, their depth or even add some punch to their top six. So they wanted to give themselves some flexibility. It's nice they don't have to worry about a goaltender this summer. You've got that part of your lineup locked up. You got Brock Nelson signed, so you don't have to worry about your 2C. The Avs got some flexibility here to do some things over the next couple days.
All right, Jesse, I'm a dreamer, so I'm just going to say it. Is it Sidney Crosby?
I had about a 10-minute window a couple nights ago on night one of the draft. Some of those rumors were starting to go around, and I shot off a couple texts to just some folks that I know, and I had about a 10-minute window where I said, okay, hold on, is this actually happening? I don't think that's happening right now, but here's what just for the fun of it. If the Pittsburgh Penguins were to decide that was, the route they wanted to go, and they are entering into a full-on rebuild this year, I wouldn't fully rule that out, come deadline next summer, something like that. Sidney Crosby, Nathan McKinnon, they're both from Cole Harbour, Nova Scotia, small town. They're really good friends. The Avs are in a competitive window, so while I don't think Sidney Crosby is coming here right now, I'm not going to fully take that off the table for the trade deadline or down the line somewhere.
There we go. Hey, boys can dream, right, Jesse? Boys
That's
can
right.
dream.
I'm not here to kill dreams.
That's a great 10 minutes.
Remember those 10 minutes. We'll always have that.
It was.
Jesse, as far as today goes, so is the move so far been Parker Kelly 4-year extension and then the loss of Ryan Lindgren, and what does that mean for the club?
Yep. So, the Avs were engaged in talks with Ryan Lindgren kind of up till the very end. They liked what he did here. Anchoring that third pair, playing a lot next to Sam Alinsky, who they also got extended yesterday. But look, I do think that what Seattle gave Ryan Lindgren 4 years at $4.5 million a year, that was going to be a little bit too rich, not only for the Avs cap situation, but for the role that they were going to ask him to play. I like them getting Parker Kelly extended. Like I said, I don't expect them to take any crazy swings on the free agent market. The names that are just left out there don't really move the needle for you. And July 1st in the NHL is the day that teams make a lot of very expensive mistakes. So if the Habs can avoid giving out a contract that kind of make your eyes pop a bit, and can get involved in that trade market now in a situation where they've got a little bit more flexibility, you can exceed the salary cap in the off season. So if you make a trade and maybe pushes you over a bit, you got some time to work. So that's what I think the big thing to watch for is going to be today. Not necessarily are they taking the home run swing on a free agent, but it's what is Chris McFarland, Joe Sakic, what are they going to do to try to improve this team? Like I said, maybe by the way of trade. Move a contract out, bring a contract back in. I look at a guy like Ross Colton who could potentially find his name on that list. And could this maybe be the summer where we see Sam Girard moved? I'm not sure yet, but I think that's all possible options depending on what's coming back the other way. And I will say this, I haven't been able to confirm anything through my sources, with any names, but some of the other folks that I'm talking to are saying that the Avs have had their hands in a couple of, big name trade target conversations. So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that Chris McFarland is going to, like I said, swing for the fences here a bit on the trade market.
Yeah, well, all faith in Chris McFarland, that's for sure, Jesse. What about this kind of buzz about the Avs maybe have an interest in Nikolai Ehlers? And then what does that mean for Marty Netschus?
Yep. So Nikolai Ehlers, that was a name that I kind of identified early on as a player that might fit well for the Avs. Here's the issue that you're kind of running into today. Nikolai Ehlers was already coming into today as what was probably the top free agent out there. And with the names that have re-signed with their current teams, I saw a tweet earlier that said, man, by 4 p.m., Nikolai Ehlers is going to be getting fanned with palm leaves and being fed grapes by these teams because he's going to be the only, forward left out there that can move the needle at all. So I don't know, where that bidding war is going to end up with Ehlers. I do think he'd be a fun fit here. And truthfully, guys, like, you know, the Marty Netchus, when I'm talking to people saying the Avs are involved in, you know, the Avs are trying to get involved in something big on the trade market. Well, I think we talked about it, I don't know, man, you know, a month ago or whatever. That might be the name that if they really are trying to be involved on, quote, something big, I don't know, maybe you're involving Marty Netchus in that. He is officially eligible for an extension as of today. So, you know, it wouldn't kick in until next year, but I think we're going to get a good idea of where the Avs are at with Marty Netchus here over maybe, you know, just the next 24 hours, maybe all the way up to a week of, hey, how motivated are they to get that extension signed and worked out so you don't have to go into the season worrying about it. You're going to know where that dollar figure is going to be. And, hey, do we see his name pop up in any of these trade conversations that we're hearing a lot about? You know, the Avs keep things tight-lipped, but, you know, if that starts floating around out there, might be something to keep an eye on. One other thing that just to mention, you know, in terms of big-name trades, the Avs were a name that was attached to Bowen Byram, defenseman that was here in 2022. I don't know if they're necessarily still in on that, but that is something to keep an eye on. Keandre Miller from the Rangers was another defenseman that I know the Avs were in on. Well, he was moved to Carolina. So as that market dwindles, you know, the Avs are still going to be looking to bolster that back end. So maybe a name there to keep an eye on.
Hey, nothing to do with what's happening in free agency and trade market stuff, but we haven't talked to you since we knew, or at least got the new information about the CBA. How do you see that going down? Contracts changing, obviously addition of a couple of games. Really hate that they're getting rid of the e-bug situation. That's the best story and situation in sports. But what do you make of the changes?
I think most of them are good. Here's what I'll say. Let me start here. We're not getting a lockout, so that's a win. That's a win already, right?
Yeah.
So everyone who lived through 2012, 2013, or the full season lockout of 04-05, hey, we're getting a new CBA, so that's a win in and of itself. I like the vast majority of what they're doing with this new CBA. I know a lot of the public support was shrinking the season, going from 82 games maybe down to like 76, but they're eliminating 2 preseason games, tacking them onto the end of the regular season, so we'll be going to 84 games. I'm always a fan of more hockey, so you're not going to hear me complaining about that. I like the fact that you're shortening the term length. Like you said, if you're re-signing with your same team, you can now only sign a max contract of up to 7 years starting next season. If you're a free agent, the max you can sign is up to 6 years. I think that's good for the league. It's going to encourage player movement. And, you know, you're going to start to see fewer of these. You know, one player gets locked up for their entire career on 3 contracts, and that's kind of it. And, you know, I think it's going to be better for the players. They're going to make more money. I like the fact that they're getting rid of the dress code for players arriving to the rink. I think it's about time that the NHL gets caught up with that and just, you know, let these players wear what they want and let them express themselves a bit. So I think more or less it's a lot of really positive things. There's some fine print in there that, you know, maybe I wouldn't have made those exact decisions, but no, I think it's a good CBA, and I think it's something that's going to help improve the game, you know, more or less with a lot of the stuff they chose to address. And the last thing I should mention on that is the playoff loophole that's being closed. You can no longer have a player on long-term injured reserve the entire season, you know, spend all that money and then bring them back, and you end up with a team that is, you know, $18 million over the salary cap going into the playoffs. They're closing that loophole. The roster you put on the ice for a playoff game has to be cap compliant. So I don't really care either way. You know, that's, for me, it's always been one of those things where it's like, well, if there's a loophole there and you can exploit it, everyone can exploit it. So, you know, you might as well. They're closing that up, and I do think that, if nothing else, it'll end the controversy. So that's good.
Yeah, the Mark Stone rule. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. It was the Nikita Kucherov rule, then the Mark Stone rule, and now it's going away. So, yeah, like I said, no complaints from me on that.
All right, awesome stuff, man. We always appreciate you making time for us. Keep up the great work there at Gorilla, and enjoy some downtime, my man. Let's play some golf.
I will try. Yeah, let's do it. Always great chatting with you, boys. Always got time for you. Talk to you here in a bit.
All right, there he is, Jesse Montano, Gorilla Sports, getting us the latest live from a little development camp there with the Avalanche. Ross Colton, Sam Girard, still names that we should keep an eye on as Avs fans to see if this is the summer those gentlemen get moved. All right, we'll get back to some Avs talk coming up a little later on in the show. We need to check our X. In fact, we've got some good news, even better news to share about Bruce Brown, plus some additions to David Adelman's coaching staff that you need to know about, with a familiar face and name coming back to Colorado. Details next.
Will the Broncos be in the wild card race again this season?
I think you're going to look at the Chargers. I think you're going to look at Pittsburgh. Got to put Cincy in there also.
The lesson that we've learned here is that out of the wild card contenders, and there'll be 3 of them, I really like the Broncos positioning as being one of the top teams in that pool.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Whether you're upgrading your own kitchen or outfitting a flip or rental, our Denver Clearance Center is the place to shop for big 4th of July savings. Save up to 70% on top-of-the-line appliances, including premium brands like Sub-Zero, Wolf, Thermador, and more. Perfect for projects where quality matters and budget does too. Visit our Denver Clearance Center today. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you. Brandon Stokely here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokely. Offer ends July 30th.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Coetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kit Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your X.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that X.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Let's check our X. What's on our timeline that we need to know about? If
What's
there's
on your timeline?
Anything on your timeline? Yeah, tell us. Well, you can share it on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, or even better, you can send it to our Twitter accounts, at Joshua Dover, at Cecil Lammy. Hit us up there, and we'll give your handle a shout-out if your story makes the show. First up is some more good news about the addition of Bruce Brown. We know that Bruce Brown and the Nuggets are reuniting after a couple of years off, celebrating a championship and getting a big bag from Bruce Brown. He's on his way back. And Sam Amick, I believe he's with The Athletic these days. Yes, he is with The Athletic. He tweeted this last night. By the way, the Bruce Brown reunion is, per sources, on the veteran minimum deal. The Nuggets' new front office of Ben Tinzer and John Wallace is putting in work today. By the way, Sam, they put more work in this morning.
Right.
So that's
nothing
just
but work.
Even more credit to them, Cecil. I thought that Bruce Brown was going to come in here on the $5.7 million mid-level exception that they had available, but it sounds like they got old Brucey B to take about $2 million less to free up money to go and get a guy like Jonas Valanciunas, get Michael Porter Jr. off the books, and set themselves up moving forward to be underneath the cap. So it was a home run. I guess we're calling it a grand slam now.
Yeah, it's a grand slam now, and simply fantastic moves from the Denver Nuggets to be able to do all of this, and in one day. Colin Cowherd just said it on his show. Now, he's known for hyperbole.
Yeah.
But he said, if I'm to flip a coin right now, I'm picking the Denver Nuggets.
Wow.
As NBA champions. If they only get Brucey B and none of this other stuff, is he saying that? Of course not.
No, he's not.
Of course not. So, just great job. Great job from the front office. Great job from Josh Kroenke to be able to do this and totally redeem themselves after one day
and it's
of
what
working
you
the
and I've
phones.
said. You know what tastes really good today? This plate full of crow we've been eating since 10 a.m.
Yeah.
We'll gladly eat this crow, but we're also going to say how we feel when we have questions about
and we're
what's
allowed
going
to
on.
do that because if you're blowing bubbles when these moves are done, you didn't know they were going to do this.
Exactly right.
You had no idea they were going to be this good this soon. You just can't tell the truth. We have questions. Questions answered, brother. I'm on board.
Completely answered.
Let's get another parade.
Yeah, like you said, totally redeem themselves. All right, I got a couple stories for the Nuggets real quick, Cease, then I want to know what's going on your timeline, but we got to tell folks about the new coaching staff additions. Shams has the tweets out there that J.J. Barea, we told you yesterday they were interviewing with J.J., well, they got a deal done. The 2011 NBA champion has agreed to join the Denver Nuggets as an assistant coach under David Adelman. Sources tell ESPN. Barea will be on the front of the Nuggets coaching bench. They've also added, I mentioned this in the tease, a familiar face and certainly a familiar name. Mr. Billups is going to be on the Nuggets bench. Rodney Billups. Chauncey's obviously still coaching up there in Portland, and he's got a lot of respect around this league, as he freaking should, with what he's accomplished. But Rodney Billups, he's been a scout, then he was the coach at DU.
Right.
That didn't go very well. Got back into the scouting world, and now it looks like he is going to be sitting on the bench with David Adelman and the Denver Nuggets. Rodney's a smart basketball mind.
Yeah.
He knows what the hell he's looking at, and if he and David could get on the same page about developing players, the younger guys with his kind of scouting background, I think it could be a good hire of, all right, Rodney might be in charge of getting these younger guys up to speed with what David Adelman wants on his roster.
Yeah, get them up to speed and know exactly how to be on the same page. I got J.J. Barea too, right?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Yep.
So now you have a championship player along with Rodney to bring that experience, and I haven't seen a lot of basketball for this team.
Yeah.
So not only David Adelman putting together a great coaching staff to go along with what the front office is doing, you have to like just the seriousness that this entire staff is taking and this approach of it's not good enough and questions again answered. I was afraid. I talked about it yesterday. The Nuggets front office and the Nuggets themselves and even some Nuggets fans were behaving like one was enough. It's not enough. And with these coaching hires, with these moves by the front office, you can tell that one ring isn't good enough. And they're making moves not just to make Joker happy. This isn't a LeBron situation, but this is to get that man another ring.
Yep. And by the way, I'll ask Rodney. One of my basketball fights was against Rodney Billups. See if he remembers it. Inglewood Rec League about 20 years ago.
All right. Yeah.
We'll see if he remembers. Last one for me, Cecil. I know you saw it, but we got to share it. A 2025 breakup happened, and we're on I guess we're on the right end of it now.
Okay.
But Russell Westbrook unfollowed the Nuggets on Instagram and
Oh, my
Twitter.
God. Yeah.
So he's officially out. Russ, I don't have a ton of bad stuff to say about Russ. He was terrible down the stretch. I guess that's something
Wait,
terrible
I was
to
going
say.
to say, I don't even think bad to say. He was completely awful. Always.
That layup that he missed versus Minnesota will
That changed
be
everything.
the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, it changed
And that's
everything.
what led to this. Now we're here on the other end of it.
Yeah.
But for most of the season, Russ was a good Nugget. He just had a really, really bad stretch.
Yeah, and hey, I'll give a shout out to Big E. He was right. As soon as the Nuggets picked up Westbrook, he's like, it's going to fall apart at the end. This is what he does. So Russell
Freaking nailed
Westbrook
that.
is exactly what Russell Westbrook, and that's exactly who he is. We did, so we thought we were. Whatever Dennis Green quote I have to do.
Yep, that's exactly right. Cease. What's on the timeline?
Yeah, the New York Post reporting Deshaun Watson is taking Shedeur Sanders under his wing as a mentor as the Browns quarterback. And Sopranos World, I follow Sopranos World. You're a Sopranos guy.
Yeah, I am now.
It says
Thanks to
this
you.
is like when Ralphie started giving Jackie Jr. advice. So if you're a Sopranos fan, you get that. But I don't want, if I'm Dion, I step in and I'm like, don't listen to anything.
Well, I thought I had read that Dion facilitated.
Did he put it together?
Which
Why? Why?
Great question.
Why? Sir Smoke a Lot? Like, why? Like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I think that's a very bad idea. Shedeur, who already doesn't have, his media perception is not great. And now you're going to be under the wing of a guy who has the worst media reputation possibly of all time.
Yeah.
It's not a good look.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off. One more. Have you seen Caitlin Clark's shoe?
We were talking about it a little
Kobe
bit
shoe.
yesterday. I did see it yesterday.
Yeah, Kobe Player Edition shoe sold out in less than a minute.
Damn, a minute?
Yeah, less than a minute.
60 seconds and it's
60
gone.
seconds and Caitlin Clark's shoe is gone. By the way, I'll double up here. Caitlin Clark received 1.29 million All-Star votes this year. For reference, the top 30 vote getters for the 2023 All-Star Game received 1.17 million.
Wow.
In All-Star votes
She
combined.
beats him by 700,000.
30 players.
Oh my gosh.
She's the league.
And
She's the
why
league.
and why would anyone try to hurt her? You're going to go after the golden goose?
Well,
I mean, that just
what did Pac always say?
It shows your ignorance.
Jealousy and envy coming from my enemies.
That's true.
Well,
Nice.
I'm smoking on green leaves. Is that what he said? Is that
Something
the
like
next line?
Yeah, I think so. Nice memory right there.
Okay.
All right, so you heard it here. Caitlin Clark, the Tupac of the WNBA. Is that where we're going with?
She's a little badass
Yeah,
like
she
Tupac
is.
was, that's for sure.
She is. All right, that's what's on our timeline. We check our X every day at 11:45. It's one of our favorite segments of the day. We got to get into our lunch hour talking about the story of the day, and it's what the Denver Nuggets have done. We'll tell you what they did yesterday, and the addition that they made today is something that they haven't had in a handful of years. We'll tell you all about it and where they rank in the West now with these moves coming up next.
The Nuggets kicked off free agency with a bang, trading Michael Porter Jr. and a future first-round pick to Brooklyn in exchange for Cam Johnson. With a piece of their championship core now gone, can the Nuggets reload for another title run? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the soda weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with Soda Weight Loss, because right now, Soda is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with Soda Weight Loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call Soda Weight Loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before Soda, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Woo! If your name's Ben Tenzer and John Wallace, you can certainly kick it. Those guys have been on fire over the last, 12 hours? 14 hours, something
Those guys
like
just
that.
dunked on the rest of the NBA.
They did. They dunked on all of us that were doubting them. That's exactly what they've done.
Good.
And I'm glad to be dunked on, man. It's a great day in Nuggets Nation. We hope that the Avalanche can start to make some moves here. They're a couple of hours into free agency as well. But if you listen to the interview we had with Jesse Montano at 11:30, you know they're not necessarily in the free agent market because there's not that many. They may be looking to take the big swing coming up via a trade. And
yes.
we'll talk about that at 12:30, reset some of the things that Jesse told us. And that is a 12:30 conversation for you Avalanche fans. In the meantime, we're talking about the Nuggets. And the move that was made today is another outstanding move made today. They traded Dario Saric to the Sacramento Kings and in return got back big fella, Jonas Valanciunas. Jonas is a certified backup big, was a legitimate starting center in this league for a handful of years. He's now getting into his early 30s, so it limits his role a little bit. He's going to make double the money that Dario Saric was making, and he's triple the player that Dario Saric is and was for the Denver Nuggets because he didn't do anything for the Denver Nuggets. So Cecil, since 4 o'clock yesterday, and actually it started a little slow, it's like 5 o'clock yesterday, the Nuggets, Ben Tinzer and John Wallace, have gotten rid of Michael Porter Jr.'s contract. They've saved $33 million over the next 2 years. They have addressed the backup center position as of this morning, and they went out and got Bruce Brown back for the Denver Nuggets to come in and serve that six-man role. Oh, yeah, and got him on the veteran minimum as well.
Yeah, outstanding work that they've done because are they better than the team that took OKC to 7? Yes.
They are.
Yes, 1,000%. They're better. They've gotten all of their holes pretty much filled. If we look at backup big, that's done now. If we look at rim protecting, that's done now. If we look at dribble driving from the three-point line instead of just standing there all day in the corner like MPJ, that's done now. Saving money, getting that veteran leadership on the bench from Brucey B, coming back, Cowboy Bruce, a Denver Nugget once again. So I think the answer is clear cut. This team that gave OKC the toughest of any team in all of the NBA playoffs, yes, that includes your Pacers, this team, the Denver Nuggets, which took OKC to 7, are now better than that squad. And that squad that was just like kind of hanging on at the end. That squad that could have beaten OKC in 5 or 6. Took them to 7, beat up, tired, worn down. Now you don't need to do that. As the regular season goes on, because of the depth of your bench, the quality of your bench, you're going to be able to play Nikola Jokic a normal amount of minutes. Somewhere Michael Malone is confused by this, but that's awesome because we're talking playoff basketball, and playoff basketball means to have Joker as fresh as possible. These moves ensure that you can do just that.
You're exactly right. It's a home run. In fact, we said it. It's not a home run. It's a grand slam. It is what they've been able to do since 4 or 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. They've put themselves back in position to be NBA champions. They've put themselves back in the Western Conference gauntlet as one of the top-tier teams. Yeah, Oklahoma City is the reigning champion. We understand that. But you hit the nail on the head. That team that lost to OKC in 7, who knows what that looks like if Aaron Gordon's hamstring isn't jacked up the way it is.
Right.
Michael's shoulder, I get it. He's not on the team anymore, but that's still a part of the conversation.
Oh, yeah.
They are better than they were in that series. They're better in the starting lineup. They're deeper. And now they just have more weapons to throw at an SGA. Bruce can guard SGA, right? There's another piece that you can throw at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So they are a ton better. And it all goes to the credit of Ben Tinzer and John Wallace. I think Josh Kroenke deserves some credit too because got rid of Michael Porter Jr. He said, hey, we have to have some tough conversations. He said he heard Nikola Jokic loud and clear. Then he said the stupid thing about trading Nikola Jokic, and it's now all over with them redeeming themselves the way they have here today.
Yeah, that's all water under the bridge. And one of the best things that we haven't yet really discussed fully, man, 24 hours ago we were saying DeRon Holmes is an X factor. He's got to hit. This team needs him to hit. Now you can let Holmes kind of ramp up his game and learn on that bench without having to have him come through.
You know what I was terrified about DeRon Holmes' future? Is that they didn't address backup center. They asked him to be that. He's not that.
Right.
And then you get into Zeke Naji, and honestly, it was over for Dario, but something that hurt him was he was signed to be the backup big.
Right.
He's a 4, and that's what he wants to play.
Yes.
They did the same thing with Zeke, and that's why you heard some of that stuff with Calvin Booth and Michael Malone having their war with one another. But now with the addition of Valanciunas, you don't have to ask DeRon Holmes to play out of position.
No.
So it's still an unknown, and we'll see if he can be an X factor, but he gets to play his position that he knows and has played his entire life.
That's just smart basketball.
Mm-hmm.
That's just smart basketball. It's a smart way to run a thing because now with Holmes, it doesn't, we really need this guy to hit. We really need him to hit and play a little bit of 5. Now you don't need that. Now, if he does hit, that's great. As I've mentioned, he's the X factor for the Denver Nuggets this year. But even if DaRon Holmes, God forbid, has to miss another year, you're still fine. You're still a championship contender. And now you've got Holmes back. He can actually play and get out there and develop at a normal pace. You don't have to microwave any development because you're so desperate for talent and in need for points scored and for minutes played. You don't really need that now. He's total icing on the cake. DaRon Holmes, who could end up being a player in this league, is icing on the cake for this team.
He's their draft pick from this year.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he didn't have any, and he missed the entire year.
Yeah.
He's going to play in Summer League. By the way, Summer League's a couple of weeks away, so we're going to get to see DaRon Holmes much sooner rather than later, and if he can be that missing link, at least like the stretch 4, that you think about what the bench is going to look like, and if it is DaRon Holmes playing that stretch 4, man, you can isolate and just let Bruce Brown go to work, but you can also have a guy like Jalen Pickett dribbling, penetrating, high pick and rolls with Giannis Valanciunas, DaRon Holmes and Julian Strawther stretching it out in the corners. I know Julian likes that break a little bit, the elbow spot,
right.
But you are going to have space for Jalen and Big Fella to operate in the paint while you got shooters outside.
Shooters on the outside that are willing to take that shot, that are looking forward and being not necessarily anxious in a bad way, but looking forward to dropping it in the bucket from the arc. And then the question becomes, what are you doing with Peyton Watson, right? Do the Nuggets have any more moves? You've mentioned getting rid of Zeke Naji there. I'm not going to get greedy. They've done so much now in a day.
At this point, they don't really have to do anything else.
Right. They don't have to do anything else. But is their phones ringing? I mean, it's clear. John Wallace out there like Marcellus Wallace. He's got all the connections, right? He's on the phone.
What does John Wallace look like?
They speak English and what? So out there with Wallace and those relationships that he's harvested, maybe someone's calling about Peyton Watson. Maybe somebody's calling about Zeke Naji. I mean, it's immediately clear how bad Calvin Booth was at his job.
Yeah, dude.
Immediately clear.
Yeah.
This is 24 hours, less than 24 hours. This team has gone from they'll make the playoffs but get bounced to real championship contenders, and only OKC in the entire West. The Thunder are the only team you can look at and say, I don't know if they could beat them in 7.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to take them to 7, and then we'll see.
Dude, going back to your Peyton Watson point, think about it now. Your bench is Jalen Pickett, Julian Strawther, Bruce Brown, DaRon Holmes, Valanciunas. Peyton Watson went from being like the 7th man in some games coming off the bench to he's probably completely out of the rotation. Because I know he brings a defensive skill, but so does Bruce Brown. So does Valanciunas.
Right.
Let's see what DaRon Holmes, can he just simply shuffle his feet and stay in front of somebody? I think that he can. Julian Strawther has some room to grow. Jalen Pickett's a little undersized. And
right.
That might be something that gets used against him. But you still have 2 solid defenders and an unknown in DaRon Holmes, and the rest of those guys have offensive ability. Peyton Watson lacks that and will never have it. So why would he be? Now, I'm with you. It's not a pressing issue to trade Peyton Watson or Zeke Naji, but neither of them have a role on this team anymore.
Well, what I love is it creates a sense of competition and also the chemistry, because there was a clear you're a Malone guy or you're a Booth guy. Now you're just a Denver Nugget. You cannot rely, and I'm not saying that Peyton Watson did this, but if you have any information that says opposite of that, please let everybody know. I don't think Watson rested on his laurel because he was a Booth guy. I don't think he took it easy or didn't work on his game as much. I don't think any of that is in the conversation. But now any possibility of someone being like, "Wow, the GM's my guy," that's eliminated. Everyone is on notice. Yes, including Jamal Murray. I don't know if he knows it. He's got to get his forks up from that buffet that he must be sitting at right now. Mm-hmm. But if he does learn that, every single piece of this Nuggets team is all about competition. Everyone's going to be competing. And that bench, those spots are going to be, it's a gladiator-style competition.
And wouldn't you want it that way?
Yes.
It's exactly what you would want it to be.
These
guys nothing should be handed out. I will say for the Peyton Watson thing, I don't think he was comfortable with what he was doing. But I think there was a point, and it's probably from what he's being fed from upstairs, where he thought he was a bigger piece of this team than he actually is.
Yes.
And then you saw that with the Aaron Gordon and ignoring him a little bit of AG is that real
How do
piece.
you ignore AG?
AG is what Peyton Watson thinks he is. Or I don't know where he is now that Calvin and Russ are gone. But
yeah,
that's what he thought he was. And I think these moves are a harsh slap of reality in the face of Peyton Watson that you ain't it, my man.
Mm-hmm. The Martin Lawrence line, somebody else got your time.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, somebody else got your time.
That's exactly
Peyton Watson, but now it breeds competition. What are you going to do? You going to sit around and you're going to cry about it, or are you going to compete?
Yeah.
And I imagine Peyton Watson will compete. So
he'll compete.
Let's put a pin in that and see how that looks for this bench going forward. But you've created this air of competition because point blank period, you should have beaten OKC. Even with AG banged up, even with MPJ and a diaper on his shoulder, you should have beaten the Thunder. You should have perhaps hoisted another banner at Ball Arena. You didn't. That letdown, you could have a hangover from that. Teams, and well, I hate to say it, might be happening with Indiana. I mean, you just peak.
It's over in
right?
Indiana, yeah.
You peak and then it's over and you never get back. And you always remember that one time? This loss to OKC could have just crippled this team going forward. Minnesota 2 years ago could have crippled this team, this front office. What do? We can't beat Minnesota. Man, OKC, I mean, they're young. They got the depth. What are we going to do? I give you John Wallace.
Yeah.
I give you Ben Tenzer. Great job, gentlemen. You have absolutely crushed it out of the park.
Someone just sent us, I wish you put your name on here because it's a great GIF. You got to say to yourself, John Wallace was right.
That's very true. That's very
Great
true.
Text on the RamosLaw.com text line. A couple people are asking, hey, I thought you guys talked about matching salaries and that had to work. It does if you're doing a deal with two teams in the similar aprons. And what I had told people is there's a lot of NBA teams that live in that same apron right over the first, just under the second that the Denver Nuggets were until yesterday, and Ben Tenzer and John Wallace working their magic. But they found the perfect partner. That's what this Nets thing, Cecil, I went and looked at it because I almost with the Kings thing. I thought the same thing here. Like, hey, why would you do that? It works out great for us, but why would you be willing to do that?
Right.
Well, the Brooklyn Nets are in a full-on rebuild.
Yes.
They had, there's only 60 draft picks, and somehow they had 75 in this last draft last week. So they're all young. Young roster means young contracts, means you're not matching
You got to spend up
the floor. And in the NBA, if you don't match the floor, you have to do bonuses. And that's the last thing NBA owners want to do. Ask Stan about that one. So that's what the Nets are doing. They're getting rid of a player that they like. He was kind of their piece there, bringing back salary because they have to get to a floor.
Right.
That's why the Nets and the Nuggets were able to do a deal.
So what a fantastic way to look at it if you're this Nuggets front office again with Ben Tenzer and John Wallace. And we remember back to the Kevin Durant deal.
What one?
Cam Johnson with Brooklyn.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Cam was a big piece of that.
Yeah.
In terms of no, KD, whatever, but we want that guy. So, offensively, what is he going to be tasked with doing? If he drops it in for 16, 18 a night, that's fine. I think that's fair. And it's the consistency with which Cam Johnson plays that makes it better than MPJ. MPJ was more available. But
that's it.
If you're available and you're dropping 3 points a game, if you're available and a diaper's on your shoulder and you're dropping 8 points a game, I don't care. It's about the consistency. With Cam Johnson, it's a consistent effort every time. He's going to miss 20 games, period. He's going to miss 20 games. But when he's out there for that 62, it's going to be 16, 18 a game. Defensively, the effort's going to be there. I think rebounding MPJ would give up, would be a better rebounder than Cam Johnson.
Too,
So
not by a ton, but
not by a ton, but just a little bit. There's going to be a little difference there. But defensively, the effort is better. 3-point shooting is just as good, in my opinion. And the dribble drive, the penetration ability that Johnson brings to the court, these are all just hit after hit after hit for the Nuggets.
Yep. And
they found the perfect deal.
They did. And you're right. That's a kudos to John Wallace and really Ben Tenzer on this one because Ben is going through, at least like I do. I'm going through, I told you, I spend my downtime going on Spot Rack and looking at team payroll and trying to figure out how I can get the Nuggets better. That's exactly what they did. And they're better at it than I am. And found the perfect partner because the Nets needed to spend money. They wanted to get a player off of the books.
Yeah.
And now they've got that with Michael Porter Jr.
You know what we need to call Cam Johnson? Does Cam Johnson have a nickname?
Oh, does he have a nickname?
Because I have a nickname for him right now.
What is it?
You know how Mike Evans coined PFM?
Yeah.
When PFM was added by the Denver Broncos, it was the greatest day in Kevin Costner's life.
Yeah, it was.
I have a nickname because if John Wallace is like Marcellus Wallace, Oh, you calling him the Wolf?
Oh, we're calling him the Wolf.
Cam Johnson is the
I
Wolf.
like that.
He's the Wolf.
I'm on Basketball Reference where they list
nicknames. Yeah.
And all he has is Cam, which isn't a nickname. It's just his name.
It's his name.
Short.
Yeah. No. He's the Wolf.
So the Wolf.
Yeah.
I like that.
Because then
the Wolf.
You call up Marcellus Wallace,
Yeah.
this case John Wallace, you'd be like, oh, you feel better, blankety blanker?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we do feel better because the Wolf, Cam Johnson, is here in Denver.
Yeah.
We'll do Pulp Fiction references all day.
The Wolf.
Until Speedback tells me to stop. We'll do it all day.
He was the cleanup guy, right?
He was Winston Wolf.
Yeah.
He's the cleanup guy. Makes it better.
Okay.
Say pretty please with blanket sugar on it.
What a great scene.
Yes. So the Wolf is here. Johnson is here to fix things. The exact perfect player, the perfect situation. They found the target.
It's like we've said. We started saying it was a home run. It's actually a grand slam. It's not an A. It's an A++.
Right.
Like you got every test. You got every answer on the test right.
Right.
And every answer on your extra credit assignment right as well.
This is Ralphie from Christmas Story when he has that dream about his teacher.
Yeah,
A plus. Fantastic job. I mean, just simply amazing that they were able to pull this off. And that's just the Cam deal.
Yeah. And that's not adding Bruce Brown or getting Dario Saric off the books and bringing back in a legitimate center. Cecil, they have not had a legitimate backup center, and I know there'll be people that argue against this since Mason Plumlee was here.
Right.
And people didn't like what Mason Plumlee brought to the table, too. Now this is an upgrade over Mason.
Yes.
It might be the best center combo that Joker's had his entire NBA career. He can't score like Nikola because nobody can. He can't pass like Nikola because nobody can. But he can finish. He actually, for a big fella, Jonas got this like little soft touch in the paint where it sounds weird to call it a floater because he's 7'2", but it's like a floater that he has because he has like this little soft touch for a big fella that's just so unique.
And he's got that presence and that size, and you actually have a rim protector now. You can't just dribble drive and attack the basket against the Denver Nuggets when Nikola Jokic, when Nikola's out there, you dribble drive anyway.
Yeah.
But now if he's not out there, you can't do that. If Watson's on the court at the same time, you've got two rim protectors out there if you're the Denver Nuggets. Again, just perfect move after perfect move. And the Bruce Brown thing, it's not just fan favorite, Cowboy Bruce, he's back, he loves Denver, whatever. This is exactly the type of veteran leadership that you need on that bench. And this is what, back to the Russell Westbrook thing, he just doesn't have it. It's not him. He's the selfish guy. He's the me guy. Brucey B, it's all about everybody else. It's all about the team. It's his team effort. He can guard 1 through 5. You kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
Like little Brucey B, that move is a home run move as well.
Everybody's going to think I named my dog after Bruce Brown now. I'm going to get him a little Bruce Brown jersey, too. Put it on him, walk around the neighborhood.
Nice.
See if people know what's up.
You named your wiener dog after Brucey B.
I did. Yeah,
there you
guess
go.
So. I guess that's where we're at.
You can always claim that, right? Why did you name him Bruce?
I just thought the name was cool.
Oh, okay.
It was that or like, what was the one? Gunther, I think, was in the mix, too.
Gunther?
Yeah. I think he's from Friends, the coffee shop guy from Friends.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, Bruce is better. Bruce is better. He's Bruce now.
Yeah. Bruce is with us. But at my house and on the hardwood. A couple texts. One of our texters saying the apron thing is so dumb. It's so hard to follow and confusing.
Yeah.
Agree, 100%.
Yeah.
It's really stupid that the NBA punishes teams that are willing to spend their money.
Well, I heard our guy, Zach By. Is our pizza here yet? Zach say.
Thumbs up. Let's go.
It's like a curriculum. Like understanding the NBA and the apron, it's like another thing you got to learn. I don't want to have to go back to school, baby.
Mm-mm.
It's been too long. But
I didn't want to go to school the first time around.
The apron stuff is ridiculous.
Yeah. And then that same texter wrote, when you said the day that Peyton Manning became a Bronco, it was the day Kevin became a Broncos fan. That's what the texter said. Kev, that's what they're saying.
That's wrong. That's wrong. I've always been a Broncos fan.
All right. Well, they're having some fun with it right there. The other thing I wanted to do real quick, Cecil, is just kind of look around. And you mentioned Houston. They added Kevin Durant. Obviously, we knew about that one a couple of weeks ago. They still, Dorian Finney-Smith from the Lakers. That's a big deal for Houston. And they get back big fella Clint Capella. But as we said, they're still young. I know KD's got the veteran experience there, but is he going to be enough to drag everybody through the bumps and bruises that it takes in an NBA playoff run? I don't think so.
I still think they're like a year away. Even with KD there, they still need those scars in the NBA like OKC did a year ago.
And it may be something where, like, hey, you learn and you take those bumps and bruises with Kevin, and then you are done with Kevin. That's when you get over the mountaintop. Minnesota kept Naz Reid, re-up with Julius Randle, loses Nickeil Alexander-Walker to the Hawks.
Boy, they re-up with Julius Randle, huh?
Yeah.
They love disappointment in Minnesota.
And they gave him $100 million to do so there. So, Tim Conley, what are you thinking there?
Tim.
OKC's just simply running it back, and they're going to be a problem. The Clippers added Brook Lopez, but he's 40-something years old. That's not a big deal. Dallas did get Cooper Flagg. They add D'Angelo Russell to kind of fill that void while Kyrie's out. But Kyrie's not coming back until, March,
April, something like
or
that.
something like
and
that.
when will he really be by himself? When will he get his legs underneath him?
That's a great question. The Warriors lose Kevon Looney. Memphis lost Desmond Bane. Add Ty Jerome and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. But, I don't think Ja Morant's in the right headspace, and I don't know that he ever will be. So
no.
I look at...
They're unserious. Memphis is unserious as a contender.
Agreed. Houston will be a problem.
Yes.
OKC's still OKC.
Oh, yeah.
But then it's Denver. And I'd put Denver above Houston right now.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. It's that championship medal that we saw in the playoffs last year from this team that almost won it against OKC, and it should have been 6. But still, they have championship medal. Houston doesn't have that. Even with KD, they don't have that yet. So it is the Denver Nuggets, and I think, Colin Cowherd, right? Saying if you had to flip a coin today, there'd be one team that he chose as NBA champion.
Here's what Colin had to say.
If I had to flip a coin today and say who wins the NBA championship next season, I would say Denver. I mean, this is a team. This is a team with no bench, was completely overwhelmingly, because Michael Porter was so inconsistent and they couldn't shoot threes. They were basically, it was Jokic, Gordon against OKC, and they took them 7. And they took them 7. So I love what they did. I think, listen, I like Malone. He runs hot. They moved off him. But I think this makes Denver really good. It's exactly what they needed. And this is a guy that doesn't need much. Give me a stage. Give me a microphone. I'll get you open. Hit threes. We're good.
Colin, feeling it for the Denver Nuggets. I think there's a lot of people, certainly in this market, but nationally, that are looking at it the same way. And like I said, ESPN probably won't give you that.
No, they won't give that.
There's not a purple and gold jersey to be talked about.
Right.
But they made the biggest splash. They are a team to be reckoned with.
No, the ESPN, they're just going to be talking about Lakers and Knicks.
Yeah.
That's all they're going to be talking about. So Cowherd, I think he sounded a little sick there. Sounded like his voice was a little stressed.
Maybe he's hanging out with Sean.
Maybe. Smoking them cigars.
Action, yeah.
That's right.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. What was it? Around the World? Remember when he did that segment when he was on ESPN? Because I would be on with Colin as the Broncos reporter the ESPN Denver days. He definitely sounded sick.
So he would just check in with different markets?
Yeah. So he'd go around the world, and it would be like different markets, different, usually other hosts from other cities.
Yeah.
So.
All right, well, the Nuggets are back, man. They are back in this. Dude, Brad from Inglewood sent us the gift from The Longest Yard. Remember the little dude? Yeah, it's Bruce's time to shine, baby. When he comes in as running, or he's quarterback, right?
And let us know, Nuggets Nation and the Tribe, right here, the greatest listeners in all of Denver, the Tribe. You are all part of the Tribe. You're listening to my voice right now. Let us know if you like the nickname The Wolf for Cam Johnson. Because if John Wallace is Marcellus Wallace, he called in the Wolf. And the Wolf is Cam Johnson.
Well, I like the name. I like it a lot because then we get to play with Pulp Fiction quotes and gifts and stuff like that on the text line. So I'm in. Are you guys in out there on in the Tribe? All right. I mentioned getting into the Avs conversation. They are now 2 hours and 25 minutes into free agency, but there's not many moves to make. What have they done, and what did they make all that room for? On Friday, we'll have that conversation next.
He's back. After 2 seasons away, Bruce Brown is returning to the Mile High City. Will Cowboy Bruce bring the same swagger, toughness, and clutch shooting that helped the Nuggets win their first ever title? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but not true, I say. Hey everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane. So we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk, they put free groceries for the week in your trunk, and they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window, and this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303 Law 4040.
Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Evie here at Foundation Kia, where Colorado goes to catch a ride. Cruise for free with a $1,000 gas card when you purchase the all-new Kia Sportage. We fill your tank. You drive.
Gas model only. Excludes taxes, title, license, additional options, retailer charges, and dealer and handling. Must take delivery from retail stock by July 31st, 2025. Offers over July 31st, 2025.
Catch a ride at FoundationKia.com.
Evie and Auto. Always know where to go.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Co-Etzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Mattress Firm's July 4th sale is your chance to reclaim your restless nights and upgrade to a premium mattress. Get matched. Sleep at night.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It is a new day. It's NHL free agency day. As the NBA started yesterday, the NHL started at 10 a.m. this morning, and the Colorado Avalanche, well, they've made a couple moves today, Cecil, but they haven't made a big splash because there's not really a big splash to be made for any NHL team that's not just re-upping with one of their own free agents. The things that they've done today is signed Parker Kelly to a 4-year contract extension. That's not going to kick in until next year.
Right.
I am seeing they signed a forward TJ Tyen, Jack Aitchen, hope I'm saying that right, to 1-year contracts as well. Second stint coming around for Tyen, who is 33 years old. And then on the other end of this is a 28-year-old who's played in 69 contests with the Eagles, an AHL guy. Again, that's just depth pieces. Not sure what it means for the actual roster, if anything at all. Did see him lose Ryan Lindgren, who takes his talents to Seattle.
The Kraken.
Those damn Kraken stealing an Avs player, which is never ideal. But they have a bunch of money. We had not a bunch, but they have money to spend. We had a conversation with Jesse Montano of Guerrilla Sports, asked him where some of that money's going to go. And he said, look, there's not a big name out there to go get and spend the money on, so maybe it's making room for a trade to be done. The Sidney Crosby thing just doesn't seem like it's happening right now,
right,
although everybody would want that. He said it's something they're going to keep an eye on. Could be looking at Ross Colton and Samuel Girard as the assets for the Avalanche.
Yeah, and he also mentioned that Marty Netschus might be on the move as well, so haven't even barely gotten started with the Colorado Avalanche. So don't look for the moves in free agency, look for them in trades. And we were just talking off air about Chris McFarland. He's never done. He's never done.
No, he's not.
What you could do now via trade, they're not going to sit on their hands even after they make these moves. So you applaud that because you know that Chris McFarland feels the pressure to win. You have a window with Nate, and outside of one time, you're getting bounced and making it to the second round. That's it. One time you did it, you went past that, you won Lord Stanley's Cup. Do it again with Nate, and then, in fact, do it after that as well. So Chris McFarland responding to that pressure by manipulating and maneuvering with these trades. So we'll see what he has in store for us.
We both have said it time and time again, hey, the Nuggets absolutely have to make a major change or nothing changes down there as far as end-of-season results.
Done that.
Even the way that the Avalanche season ended, I don't know that anybody felt like major change. Obviously, Mikko was traded. That was the major change.
Right.
And I don't even know. I'm biased, too, because I'm just so down on Marty Netschus. Would him being traded be a major change? Because he's still kind of the new guy.
No, it's not a major change. I mean, they're just kind of tweaking the roster here, and that's all they really need. And you mentioned the way the season ended. The way it ended for the Denver Nuggets, you're going, okay, they lose to OKC. They take him to 7. They're the toughest team that OKC played in the playoffs. With Dallas, you just go, oh, that's DeBoers, and it's Mikko with lightning in a bottle. That whole series was just weird. It was just odd in the way that it happened, and it just happened to be the puck bounces a little differently, and it didn't bounce your way.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, not that you're giving last year a mulligan. Last year sucked. The way it went out and everyone dunking on him because the Mikko thing, like, last year sucked. But it's not keeping him down, Chris McFarland, or when we see him back out there coaching, Jared Bednar either. So you have confidence there that this team can be close to a Stanley Cup championship again.
Well, and what we were talking about off air is exactly that. It's Ball Arena has, those teams have the same thing. Now, David Adelman's not getting fired at the end of this first year if they don't win the NBA championship. John Wallace and Ben Tinzer are not getting fired at the end of the year. But the Avalanche, they're where the Nuggets were last year. Now, and I don't think that Chris McFarland and Jared Bednar hate each other the way that Calvin Booth and Michael Malone hated each other. But it is minimum is getting to the Western Conference Final, and I don't even know if that's enough for them to save their jobs if they don't get there.
I think it's getting to the Stanley Cup play. I agree. The final.
I agree.
Like, you have to get to the final, and then we'll see.
And, like, if you get your ass beat, we're still having a conversation.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I like that pressure. I like the pressure to perform because it relies and it shows the intent of your franchise. The intent of the Colorado Avalanche isn't just to be good. The intent of the franchise isn't just to make the playoffs, make some noise. The intent is to win another Stanley Cup. And I love seeing that from them. And we know that the pressure's on this year for them to perform. We're going to see what kind of trade is. The free agent market, not that it's totally dried up, but, it's something that you go ahead and just keep Parker Kelly on that 4-year deal. You're keeping some of your own guys, not really going to pursue free agency, it looks like. So we're just kind of waiting for breaking news for the Avs.
This just popped in my head, and I don't want this to be like oh, hey, this is coming, but you do also, and I guess it's who is he now with a second surgery. I was going to say, oh, you're going to get Logan O'Connor back at some point in Christmas. That's like adding a player, but I don't know how much. Should we really be banking on Logan O'Connor's second hip surgery?
You're a young guy with hip
seasons?
problems.
Yeah.
You
probably can't hang your hat on Logan O'Connor's performance.
Yeah, it's not great, Bob. And he may start the season on LTIR. I think he kind of has to, based on this hip problem that is a problem. You don't want to further that problem. So let him sit, let him rest, LTIR'd up, and then see where he's at in his recovery.
One of our texters, you didn't put your name on it or else we'd give you a shout out, but the 303-345 text in says, you guys are crazy for wanting to get rid of Netchus. You should want to extend him right now. Look, I told you when you called me out, like I was all up in my feelings about Mikko being traded, and you said, give Marty a chance and see what he does. I did. He was great for the regular season.
Yeah, regular season.
And then absolutely a no-show and a disappearing act, which we also learned is a part of his history as a non-playoff performer. That's why I'm talking about Marty Netchus here today. And look, if Marty Netchus wants to make this easy for Chris McFarland and go, you know what? I'll sign your 4 or 5 year deal, whatever, for the money that you want it. Great. Sign him. Get it done. That's not the case. Marty's looking for a big payday. Marty's looking for that 6-7 year term that they can now give players, and that's where I'm out on Marty Netchus.
Yeah, and that's where Marty, lack of performing in the playoffs historically come back to kind of bite him here. And that's why we're saying look to trade Marty Netchus if you can find the right partner out there. Because it's not – Kale disappeared in the postseason. Val, outside of a goal, disappeared in the playoffs, again, against Dallas. Okay, Marty's done this consistently throughout his career.
Kale can point to a Conn Smythe and go, remember when I didn't disappear? Val can point to a Stanley Cup and go, remember when I didn't disappear?
Right.
Marty goes, hey, in Carolina, I disappeared.
I did that too.
Yeah. I was telling you, man, when someone shows you who they are, you should believe them.
Yes.
And I'm choosing to believe Marty Netchus when he has shown me who he is.
What's the old saying, the way you do one thing is the way you do everything?
Yep.
Well, the way he does it is he's really good in the regular season and he disappears in the postseason. I think with the pressure that's on this team, you can't afford that. You can't have that. Regular season is fine. They're going to be, great and the record, whatever seeding they get in the stupid way the NHL does their playoff format, whatever. They're going to be in the playoffs. You have to think ahead. And when you think ahead in the playoffs and you go, Marty Netchus is going to disappear again, you can't afford that with the pressure that's on this team to win the cup.
One of your top 6 guys not being there? That doesn't work. Can't work. Won't work. So, again, sign a team-friendly deal. I'm all for Marty being around because it's not going to break the bank. The second we get into breaking the bank conversations, I'm out.
Bye, Felicia.
Yeah, see you later. Cool text right here, man. From the RamosLaw.com text line. We always say it, man. We love the tribe so much. You guys make our day better, and it's our job to make your day better. You're doing it for us. But how about this one? Nick out in Lone Tree says, listening to you guys while I wait for my lady to get out of gallbladder surgery.
Whoa.
Thanks for keeping my mind clear today. Listening to you guys. Thanks for being so awesome. Nah, Nick,
rock and roll.
Are the awesome one, man. Taking care of your lady. Stepping up like a fella should be as well for your lady and her surgery. We hope she's okay. We hope you continue to have a kick-ass day, and we appreciate you for being a part of the tribe. That's always scary, taking someone else to a surgery.
Yeah.
You're like, it's not my body, but what's going to happen in there?
Right.
You know?
Yeah. No, good job, Nick.
Yeah, Nick, nice work.
Now I'm thinking of Kevin with a nurse.
Oh.
Have you met Kevin?
Have you met Kevin?
So, Nick, you can do some groundwork for us.
Oh, that's right.
Your lady's having surgery. If there happens to be a lady nurse that, think Kevin in the 30s, Kev's he'll go a little up, he'll go a little down, whatever.
I want Kevin to date like a 55-year-old woman that's already got her life established. Kids are out of the house. She has expendable money. She only wants him around 50% of the time.
Yeah.
Kevin, that's living, my man.
Is the Lakers owner, what's her name?
Jeannie Buss?
Yeah, is she available?
She with Jay Moore.
Yeah.
Is she with Jay Moore?
She with BK's best friend, Jay Moore.
I met Jay Moore, too, in that studio.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he came in one time.
Yeah.
I met him at Broncos practice when he was smoking weed in the bathroom.
He was.
Yeah, that was Jay Moore.
Okay.
All right, let's continue talking a little bit about some foosball. I got a couple of stories, Cecil, that I want to talk about in the NFL. And it starts with where the Broncos are with some of these offseason ranking lists. Did they do the D-line wrong? How about the linebacker group? We'll answer that next.
Will the Broncos be in the wild card race again this season?
I think you're going to look at the Chargers. I think you're going to look at Pittsburgh. Got to put Cincy in there also.
The lesson that we've learned here is that out of the wild card contenders, and there'll be 3 of them, I really like the Broncos positioning as being one of the top teams in that pool.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
on here, dude?
We got the Jonas Brothers for our new Denver Nuggets.
Yes. He's a Joe, bro.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Next time the Jonas Brothers come to town, he's got to go up on stage
I
and
agree.
sing.
I
like
thought
it.
they sang like "I Love You, Girl" or whatever kind of music. Is that what this is?
No, there's a I'm a sucker for you.
Oh, okay. Oh, I know this.
Yeah.
How
This is
does
like
Kevin know all the Jonas Brothers?
Big fan.
Okay.
Never seen them, but hey, this still works.
That's a concert you should go to.
Yeah. All the girls are my age.
Yeah, and it'll be nothing but girls
That's a good point.
at the
No,
concert.
he needs to go to like Guns N' Roses or Metallica or
Yeah,
some with the
yeah.
older ladies. You need the sugar mama, Kev. You're at that point.
Well, I just missed Metallica.
She takes care of everything. You take care of her.
Yep.
Okay.
And she gives you like an allowance. You get to go and hang out with your friends at different spots. Insert Cecil and I.
She doesn't want you around all the time.
Exactly.
Yes.
I like this.
Yeah.
I need to find is the Chief's daughter available?
You're looking for the Hunt family?
The one Drew Lock dated and is no longer with.
I really like that you started at Genie Bus and now you're down at the Hunt family.
Oh, I'm going to go through all 32 NFL teams and then all 30 NBA.
Yeah. What's Brittany Boland doing these days? Is she available?
I'm available. Annabelle, any of them?
Well, she's a little bit older than what we were thinking, but stop.
What?
She's
trying to find
she's
love.
looking for love. man.
Okay, all right. I'm not against that, Kev. I'm not against that.
Bachelor billionaire.
You just gave them an idea.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Instead of roses, is like, will he accept this Bentley? Yup.
It's their personal Bitcoin or whatever. They hand it out. All right. Yeah, we are continuing our love search for Kevin Kistner. So if you are an elderly woman with expendable money and free time, hit us up. 303-713-1043. I do want to talk
strangely specific.
I do want to talk a little bit about a couple lists that I saw.
List Radio,
List
top 5
time.
reasons why John Elway kicks ass.
Yeah, that's right. It is July. So here we are. Pro Football Focus. They've been doing it for about a month now. Positions, teams, breakdowns,
right,
and ranking things. Well, they've got to the defensive line. And where do the Denver Broncos rank? Well, they're top 10. But should they be a little bit closer to the top 3, top 5 than where they are at number 8? You find the Broncos at number 8, and PFF writes that the Broncos' defensive line might be the deepest in the league, with 7 players ranking among the top 50 at their respective positions. Denver's defense generated pressures on a league-leading 40.7% of the plays without blitzing, showing what this defensive line is capable. So those are really great things they just said about the Denver Broncos.
Yes.
Why are they number 8?
Yeah, why would they be number 8 when they have all of that talent up front on the defensive line and they're only getting better? Savion Jones, everybody. That's a rookie that doesn't get enough talk because we talk about Jahdae Barron or we talk about R.J. Harvey, we talk about Pat Bryant, we talk about Q Robinson. We can't forget Savion Jones. This is an outstanding player and a great value for the Denver Broncos, and that's the rookie that's not going to play. You have Malcolm Roach and JFM, and you have Zach Allen. 40 quarterback hits. 2 guys have done it at defensive tackle position. One name's Aaron Donald.
He's pretty good.
The other name's Zach Allen.
Yeah.
I think they need to put more respect on the Broncos' defensive line's name.
Well, dude, even in front of him is the Cleveland Browns, and the reason they write it is because of Myles Garrett, and then they have a whole paragraph about the addition of Mason Graham. He hasn't done anything at the NFL level.
And in fact...
And their point about the Broncos is 7 players ranking in the top 50, but they have the Browns ahead of them because of one known and an unknown commodity.
Well, and I'll say this, and it makes me a little bit nervous because I had mentioned Mason Graham as the 4th best player in this draft class.
Yeah, you were high on him.
And the early reports from Cleveland, I'm sure you're keeping up on all things Cleveland football.
Yeah.
It's this.
I have Mary Kay Cabot.
Cabot?
I have tweet notifications on for her.
Okay, there you go. She's the only one. He is maybe a little bit more like Jamal Murray than they want.
Oh, really?
Mason Graham maybe a little rounder, little out of breath.
Oh,
right?
really?
Right. What did Shaq say on Shaq Diesel? Can't breathe, running out of breath. Yeah, that's the early reports on Mason Graham, and I hate it because I love Mason Graham's game. But those are kind of the early buzz is like, oh, that rookie is, needs to get in NFL shape. We'll see if he does. He'll be outstanding. But there's no way Miles Garrett, and then a rookie who might be out of shape is better than what the Broncos can throw at you. Like, no way at all.
They have Detroit there, and we know what Aiden Hutchinson is. That's a pretty solid defensive line.
Is he healthy?
He's supposed to be. But then they have the Bills at 5. And their first sentence about the Bills. The Bills unit might lack a true star. And they're number 5 on this list. Is that just the love affair with the Buffalo Bills that it seems every national outlet has?
I'm surprised they didn't bring up Josh Allen in that take. Well, I mean, they play opposite of Josh Allen, and he's amazing. Yeah, that's terrible. Buffalo should not be it's a terrible list. PFF, right?
PFF has it, yeah.
Sorry, PFF.
Houston Texans, number 4. They do have a really, really good defensive line.
Yes.
The Giants in at number 3, adding an Abdul Carter. That's pretty solid as well. But again, it's unknown pieces. The Philadelphia Eagles, we know that's known. And then they have the Pittsburgh Steelers in here at number 1. Now, what if TJ Watt's not around? That certainly changes the way things look.
Right.
So TJ Watt's that dominant. Oh, Cam Hayward too. Can't disrespect Cam Hayward. He's a damn stud.
Right.
I don't think 1, 2. Maybe New York and Houston you flip flop a little bit, but I don't have a real big problem with them being where they're at.
Okay.
The Texans have a damn good defensive line too.
Yes, they have a damn good defensive line. So okay, the Broncos are 3rd, 4th, whatever. They're not 8.
They're at least up 4 spots to get to number 4.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Yep. PFF, you totally butchered this one.
Another mistake again.
Screwed it up again. Tomorrow at this time, we'll do the same exercise with linebackers and see where the Broncos ranked, which is going to be interesting because there's quite a bit of unknown with that linebacker group just because of injuries and how they respond. That'll be tomorrow at 12:45. Another quick story here. I don't think this is a big surprise, but you see George Kittle. He loves WWF or WWE, whatever it is now, and said that's his retirement plan. He is going to be a WWE wrestler. So Cecil, is he a good guy? Is he a bad guy? And when did you stop wanting to be a professional wrestler? Because I assume every male at some point in their life dreamt of being a professional wrestler.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you hit puberty, basically, and you're like, girls!
Yeah.
Although I did ask Kim Elder to marry me when I was a kindergartner, and she was a senior in high school, so,
nice.
I had that. So.
And you hit her with a Stone Cold Stunner after?
I was never one of those guys who's like, yeah, when I was little, I didn't really like girls until I was a teenager. Like, no, I was ladies. Yes. Mm-hmm. That's right.
It was quick.
I don't want to get in trouble with anyone that comes on the air after us about what I think of wrestling as an adult, but it's fine. It's fine. I watched the Hulk Hogan cartoon. It was great.
Cartoon?
Yeah, he had a cartoon in the 80s.
Oh, I thought you meant like recent.
Yeah, when you were a baby.
Okay.
So he had a cartoon and sure, wrestling, Macho Man. I appreciate wrestling and how foolish I was as a kid.
Macho Man, what was it, Queen
Elizabeth?
Yeah,
Elizabeth?
dude. That's when I'm like 5 years old. I'm like, I didn't know you could feel like this.
I'm going to ask her to marry me.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think you're right. Everybody loves wrestling growing up.
Sure.
I was actually really into it through high school. All through high school. And then I actually, even my lady, shout out Crystal, I dated this girl, Crystal, through all of high school, and she got into it. Like, we would watch Raw. The other one was SmackDown. We'd go to friends' houses for pay-per-views, and, it became a whole thing. And then it was about the same thing. I'm like, oh, I'm 17, and I'm really into this soap opera for dudes. I got to figure out a new hobby.
Right. I got to do something here.
But, hey, George Kittle, go make some money, man. He's got the hair. He can cut the promos. I think he'd be probably pretty good at it. So maybe we'll see George Kittle on your WWE screens sooner rather than later. All right, fourth quarter coming up. It's our fourth hour. We're going to have a basketball conversation with Jake Shapiro at 1:30, where he is after these big Nuggets moves. But we're going to tell you the latest. The Nuggets have made major changes, and the roster is actually officially complete. What does it mean for their chances in the Western Conference? We'll tell you coming up next.
The Nuggets kicked off free agency with a bang, trading Michael Porter Jr. and a future first-round pick to Brooklyn in exchange for Cam Johnson. With a piece of their championship core now gone, can the Nuggets reload for another title run? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Rediscover Ameristar Casino Resort in Blackhawk and find that you. Enjoy all your favorites at our buffet. Chill and revive at our spa. Then take in a great view from our rooftop pool. Plus, join Pen Play Rewards and get your chance at up to $2,000 in Pen Cash. Find that you. Only at Ameristar Blackhawk. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Well, I'm gone.
We're here. Hour 4, quarter 4 starting right now. We appreciate you guys being with us. The RamosLaw.com text line's always open. It's 303-713-1043. You want to text us, be a part of the conversation, hit us up there, and put your name on the text so that we can give you a shout out on the show. Tribe question of the day: with what the Nuggets have done, are they right back in a driver's seat or in a favorable position to win another NBA championship? Cecil and I both think so. Vegas agrees with us, as the odds are now in the favor of the Denver Nuggets. You know what? We've got a lot today, Cecil. And I'm looking at it again right now. And look, I understand the frustration, but, well, I mean, they've made some pretty significant changes. It's our boy Creaky asking, and Creaky, you're certainly not the only one. Do we still have Jamal? If so, then this roster isn't done. It has a massive hole. Get rid of Jamal Murray, says Creaky. I saw several texts today with the same thing.
Right.
There's still a hole, and it's Jamal Murray. There's still some questions, and they're all about Jamal Murray. I think those are all fair. We had the conversation. We did it, and then we did a little crosstalk with Zach By and Philip Lindsay about Jamal, surfacing on the internet this weekend with his little. I thought it was more of like his "I'm a cool guy" walk. I didn't look at it as an injury. I think Jamal thinks he's the coolest guy in the world, and he's kind of playing a character at most times. I think that's what he was doing.
That's pretty sad.
He's been doing it for about 5 years now.
Okay. Yeah. Congrats. How's that working out?
Yeah.
I guess to $200 million. So there you go.
If you're doing it for Calvin Booth, works out pretty good. Like we said, man, I didn't know. Of course, I wanted Jamal Murray to be moved. I think that contract's bad. I didn't even want them to give it to him. But I said it all offseason long, and you and I kicked it around. The more attractive player for NBA teams is Michael Porter Jr.
Oh, yeah, 1,000%.
His game translates to any team. He can stand in the corner and shoot it for the Nuggets, just like he's going to stand in the corner and shoot it for the Nets. Yep. He could have done that for the Bulls. He could have done that for the Kings. Whatever team you could have traded him to. Jamal Murray, and now it's not just me. I've got proof. We've got conversations happening around the league. A head coach has said it. There's a lot of people that just don't know who Jamal Murray is,
right,
outside of playing with Nikola Jokic, because we've never seen it, and he doesn't do himself any favors.
Well,
I know there's a bunch of questions, but we're not going to get any answers from Jamal.
Do you want to play a game?
I love games.
Would you rather have gotten rid of MPJ and Dario or Zeke and Jamal?
Oh, this is a fun game.
Okay. Dario Saric,
wow.
Terrible deal,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Was kissing babies during a game.
Uh-huh.
Doesn't play. Didn't want to play. Was miscast as a backup big, as a backup 5. MPJ, standing in the corner all day. Banged up a lot, available, but also maddeningly inconsistent. Don't make me repeat that word. Jamal Murray, fat, out of shape to begin the season, gets a little bit in shape, has this playoff Jamal thing, can go off, but it at one time in 14 games in the postseason. One time. That's not playoff Jamal. And then Zeke Naji, he tried this year.
Yeah.
He tried.
That's exactly
but still
right.
a really bad contract. So would you rather have the moves that were made, MPJ gone, Dario Saric gone, or would you rather have had Jamal gone and Zeke gone? Because I know my answer, and I don't think you're going to like it.
What is it?
It's what happened.
It is what happened?
It's what happened. Yeah. You're going to take another chance on Jamal Murray this year. We'll see what he does, and then we'll see what you do moving forward. But it's that move, getting rid of Dario Saric and MPJ, and then adding a Cam Johnson, Jonas, and I can't pronounce his last name. So Valanciunas. So those moves, we don't know what the Jamal Zeke thing would be.
Right.
But it just seems like you wouldn't have gotten back what you received for MPJ and then for Dario.
I mean, you might have been able to do something with the Nets and Jamal because, like I said, they have to get to a floor. They're desperately seeking money back on their books.
Right.
I probably would go the other way of what you said. I'm looking at Zeke's contract. It actually only has 2 years left because this year he's going to get paid $7.4 million. Next year it's a player option. Spoiler alert, I can see the future. He'll pick that player option up because not a damn team in the world is going to pay him $7.4 million.
Right.
The Nuggets are on the hook to do that. With Jamal, though, we're talking about 4 years that starts this year. So you're getting out of Dario, who's expiring contract, and Michael, who had 2 years left on his deal. Yeah, I would have gone the other way.
You would have gone the other way.
I would have gone get rid of Jamal and Zeke because Zeke is still the 2-year deal.
Yeah.
Much lower money. But I personally believe, in like year 2, 3 of this Jamal Murray contract, we're going to be like, there's no way you can trade him. No team will take a guy like Jamal Murray. He's going to be beat up. He's going to be banged up from injuries time and time again because he doesn't take care of his body, and he cares about video games more than he does sleep, and he cares about dealing cards more than he does care about rehab. That doesn't change for Jamal. So I would have chose the latter. Get Jamal off this team.
Okay, and I would say this. One, don't be greedy. You or Creaky out there. What up, Creaky? Don't be greedy because it's not going to happen this year.
It's not.
But I always ask, have we seen the best of blank? Have we seen the best of MPJ? Yes, of course. Have we seen the best of Jamal? Probably.
Sure feels like it.
But I can't say yes. I can say yes on MPJ. MPJ, we've seen the best. Yes. I can't say that with Jamal because he's inconsistent. If he ever gets it, and I know it's a pipe dream, and I know there's a half a percent that it's going to happen, but if he ever gets it, that's a dominant player in a way that MPJ cannot be. So make these moves, send the message. Man, I need some directions. Jamal needs some directions when it comes to his career. Get on track.
Mm-hmm.
Stop listening to your shoe rep and your dad and your yes men around you. You need to be better for this team, for your sake, for Nikola Jokic's sake, for the championship level of this team. Jamal Murray, this team needs you to be better. Mm-hmm. He's got the message. The memo has been sent. If it's not received, he will be gone a year from now.
Yeah, if they can find a partner. Because if he continues down the path he's on, like I said, he virtually becomes... Who's going to take on a $200 million contract for a guy that can't play more than 65 games?
Julius Randle just got a $100 million deal.
You know what? Touche.
Somebody is always going to pay. Somebody is always going to have some sort of interest, even if it's feigning interest or whatever.
You're 100% right.
Julius Randle with the $100... Oh, my God.
He got $100
You like throwing away money, Tim?
Yeah. Yeah, that's Tim. He's smart.
Yeah.
The hell you doing up there?
Tim, I'll take $10 million.
I'll take one. Let's start there.
I'll take 100,000. What are we doing? Name that too.
We're going the wrong way. Kevin's like, I'll take $10.
Kevin will be like, have you met Kevin?
Have you met Kevin? Real quick, an update on another Avalanche player who is no longer going to be rocking an Avs sweater this season. It's Jonathan Drouin. You and I had pretty much speculated that this was going down.
Yeah.
They couldn't afford him. There was talks about his drop-off in production, the injuries that he had to deal with a year ago. He's on his way to New York. He'll be an Islander for the next 2 years. Wow, only at $4 million, so he didn't break the bank either.
Yeah.
That's probably could have. They certainly could have now. They're trying to swing a bigger bat right now.
Right.
But, they could have brought Jonathan Drouin back, certainly at that number. It was just time to move on, probably for both parties.
And reports were like, there was some interest there. You know, and we get these type of reports in all sports, but there was some interest, but he wanted to kind of approach his market. Well, that's his market. So if that's what he got on the open market, imagine what the Avs were willing to pay him. It wasn't that.
They were coming in much shorter than $2 million for a year.
Yeah.
And he had just signed a 1 year. I'm sure, well, it's only 2 years, but you're still getting that extra year of protection. So, Jonathan Drouin will not be around this upcoming
Did you just
season.
go Maury Povich on it?
Yeah,
You
I
are
did.
not
Yeah.
the father.
We should do that more.
Drouin is not an Avalanche.
He is not an Avalanche. Then everybody's dancing around. See, those ladies running off stage crying and cameraman's chasing her. Like, we remember the show, right? It's an all-time
awesome.
great show.
It was awesome.
Maury or Jerry?
Maury.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like they're fighting on Jerry.
Yeah, but Jerry became too scripted of like, I know what's going to happen here.
I was always worried too. I'm like, one of my family members. Chicago's not far from Indiana, right?
Okay,
Like,
yeah.
One of my family members is going to show up on Jerry Springer, and then I'm going to have to claim that.
What were you in your yearbook? Most likely to wind up on Jerry Springer?
Oh, I don't think I made anything. I don't remember anyway.
Okay.
Most likely to, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember. Of course, it's been so long ago.
Yeah, it was a
they
while
barely
ago.
invented the printing press when I graduated.
Right.
Actually, that was Mike Evans. So.
Do you think kids still get their yearbooks signed, or do you just write on the,
my kids
Facebook
did,
wall?
and they're Avery's the youngest, and she's 19. So yeah,
that's pretty
my kids
recent
did.
then.
Yeah, my kids did.
Okay.
Mhm.
Kev, did you do yearbook signing?
Yeah, we did. My sister just graduated, and she did it too.
She did it too?
Okay, yeah, so it's still a thing. Yeah.
And everybody writes like, see ya, Waterworld. Well, that's what we wrote.
And then what do you do with your yearbook?
I still have all mine.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I have all from like middle school through. And my 6th grade yearbook, we mismoved, so I saw all these.
Yeah.
My 6th grade yearbook, I colored in black Sharpie the people that I didn't like. And so that's a good 75% of the yearbook. All just black Sharpie.
You went through a bunch of Sharpies
Yeah.
then.
And I crossed out their photo and their name.
Wow.
So like I don't even remember who it was.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. Someone's got some anger issues.
Well, I was 6th grader. I was trying to hoop, trying to get chicks. Somebody crossed me. You're getting crossed.
Yeah.
You know?
There you go. You kept your middle school yearbook.
Yeah.
Who else does that?
I thought
Tribe, let us
everybody
know.
did.
I don't.
Kev?
I still have mine.
Yeah.
Tribe, let us know. 303-713-1043. Somebody's living in the past.
I honestly thought you were just supposed to. I'm like, I'll just lug these around the rest of my
Why
life.
the hell would
guess.
I do that?
I don't know.
That's the point of having a yearbook.
But now we have Facebook.
Well, now everyone just got fat.
Yeah, that's true though. That's why I like Facebook.
Yeah, we go back. We go back on
Yeah.
our yearbooks, but okay, that's what we look like in our primes. Their primes.
And I'm the old one on this show. Let me tell you about my day when we had yearbooks and cassettes.
If your prime was in high school, I got some bad news for you.
Sorry.
Hey, let's take a quick basketball break. Jake Shapiro at 1:30 for more hoops. But in the meantime, we've got 6 names that you need to keep an eye on when you're out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, that could be on their way out. That's coming up next.
He's back. After 2 seasons away, Bruce Brown is returning to the Mile High City. Will Cowboy Bruce bring the same swagger, toughness, and clutch shooting that helped the Nuggets win their first ever title? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life. And fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Your home should feel like a fortress, not a worry. Old windows aren't just drafty, they're a weak spot. Cheap vinyl replacements, they crack, they warp, and they leave you replacing them again in just a few years. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are built like armor, stronger than vinyl, sleeker than wood, made to last a lifetime. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton installs year-round, but spring and summer slots fill up fast. Secure your spot now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and save 25% this month only.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
We love to celebrate the 4th of July with family, friends, food, and fireworks. Please be safe this Independence Day weekend and don't drink and drive. From your friends at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and the Wilhite Law Firm Injury Lawyers.
Avalanche Harley sales event is happening now. Save up to $5,000 on new 2023 Harley. Avalanche Harley needs to make room for more bikes. Save up to $5,000 on a new 2023 Harley at Avalanche Harley.
See dealer for details. Amounts differ by 2023 models available.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could it be lower testosterone?
Lower T.
Happens to most guys after 40. I was in the same boat until I started using Nugenix Total T2.
Total T2, the new one I've seen on TV.
Yep, it's the next generation testosterone booster for both free and total testosterone. It's packed with even more man-boosting power, sending nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours.
It actually works?
I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I've got more energy, better results in the gym, and things are even better in the bedroom. Send them a text and get a complimentary bottle.
Text now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the #1 testosterone brand at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, absolutely free. Text BOSS to 321321. That's BOSS to 321321. BOSS to 321321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
I'm taking L's today as the old guy, and you guys are the ones that keep your yearbooks. You keep your yearbooks.
Yeah. I thought that's what you were supposed to do.
God, no.
Everybody on the text line says they have their yearbooks.
You're keeping your yearbooks.
Everybody, 100% success.
I think we should bring ours in tomorrow, Josh.
Oh, want to?
Are you going to
We'll
sign
just
it?
share. We'll sign each other's yearbook.
Yes.
That means you basically hooked up, right?
Basically.
I mean, in high school, if a girl signed your yearbook, it's like we're kind of dating.
Yeah.
Maybe get married. Never
I
know.
wonder how many girls sign my yearbook now.
Why do we do yearbooks at work? Speedback, would you sign my yearbook? Would you be my friend forever?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Was it like see you next summer or see you after the summer or
Yeah.
something? Then you never saw him again.
No, I didn't. I thought you would have the same. It was always like, see you at Waterworld. Because
Yeah.
we were all going to go to Waterworld every single day of the summer.
Right.
That's what it was.
No, I'm telling
we
you,
never did.
work yearbooks. Boy, we'd have some to burn if that was the case here.
Yeah, right? Like, yeah, you know what? I don't want you to sign it.
No, I don't like that. I don't know what you're going to write.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can spell.
Literally, I spelled that one word right. Dude, it's 100%. I'm 50. I have all of my junior yearbooks, junior and senior yearbooks.
Okay, I guess I'm taking the L then.
So what'd you do with them?
Just throw them away.
Well, Cecil only had 4 kids in his class.
I guess that's right.
My yearbook was a pamphlet.
It's like
it was 8 kids, by the way.
Oh, I'm
8
sorry.
kids, and we
My
did
bad.
K through 12.
when
It was
dads
the yearbook for the whole
dads
school.
used to keep pictures in your wallet. That's what you guys did. You're like, no, here's my classmates. Just check them out. They're in my wallet right here. Yeah, I guess you didn't really need a yearbook.
It was K through 12. Our yearbooks were K through 12. Yeah.
But I remember like our parents had to buy a yearbook. That was like a big deal. Like my parents, we didn't have money, so it's like, hey, I have to do chores to get the money so that I can buy the yearbook from the parents' chore money. So it was like, yeah, you better keep this thing and not screw it up.
Well, for everyone out there that kept their yearbook, first off, congrats. Secondly, when's the last time you looked at it?
Marie has her 8th grade yearbook, so we're not alone there.
Okay, all right. I just, I didn't know it was a thing.
Okay, you have one supporter.
Okay.
Threw mine away the same day I got it.
Okay. All right. There you go.
Oh, wow. This is kind of fun we're stumbling onto. Everybody wrote Hawkus in our yearbook. Have a kick-ass summer. Chad in Lone Tree.
Yeah, I remember that.
See, I never... Hags, have a good summer was what we wrote in the yearbook.
Okay.
All right. See, I'm like, hey, when you break up with Chad, hit me up. My parents' number is 303-252-6498. That was literally our
Was
whole
that their
line.
number?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then she never hit me up. So I'm like, apparently you got married to Chad this offseason. I don't know. So yeah, yearbooks. You should have kept them.
Yearbooks. Okay.
Do you regret not having them?
Maybe for some of the pictures of me. Somebody out there's got them. Hey, Kevin, Big E. Like, somebody's got those yearbooks.
Yeah.
I do want to see a picture of Cecil from back in his high school days. Yeah.
High school
See what that
Cecil?
was like.
Don't you dare. I'll bring up the pictures right now.
Did you ever? Is this your first long hair experience?
I mean, I had a mullet. Does that count?
That counts, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I've had a mullet.
In high school?
Yeah. My senior picture, I have a mullet and a
I
cowboy
want to see
hat.
for sure, yeah.
Okay.
That's actually pretty cool.
I'll pull it up.
Was it more Morgan Wallen or more Joe Dirt?
Oh, Joe Dirt, for sure.
Joe Dirt?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, Joe Dirt was kind of the cat's pajamas at that time, wasn't it? Well, when did you graduate high school? What year?
Way before
okay.
Joe Dirt.
Is that movie based off you? Do you like a Hemi?
He loves it.
Hemis are good.
Loves
Hemis are good.
All right, let's talk a little Broncos here real quick. See, so I have 6 names, and I think 3 of them are kind of ridiculous, but 6 names that everybody's got to keep an eye on. Jaleel McLaughlin, you think he's in pin on the roster.
Sharpie.
Adam Troutman, we both think he's in Sharpie on the roster.
Yep.
Drew Sanders, we both think is in Sharpie on the roster. The Jaleel McLaughlin, I don't know that I'd make a bet that he's off the roster. I just don't think he's a part of the big plans moving forward. But is he still on the roster? That's a conversation. The 3 names that I go, well, actually it's just 2, that I go, maybe. Jaquan McMillan is not that. You can never have enough cornerbacks, and he's still a depth piece that they're going to use. Damari Mathis, there's no reason at all that Damari Mathis should be on this football team. And then PJ Locke, I wouldn't, be screaming at the Denver Broncos and being, George Payton screwed this up if PJ Locke ultimately wasn't on the team. But I do not want Devon Key, and I'm still hesitant on even JL Skinner as being a full-time player if you lose a Jones or a Hufanga.
Yeah, and Jones, Hufanga, you got to watch out for that. PJ Locke is a starter in this league. You have a starter in this league that's a backup for you. I don't want to lose that at all whatsoever. Devin Key is the type of player where you don't want him out there defensively, maybe on special teams. JL Skinner has come through as a special teams player this over his course of his career, last couple of years, and you don't yet know if he's a total liability defensively. I already know Devin Key is. Devin Key, I don't want him playing defense. Justin Sternad, I do not want him playing defense at all whatsoever. Drew Sanders is kind of that in case of emergency break glass type of guy with Alex Singleton and, of course, with Dre Greenlaw. But at the safety position, yeah, I'm keeping PJ Locke. There's no doubt or no question there.
If Singleton isn't right, or even Greenlaw, is Drew Sanders a legitimate, I don't want to say plug and play. He's not that. But is he a serviceable player at the position?
Well, I had him as the number 1 ILB when he came out of Arkansas. So he's a player that I think can play at an incredibly high level. And while not ideal if he's starting for you right now, because we don't yet know how further his development has gotten, let me put eyes on him in training camp.
Okay.
And then we'll have a better idea of where Drew Sanders is at. But if he was a starter and he does play up to his potential, you've got a really solid starter, if not even a Pro Bowl type of player, if he were to play up to that potential. Okay. Again, he's very special, very smart player, coach's son, doesn't get fooled by play action fakes or run fakes, anything like that. He's always in position. He just needs to do it and to prove himself.
And see, it's not that I'm down on Drew. It's just kind of what you said. I have never seen it at this level. And can he cover a tight end? Can he hang with a tight end in the middle of the field? Does he have the ability to show, this is what Alex Singleton's been really good at, and I assume a guy like Greenlaw is really good at, that instinct spot that Alex told us about at the Healthy Swings event. The instinct of, I see the formation. I think this is where the running play's going. I'm meeting him at the gap.
Right.
Can Drew Sanders be that guy at the NFL level?
Yeah, I think Drew Sanders can be that guy at the NFL level. But again, it's just unproven. It's unproven in what he's done yet to this point, so we'll see if that's actually going to be the case this year. But an exciting young player, as this Broncos roster is going to have some tough decisions. You've got a lot of exciting young players, and, well, some guys that are fan favorites are going to get cut.
That's how it goes. Every summer, there's somebody that the team's thrown away is going to be looked at a treasure for another. So those are a few names we'll be watching out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirits, in about 4 weeks from right now.
Found my senior picture.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You look way different. You got those, I'm not being mean, but you got those, Jeffrey Dahmer, I'm going to murder you glasses on.
Oh, my God. Those were Stetson glasses, I'll have you know.
Are you wearing a bolo tie?
That's a Stetson hat.
Oh, no. You got a ring on, dude. You're balling right there.
Yeah. No bolo tie. No bolo tie, but I have my class ring. So.
Okay. The ring looks dope.
I can bring that in tomorrow, too.
Nice. All right, you found it.
You guys in your yearbooks. I've got Facebook.
And how many girls signed your pamphlet?
I was related to all of them.
You're unfolding it like, hey, can you sign this real quick? I know I'm going to see you at dinner later, but sign this for me.
Yeah.
We're calling it a pamphlet from now on, and that'll never stop. All right, let's talk to Jake Shapiro about all the moves that were made. Where are the Denver Broncos now in the power rankings of the NBA? We're going to talk about it with Jake Shapiro coming up next.
Will the Broncos be in the wild card race again this season?
I think you're going to look at the Chargers. I think you're going to look at Pittsburgh. Got to put Cincy in there also.
The lesson that we've learned here is that out of the wild card contenders, and there'll be 3 of them, I really like the Broncos positioning as being one of the top teams in that pool.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the soda weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with Soda Weight Loss, because right now, Soda is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with Soda Weight Loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call Soda Weight Loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before Soda, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Evie and Auto here at Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC, where we've got the shiniest new cars at the best prices.
And new car purchasers are automatically members of my Auto Club, where the fun really starts. Free wipers for life, 15% off service, 10% off accessories, and tons of other cool perks.
Great cars, awesome deals, and the coolest club in Colorado.
Come for the car, stay for the chaos. I mean, benefits.
Together, let's drive. Stop by Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC and catch a ride.
Evie and Auto. Always know where to go.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
Town Heating and Cooling Team.
Donate
ROX
today.
Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It is Dover and Cecil at 1:30 in the afternoon. We are going to have a conversation with our boy Jake Shapiro coming up in just a couple of minutes once we get locked in with Shap. But the news of the day, it is the Denver Nuggets. I thought today's show was going to be all about us talking about Michael Porter Jr. being gone and Bruce Brown being back. We're still going to talk about that for sure.
Right.
But it is more about, or added on, the addition of Jonas Valanciunas, the backup big. He is on his way from Sacramento. For some reason, the Kings will take on the contract of Dario Saric and ship Jonas back this way. So for the first time, really since Mason Plumlee was around, Joker has a backup center.
Right.
If Nikola Jokic plays 40 minutes in any regular season game, I'm leading the charge to Ball Arena with pitchforks and flames. There's no reason at all he needs to extend himself like that.
Right. And what fantastic moves from this Nuggets front office in the matter of 24 hours. I mean, they've completely reshaped this roster. They've filled all the holes. They've gotten MPJ's money off the books, and they're saving about $30 million, $34 million over the next 2 years. I think it's absolutely fantastic what they've done. You can say with authority today the Denver Nuggets are back. For a team that took OKC to 7 in the toughest series that the Thunder had in the entirety of the NBA playoffs, the Denver Nuggets are now better than that team. And I know they were banged up, and I know they were hurt, and AG in that calf, and MPJ in the shoulder and everything, but like now you're better, now you're back, now your championship hopes and dreams aren't just a, hey, let's run it back and see what happens, but no, run it back wasn't the answer. And that's the greatest story of this entire 24 hours to me, is that it wasn't the answer to just run it back. It wasn't being good enough is not good enough with the Denver Nuggets in the new front office. So John Wallace, Ben Tenzer, Josh Kroenke, great jobs, gentlemen, because this team is back.
I think that's so much of what today is about. It's all of us. Well, I don't want to speak for everybody, but a lot of us having to eat our words. And as you said earlier, I'm going to echo what you said. We'll gladly eat crow. We'll gladly eat our words when we're wrong, but we're still going to tell you how we feel when we feel it and then wait to figure out what these results are. I had a ton of questions, just like you did, about Ben Tenzer and John Wallace. I felt like they went cheap. They did probably go a little cheap, save some money, but you know what they've done, and we should have given them a little bit more breathing room on this? They went and found Masai Ujiri, who nobody knew it was, and you go, what are you doing, man? Nobody knows who that guy is. What are you taking the cheap route out? And then Masai turned into the man. Masai leaves, goes to Toronto. They bring in Tim Conley to replace Masai, and you go, who the hell is Tim Conley? What are you doing here besides saving a couple of bucks? And then Tim turns into the man, finds Nikola Jokic, turns this roster into a championship. Heck, even early on, you get Calvin Booth, and you go, all right, well, he was at least under Tim. You get rid of Will Barton off the roster, then everything went downhill after that. But it feels like, and at least here with day one, now the players have to produce, but it feels like they found that similar thing with John Wallace.
Right.
I don't want to ignore Ben Tenzer, but John's talking about the players and what they can be. Ben's making it work financially.
Well,
you need both, but John Wallace, at least after, not even after, almost 24 hours of him being on the job, really working for the first time, it looks like the Nuggets might have found a diamond in the rough again.
This is what having relationships will do. Having relationships around the league so that you can pick up the phone, people know who you are, they know what you're talking about, they appreciate your style, they respect you. And I think that's the main thing. And obviously Ben Tenzer, there's a ton of respect for him out there in NBA circles as a numbers guy. With John Wallace, there's clearly respect for his game as he's a former hooper, and everyone remembers that Georgetown team.
Yeah.
And now you look at him as an executive, and you've watched him on the come up. You've been waiting for him to have this opportunity. Now he does, and he absolutely crushes it. And the first time really doing his duties as new, not general manager or whatever his title is for the Denver Nuggets, I think it just shows you the respect for John Wallace and the relationships that he's built around this league. And it certainly shines a light on what Calvin Booth did not have. Well, and that was relationships.
We talked about what John did before. He was the general manager of the Minnesota G League team. So, and do I know what the Minnesota G League team looked like? No, I don't. I don't pay attention to that. But like to fit pieces, to plug and play, like that's something you just have to do. It's on the job training that you're not going to get anywhere else besides the NBA or the G League. So he has a little bit of that of like, I watch this roster. Here's what these guys do well. How can I then mix in my players to not slow that down, but amplify that process?
Right.
And I think that's what he's done with Cam Johnson, who we talked about. Cam Johnson's not the same shooter that Michael Porter Jr. is, but it's a very, very small tick down.
Yes.
He can dribble. You're going to see Cam Johnson shot fake. Those defenders have to close out and be true to his three-point shooting. Get him up in the air. If he's on the baseline, he's going to dribble baseline right by them, and he's big enough and strong enough and athletic enough to dunk and finish at the rim. And if they don't close out, well, then you're in trouble because he can shoot the three from a 40% clip. We already know what Bruce Brown brings to the table. And Valanciunas, if Valanciunas can come in here and give you, let's call it 12 to 20 minutes a night, it's probably closer to 12 than it is 20 most nights.
Yeah.
But in those 12 minutes, if he can give you 6 points, 6-7 rebounds, maybe a half a block each game, like that's exactly what you need out of a backup big.
Yeah, out of a backup big that's going to give Nikola Jokic a breather, and that's all that you need. You just need to not run Joker into the ground, so by the time the postseason gets here, you're as healthy and as fresh as possible, because that's the designs that this team has. This team has designs on a deep postseason run, and not just taking OKC to 7 in the second round and then losing and shaking our fists to the heavens. I'm talking about Western Conference Final at least, likely against OKC, but we're talking about a team that is built to go to the NBA Finals once again. And to get to the NBA Finals for this squad with whatever the East is doing, we've talked a lot about what the West has done today. Look at what the East is doing. Nothing.
It's Milwaukee and it's Orlando
and the Knicks.
The Knicks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. And that's why the Knicks, I believe, are number 3
but the Knicks
on the
don't
sports
have a coach.
Right. They can't find a coach. But they've got players for the unnamed coach. So when you're interviewed by the Knicks, you can say, like, well, what do you think of the guys we just got? I think they're great. Can I have the job?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love to coach them.
No matter if it's OKC or the Nuggets, you're waxing whoever comes from the East. There's not going to be any sort of Cinderella story like the Pacers were, and apologies to your Patriots, but they're just done.
It's a wrap, yeah. Miles Turner's in Milwaukee, and Hallie's going to miss the entire season.
Yeah, Hallie will he even be back for the postseason? Or
I doubt it.
End of the regular season?
He did it at the end of June.
Yeah, he's going to miss the entire year, basically. So if you look at the East, it's really, really weak. The West is really strong, but amongst the strongest, in fact, the only team that we can point to in the West and say, I'm not sure if they're better, I'm not sure if the Nuggets are better than them, is the champions in the Oklahoma City Thunder. The team that you took to 7 with a lesser team.
Yep.
Now you're better. What does that equal?
It's a big day in Nuggets Nation. A huge day, in fact, in Nuggets Nation. All of our worries, our concerns, they were all fixed in about 10 hours. All right, we will try to continue and talk to Jake Shapiro. If not, we'll put a big bow on this thing, wrap it up for the drive, and give you some final thoughts on the Nuggets and what the Avalanche have done today. Coming up next.
The Nuggets kicked off free agency with a bang, trading Michael Porter Jr. and a future first-round pick to Brooklyn in exchange for Cam Johnson. With a piece of their championship core now gone, can the Nuggets reload for another title run? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
The Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale, now through July 15th. See sale items at thetreefarm.com. Save 25 to 45% on thousands of 3 to 8-year-old shade and flowering trees. Choose from honey locust, linden, maple, oak, flowering crabapple, serviceberry, willow, and more. And save big on thousands of shrubs and perennials. The Array of Trees sale, now through July 15th.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Philip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phil Lindsay sent you.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
That's right, you should have been a Cowboy. You should have been like Bruce Brown, now returning to the Denver Nuggets. So Kev's Choice, 145, always taking us home. Kev, a very appropriate song.
We got to give a shout-out to Brucey B. I mean, that's why I played this. He should have been a Cowboy. He should have never left the Nuggets, so welcome back.
Right. Welcome back, Bruce Brown. Welcome to Dover and Cecil as we're tying a bow on today's program. Talking a lot about the Denver Nuggets today. We are still waiting for the Colorado Avalanche. NHL free agency is pretty much done. Everyone's going to their cabin for a couple of months, but the Avs may still be in the trade market. If you missed any portion of our show, go back and listen to our interview with Jesse Montano from Guerrilla Sports. And he talked about the Avs potentially being a trade. So I guess, Dover, we're waiting for a trade to go down.
Yep.
And then we're still just applauding what the Denver Nuggets have done. They are back. I cannot believe. Because today's show, I honestly thought would be a lot about Bruce Brown and then running it back with everybody else, and then that's it.
You know what else I was thinking about with OKC, and you bring up the fact that they're the champions. They're the MVP.
Right.
Shea's getting all of his money. He got the new extension last night. But you've said something in the past about OKC, and it really hit home with me.
Okay.
When you were talking about how good were they really with those 68 regular season wins?
Right.
And you said, you know what? You can't write off 68 regular season wins. But they did something that not every NBA team does. And actually, they did something that 29 other NBA teams don't do.
Right.
And that's put an emphasis, a priority on regular season winning. They just won the NBA championship. They just got done playing on June, whatever the date was. You think they're going to have that same point of emphasis or that same priority on regular season games?
Exactly.
And then that's I don't even know if this is a real word, slippage. We use it a lot. Like slippage begins.
Yeah.
And then are they locked in as much for the postseason? Are they hungry like they are or were this last postseason run, knowing that they've already got the one and knowing that, we're this young team and we're just getting started? And you know what I mean? Like that early confidence or success even goes to their head a little bit.
You hot snot. Why do you do this in the last segment of our show? Because you just gave me something that I think everyone should be repeating right now in all of Denver sports. You should be saying Nikola Jokic missing out on the MVP might be the best thing that happened because Shea got his MVP.
Yeah.
Had Shea not and they won it all, they'd be like, see, and he's the real MVP. And then he'd go for it next year to ensure himself another championship and the actual MVP. But because OKC got everything. What's the song I always quote? You can have whatever you like. They got it all. And because of that, is the chip on the shoulder with OKC? Or is the chip on the shoulder of the 5-time MVPs? Only got 3 of them because the NBA has Joker fatigue. Well, get ready for more Joker fatigue as he goes to make another run at the MVP, and the Denver Nuggets make a run to be in this era where there have been, 9 champions under Adam Silver?
What did you say, 12
in 13 years? Yeah. Okay, so there's no dynasties, right? Can we agree on that? In the NBA, there's no dynasties. The Denver Nuggets could change that. They could be the team that within 5 or 6 year span, let's expand it out, could have 2 or 3 championships. And in this era, that's saying something because you're not the league isn't set up for dynasties anymore.
No current dynasties. Like in Adam Silver's era, well, I don't know. Would you call the Heat a dynasty back when LeBron was? I don't know if I'd call them. They won 2, went to a few.
Yeah. 3 makes a dynasty.
So the
right?
Warriors are the only dynasty under Adam Silver's watch.
Yes.
And that was, I know they went and got Kevin Durant, but they didn't need Kevin Durant. That was self-built, not bought.
Right.
And now, that's why when that texter texted about the second apron, I hate the aprons in the NBA. I don't think if an owner wants to spend all their money on their product, let them spend all their money on the product.
Exactly. Right.
And you know why I say that right now? Because we got rich guys, mostly Greg Penner running stuff. Now, would the Cronkies do it if there weren't penalties? I actually do believe they would. I think the Cronkies would spin the dough.
Yeah.
They're just trying to stay out of the repeater tax is now what they're looking at of being in the tax last year over the first apron, just under the second. The more consecutive years that you're in that, even if it is just the first apron, the harsher the penalty tax is for NBA teams. And that part I don't like.
Right.
Why should a team get punished because they have a window right now, especially with the Nuggets, that was built and not bought, but you have to shake it up because the NBA wants it to be fair for the other guys.
Yeah, fair for the other guys. Well, it's fair if the Denver Nuggets can just get back to the Western Conference Final. I think that's a fair assessment based on what they've done in the last 24 hours and what they've built this team to be. Fixing, I'm not saying all the holes, but really, Cam Johnson, you got to worry about him missing 20 games because he's going to miss 20 games. But really, when you look at the holes on this roster, there's question marks to be sure. Does Zeke Naji take that next step? Does Peyton Watson offer anything more offensively? The answer is probably no on both of those. But then you have DeRon Holmes, the ultimate question mark, the ultimate X factor, who's really just icing on the cake now. DeRon Holmes hits, awesome. DeRon Holmes needs some more time, awesome. Doesn't matter. You didn't really need him that much anyway, based on the moves that you've done, both starters and bench now.
I'm looking at Bruce Brown's stats real quick. This may be something we dive a little bit deeper into tomorrow, but we can also do this today. So Bruce Brown, Cam Johnson, Jonas Valanciunas, the additions for the Denver Nuggets. Out is Dario Saric and Michael Porter Jr. and a 2031 first-round pick, I believe, is what they shipped to Brooklyn as well. So Brooklyn's literally taken the blueprint of what Oklahoma City did and following it. Let's get as many draft picks as we can, Let's trade for higher salaries so that our young team can meet the NBA floor and see where we're at in 3 or 4 years from right now. That's what the Nets are doing. I'm looking at Brucey B's stats. His year with the Denver Nuggets, I'm going to read you these numbers, and I feel like a lot of people are going to go, that's it? His numbers with the Nuggets, played 80 games. That's outstanding. Averaged 28.5 minutes per game. Remember, he was closing a lot because Michael Porter Jr. can't guard anybody.
Right.
So he'd be off the floor in crunch time. Only 11.5 points per game. Doesn't that seem low?
I was going to say around 10.
Oh,
so
really?
actually, it's a little bit higher than what I had thought. I remember lots of minutes. I remember lots of defense. I remember clutch plays. But as far as putting it in the bucket, about 10, what'd you say, 11 points?
11.5. So you weren't off that far. 48.3 from the field. That's good because he's taking mid-range. He's getting to the rim too. Only 35.8 from the three-point line. This, again, I'm going Nuggets season only. And 4 rebounds, 3 assists a game, 1 steal, over 1 steal a game. That's that defensive prowess that you're talking about there. Now 2 years older, but Joker smarter. I'd say Joker's better than he was even in the NBA championship year.
Joker's best year of all these 5 MVP-level seasons was this last year.
It just happened, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so
and he didn't win the MVP.
How does Joker's presence inflate even those numbers now that we're going to be 3 years removed from Bruce being on the Nuggets?
Yeah, and it'll inflate those numbers with the dribble drive, the stuff you can get in any sort of two-man game. Like, I think you'll look at what Brucey B can do, and you go, okay, if he's on the court at the same time as Joker, you're going to continue to get those clutch plays, and maybe he's up at 12 points a game. You know, where do you really need him to be? Where did we need Russell Westbrook to be? A lot more than what he was, right? But with Bruce B, as you mentioned, it's the consistency within his game that I think will be the hallmark and exactly what this team needs.
I also think with Bruce Brown and I mean, that Nuggets team that we're comparing his numbers to, he was still the 6th man coming off the bench and being the man. But the numbers that he's put up since leaving the Nuggets, they're not that good at all. But he's also, especially that first year, right, like Pacers year, he's looked to do a little bit more. I think this year, with his role coming off the bench, he'll be the first guy off the bench, so he'll be staggered with some starter minutes. But when it's Brucey B in the bench, it's isolation basketball for Bruce Brown.
Yep.
Or, I mean, this will vary night to night, but he can play a little bit of post basketball. So if a team wants to match size and go a little bit smaller, and Bruce has either got a guy his size on him, or B, like a true shooting guard on him, I don't think it's that bad of an idea to have David Adam and say, hey, Bruce, go to the spot you like, turn around, and Jalen Pickett, throw the ball in there, and everybody else get the hell out of the way.
Yeah, I'd do the old Charles Barkley, like ISO.
Yeah.
ISO, and just back him down. And then get the ball wherever the spot you like it on the court. And that's the versatility. And again, clutch gene and consistency. When I think of Bruce B, I think of 1, a cowboy hat. And then 2, I think of consistency in his effort and the clutch gene that he has to make that big defensive play, to not choke it away. I mean, we kind of, I don't want to say push it to the side a little bit earlier, but that missed layup against Minnesota, man, by Russell Westbrook, that was just the definition of what this season ended up being. I mean, that was something that essentially gets your coach and GM fired. That one play, one missed layup, instead of dribbling it out to the corner, passing it to Christian, whatever, passing it back to Christian, I should say, and then using up more of that time to beat that team in Minnesota. That's a regular season game. But think of how impactful and what the snowball that created. Here's the secret story, though. The snowball was already there. Mm-hmm. We were going to happen. It was going to be inevitable that Michael Malone and Calvin Booth, who couldn't get along, were going to get fired, or something was going to change. But in that moment, it just kind of emphasized what that era was, just not being cohesive together. Now you get consistency with Brucey B. You get clutch gene with Cowboy Bruce as well. I think this is a great signing for the Nuggets, but not the only one. It's the 3rd signing. If we were to rank these signings,
oh, I like this.
Where would you rank Brucey B? And I thought it was going to be 1 and the only one. It'd be like, hey, at least I got Cowboy Bruce. Brother, it's 3rd.
I actually think it is 3rd, too.
It's 3rd, and it's a great move.
I actually think Jonas is number 1. I think Jonas
really over Cam Johnson.
I do.
Over the Wolf?
Yep.
You bringing in the Wolf?
I love the Wolf. We named the Wolf, right? The Wolf started right here today on this show. Love that addition. You're saving $16 million and getting a better player. But I asked you this the other day. What's more important to the Nuggets, Bruce Brown or a backup center? And I told you that my answer was backup center because a well-rested Joker matters more in the postseason than the sixth man coming off your bench. And I'm not knocking Bruce Brown.
Right.
I'm picking up how important a well-rested Nikola is. So my list is Jonas, Cam, Brucey B.
Okay. Is there a gap between Cam and Brucey B?
There is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what's the gap between Jonas and
It's not that big.
Cam?
It's not that big.
Okay, it's very
because
close.
That's what I was going to ask you. Look at Cam Newton. Don't look
Cam
at his
Johnson.
numbers.
Right.
Cam Johnson's numbers.
Look at Cam Newton. He looks like a Batman villain.
Just last year, 18.8 points per game, 4.3 rebounds, and 3.4 assists. He shot 39% from three, 47.5% from the field. Now he's going to play all of his minutes with Nikola Jokic.
Yes.
What does 18.8 points per game turn into
21.
when you're playing with Nikola Jokic?
21.
At least that.
Yeah. I mean, I could get crazy and say 24, but let's be conservative and say 21. There's a Joker bump.
There might be, I want you to finish, but we might be looking at next year, Cam Johnson might average more points per game than Jamal Murray does.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great problem to have. And again, pressure is on Jamal Murray. A message was sent by Nuggets Nation. Well, not by Nuggets Nation, but by the front office. A message was sent. Is Jamal Murray listening? That's the question here. Because the Joker bump that you're going to get if you're Cam Johnson, you got to be over the moon if you're Cam. If you're the Wolf right now.
And he's a free agent.
First off, you're wondering, why do these guys call me the Wolf? But he is the Wolf.
He is.
Because if John Wallace is Marcellus Wallace, well, then guess what? You calling in the Wolf? Feel better? You feel better, Nuggets Nation? Yeah, I think you do because the Wolf is here. So if you're Cam Johnson, you have to be over the moon because you're playing with the Joker, man. You're playing with Nikola Jokic, and you know you're going to get the benefit of defensive adjustments that are going to collapse on the big fella. You're going to have plenty of opportunity to dribble drive. You're going to have plenty of opportunity to splash it in from the arc if you want. You've got freedom in this offense because of Joker and how he opens up the rest of the court for all of his teammates. So that Joker bump is there. And if he scores more than Jamal, good. Jamal, grab a clue, dude.
Yeah.
Buy a clue. You got $200 million, right? Can he buy a clue? I know he can buy a stack of chips at Blackhawk, right? For the craps table or whatever.
Yeah.
But can you
and
buy
actual chips as well?
Can you buy a flipping clue, Jamal Murray? Because the message has been sent. You need to be better. I need to learn how to speak English. He needs to be better because someone like Cam Johnson could score more on a points per game basis than Jamal Murray, and that's crazy to think.
And you know what? Again, these would be rich people problems, and they're their rich people problems and not mine. I'm not a rich person. What do they do in 2 years when his contract's up and he's averaging more than Jamal Murray?
Right.
And they'll sign Christian Brown this offseason.
Yes.
So they're going to be back in a tight financial spot, but with a better roster, so it's all good.
Right.
But that's a question way down the road, but it's like, all right, so this guy's going to average – he's going to put up better numbers than Jamal Murray, and Jamal's already sitting on the books with a big, fat, overpaid contract.
And if you're going to have a ring involved in that, if you're Cam, you have to love that.
Yeah.
You have to love that for yourself and your own financial benefit.
Heck yeah. All right, it is KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. We will continue to monitor what's happening in the NHL. Again, NHL free agency started at 10 a.m. this morning, but it's been slow. There isn't a lot of action going on. The Avalanche have re-upped with Parker Kelly. They have lost Ryan Lindgren and Jonathan Drouin, but they do have some money if there's a trade to be made. We had a conversation with Jesse Montano a little earlier in the show. If you went back to our 11:30 segment on the podcast, you can listen to it in its entirety. He said keep an eye on names like Ross Colton and Samuel Girard as assets that CMAC can trade. He reset the Bowen Byram thing too, which I thought was interesting, Cecil, that we heard that, then it kind of went away because of all the other moves that were made, but heck, Bowen Byram would be a huge upgrade at that spot. I always tell you I want an offensive-minded defenseman with a couple of those pairings. They already got it with Kale and the Taser. You bring back a Bo Byram, that's tough to say. You're checking one of those boxes.
You know, he just turned 24.
24?
Yeah, I think the Avs drafted him when he was like 17, 18. Don't make me do math because it was like 2019, right?
Well, remember the parade? He got stopped by police.
Yes.
Because they thought a fan had got into the parade route, and it's like, no, it's just 21-year-old Bowen Byram. He looks like a baby,
awesome.
too.
That is. So you get a young player, bring him back if that's the case. for the Colorado Avalanche. We will applaud that move. Again, depending on price, we'll see what the price tag looks like. I believe it was Puckpedia that had him at $5.8 million in cap space, so they've got some maneuverability. We'll see what Chris McFarland does. And the great thing about Chris McFarland, he's never done. He's never done.
Yep.
What he's doing now could be completely different from what he does in December, because he's going to look at where the blemishes are on this roster, and he's going to do his damnedest to fill them.
Mm-hmm.
He did that last year with 9 trades, and he doesn't need to wait to the trade deadline. Now, maybe in the Mikko deal, he could have waited to the trade
He
deadline.
did have some time.
Maybe
there, yeah.
he couldn't have, but either way, we know that the Avs aren't done, regardless of what happens or doesn't happen today, tomorrow, and on. And on and on.
We will see. Like I said, we're looking at the trade market much more than the free agent market for the Colorado Avalanche.
Our guy ZB, I know you're listening on the way in. He came up with Cam Johnson could score more than Jamal this year, because there's going to be a Joker bump for Cam Johnson. That was an amazing move. And if you go from 18, 19 points a game with Joker, is that 21 points a game? Is that 24 points a game? Like, we can get crazy here. I think it's a great move.
So I think it's a great move too. I'm a big fan of Cam. A big fan of Cam Johnson. I see it differently though than you guys, and that may happen. That may happen. Where I think you're going to see the bump though is in his efficiency across the board. I actually think his raw numbers will actually take a little dip, because he was doing so much heavy lifting in Brooklyn.
Had to, yeah.
I mean, they didn't have a lot of playmakers, so he was taking, I believe, the second most shot attempts on their team. And while on some nights I think it could play out like that, there's going to be nights where he's taking the second most shots and he's scoring 27 points. Like, that's going to happen with Cam Johnson. But I think in totality over the course of a season, maybe things will shift. And maybe we feel it shifting right now with Jamal and his falling short and Cam's ascension. But my guess is that you'll see the bump in efficiency, and maybe instead of, what was it, 18.8? Yeah. Instead of 18.8, it's 15.9, but he's doing it on 54% shooting, 41% from three. But we'll see. But I just take into consideration how much heavy lifting he was having to do in Brooklyn to try to win on a nightly basis.
So Zach, say it's 15.9, which is, I mean, if he's shooting at a high level from the three-point line, that's great. Are you expecting him to be more involved when it comes to rebounding, which that's something he doesn't do a good job of, is rebounding. Assist-wise, it is what it is, but that's something that someone like MPJ, when MPJ had bad games, it wasn't able to get to the 18 points. He was at least getting the rebounds, having 8 to 10 rebounds. Assist-wise, he wasn't doing that, but overall, it seemed like MPJ would kind of contribute other ways when he was off when it comes to scoring. Yeah, because that's kind of what you're bringing in for Cam Johnson, I would think, is you're looking at him as a scorer, someone that can bring the three-point game and also just give you those 20 points, 22, maybe 24 points to help you win these games.
Well, I think you're definitely missing a little bit of rebounding. You're missing a little bit of size, but I think you're gaining in playmaking. MPJ is not a playmaker. He averaged 2 assists this year, I think, and it was like a career high. Cam Johnson's coming off 3.5, so he's close to doubling his assist total. So you're gaining playmaking. You're gaining a ball handler. MPJ could not handle the basketball. He never grew that way in his game. So for the rebounding, you're lacking. Gaining playmaking, gaining a ball handler. Here's what I think maybe the biggest thing is. Cam Johnson's just so much smarter of a player.
The IQ.
We are living in an NBA era where if you don't have like the size and natural gifts of an MPJ, and you don't have great acumen, you can't play. Like MPJ got to play because he has an incredible skill set he shoots the piss out of the basketball. He's 6'11", but beyond that, there's not a lot in the acumen category. So now you could be looking at like 5 really smart basketball players, and you see the teams that were playing in the Final Four. Man, they are smart players. And I think MPJ, so you gain on that front too. I just think all around, you're gaining more than you're losing. Not to say you're not losing anything.
And you have an edge. Dover and I talked about it earlier. Is OKC, they're going to have that sharpness? They took the regular season seriously when, 29 other teams really don't? Mm-hmm. So they did. They got to 68. That's awesome. 68 wins. That's great. So they took that seriously. They had an edge. Now, and I said it earlier, and I think all of us need to repeat this and believe this. Nikola Jokic not winning the MVP could be the best thing that happens because SGA got everything, right? He got his ring. He got his MVP. they're fat and happy. Not Jamal fat and happy, but like fat and happy.
We're
right?
assuming that, though.
That they're fat and happy. Will they have that same edge that the Nuggets now have? They had to make major changes, and if you're Jamal Murray, you're on notice. Whether he knows that or not, you're on notice because they made a big moves, plural, to get you back in championship form.
I think that's something underrated of this, of like, hey, they just traded Michael Porter Jr., Josh Kroenke's little boo, right? Like Missouri guy.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his
if
guy.
Michael can go,
Yeah.
anybody can go. And I think that's something underrated that we didn't even really touch on a lot today, of like, everybody should be on notice now that if we aren't checking the boxes that we're supposed to be checking as a Denver Nugget championship caliber team,
Yeah.
somebody's falling on the sword for that.
Yeah, and I agree. And Jamal's biggest ally within the organization was Michael Malone. And prior to that, it was Tim Connolly. They turned down a trade to get Luka Doncic at the top of the draft, which we learned in Mike Singer's book, Why So Serious. They turned down a trade for Luka so they could keep Jamal. And in some ways, it paid off because you won a championship, and you never apologized for that. But if those two biggest allies in his corner are gone, and you're reshaping the roster, that like connective, like heartstring tissue has been severed with Tim Connolly and Michael Malone. So yeah, and I'll say this too, as improved as I believe the Nuggets got here within the last 24 hours, it's still not championship caliber without Jamal Murray playing at his highest level. He has.
I like that
if
one.
he's
Yep.
not, do I think Cam Johnson could be the second best player on a title team? Not right now. Not what I know right now. Maybe in 6 months when we see him play here, but what I don't know right now, no, probably not. Jamal has checked that box, and so much is still reliant on him being the best version of himself. This is why some of these conversations that we were having yesterday, and as spicy as they were, like they're important. They're important. And is there a voice within the Nuggets organization that can hold one that Jamal respects, that he'll look eye to eye with? Is there someone within this organization that checks that box, that also has the willingness to keep it real with him, the way that I don't believe he's hearing from anyone in his circle, the people that he's surrounded himself with?
And I'm thinking in my head, who would that be if it's not Josh Kroenke? Like, take Josh Kroenke out of it, because we know if Josh says something, usually you're going to listen. If it's between John Wallace and Ben Tenzer, who would someone like Jamal listen to? I would kind of go on the way of John Wallace, who seems to have built chemistry with players in the past, and he has connections all across the league. And maybe someone like John Wallace can get to Jamal and say, hey, look, man, we need you to play at a different level. We're making these moves to help you out as well. Because you look around, and it didn't seem like, and I'm speculating here, someone like Jamal Murray and MPJ, it's not like they had the greatest connection with each other.
Definitely not.
And maybe someone like Cameron Johnson comes to play and is like, hey, I can get you the ball. I can make plays for you, and it's not just catch and shoot for me all the time. And maybe that would help your game out. But so like someone like maybe John Wallace and having John Wallace here and helping shake things up can get through to Jamal Murray that, hey, we got to change things, and we've paid you a lot of money and we can't get rid of you. So what can we do to make sure you're ready to play this year?
It is John Wallace for sure, Dover. And I would say this quickly. Jamal better listen because of the connections that guy has. Because you know what happens if Jamal Murray needs to be traded and you're getting phone calls? If Jamal doesn't listen to John Wallace, you putting in a good word for him?
No. And actually, I thought of Nikola when Zach brought that up.
Yes, me too.
Because
yes.
it's I don't know how much power John Wallace has over Jamal Murray. I don't know how much power Ben Tenzer has over Jamal Murray.
Agreed.
I think David Adelman has zero power
Yeah.
over Jamal Murray.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it has to come from Nikola Jokic. I think it has to be one-on-one. We shouldn't find out about it.
No.
It should be something that we go, whoa, this guy's different. We speculate then that something happened.
I feel like we have said that multiple times.
But you're the
now,
athlete.
Jokic.
Like, imagine the best player not on your team, in the league that happens to be on your team, and comes to you man-to-man and just says, dude, without you at your best, I can't do anything.
It hits a little bit different. It hits
should.
the ears differently when you're a player and a player. And let's just say it's Peyton Manning coming to you saying, hey, Phil, I need you.
The best teams are player-led. John Wallace hasn't been here in 3 years. He's going to kick down the door and tell, no, that's a viable option. So I'm not disagreeing. But he hasn't been here for 3 years. I think it needs to come from the lips and the mouth of Nikola Jokic, and it may just be, brother, we're not going to be able to do this forever. I need you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is it, man.
I need you.
And it has to be that serious.
Yes.
That kind of tone.
Yes.
Like, it's not a, yo, man, remember the couple years ago? Let's do that again,
that's
right?
done.
It's exactly how Zach said it.
Yeah, and you know another thing to watch with this group specifically, was almost impossible to have Nuggets conversations this year without using the word like connection or connective tissue. They were a disconnected group. They just were.
Yeah.
Where someone like Oklahoma City, they're saying in the microphones, we spend our days off together. Now, I'm not saying that they need to do that because the Nuggets are now an older team, and that lends itself to less of that, and that lends itself more to young guys who are on their NBA journeys together. But when that Nuggets team won the championship, Jokic was hosting dinners at his house. I can tell you that was what was not happening this year. So can they ultimately come together as a group? And for the longest time, they were greater than the sum of their parts. Just looking at one isolated Nugget, it was like, but you put them all together, they represented something larger. They need to get back to that point.
Can we get one family dinner a week or something now? Sunday dinner. We're just asking for one. Come on now.
I mean, think about this. We had after the day after the Malone firing, someone say, hey, MPJ, Christian had a dinner last night. And he said he did. I
didn't know about no dinner. That's what he said.
I mean, that was the most awkward thing ever.
You have a dinner?
Ever. And if you think that was a ha-ha joke, hardy har, on a day that Michael Malone got fired, it's just like, no, don't sell me that bill of goods. It was awkward. They were disconnected. They need to get back. Both on the court, but off the court as well. So,
real quick, we were connected. Shout out to you for the pizza today.
I'm sorry it took so long. I'm sorry it took so long, and I forgot it, so I ended up having to DoorDash it. It's all good. It's all good. Glad I was able to pay it off. Appreciate you guys sticking around. Where do the Nuggets now stack up in the West after these moves, and what do the odds makers think of that question? We'll take a dive into it next.
He's back. After 2 seasons away, Bruce Brown is returning to the Mile High City. Will Cowboy Bruce bring the same swagger, toughness, and clutch shooting that helped the Nuggets win their first ever title? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS. It's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
If you want your lawn and plants to be healthy through the summer months, it's Iron Rich. From the folks who make all the great Colorado-made Rich Lawn products you've known for years, Iron Rich is high in iron and sulfur and will keep your plants green and healthy without forcing a lot of growth and causing stress on them. The Iron Rich formula helps combat yellowing leaves on trees, common this time of year, especially after all that recent rain. Take it easy on your plants and yourself and pick up a bag of Iron Rich today. Visit richlawn.com for more information.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Off and rolling here on a Tuesday where I wish you guys could see this right now. Gosh, we have so much ground to cover. We have so much ground to cover today. But how we're starting the show here is a little bit crazy. Is he okay. So you roll with the punches, right? We're having a little bit of technical difficulty. Something happens like building wide. Where the microphones there's something going on with the microphones where we can't, like if we're both plugged in, we can't hear each other if we're doing the show. We can hear Dante and Drew from behind the glass, but we can't hear each other. So that results in no headphones and you just talk to each other like you would in a room. But the problem is we're resetting something to try to get the ability back. It's not just the fan, it's happening at KYGO as well. And so they're resetting the system. That means our studio where we sit is down right now. And they're like, hey, can you run the bumper music a little bit long? Because our program director's sticking their head in here like, what is going on? So they're like, hey, can you run the music a little bit long? And Dante's like, we're back. The music's running right now.
We're rolling. Off and rolling.
And so I'm like, well, what are we going to do? So I'm like, hey, can I use that microphone in the studio where Drew and Dante sit? So right now, just to paint you a visual picture, I am sitting behind the board in Dante's seat where you would see like a music studio or radio studio when you have all the buttons in front of you where like Kanye West would be like grinding over.
You used to do something like this though, back in the day.
This is what I was going to say. Back in the day when I'm coming up in Albany, like especially small markets like that, but even now, you can't like get a radio job without like the entry level stuff, and the entry level stuff is learning how to run the board. So like my last couple years in Albany, I was hosting the show with a co-host,
like we're doing right now,
the way we're doing right now, and we have been. But I would also be running the board, bringing us in and out of commercials, and also the guy who I was hosting with was like the big cheese in Albany. His named Roger Weiland, and I would be cutting his spots. So it's like basically you're like, have you ever gone to like halftime of the Nuggets game and there's like the woman who's like balancing all the plates on her like her toe and her head and
the feet.
That's who you are in a small market trying to break through in radio. So I'm getting a total flashback. You're on it of like sitting behind the glass.
Why do you have to lie? Just say you want to be back to doing what you used to do.
I do not. I can promise you.
You're like, Dante, I'm tired of you. Let me do your job and let me host a show.
Oh, my gosh. Too funny, man. Too funny. So I'm sure we'll get this resolved in pretty short order. We have really smart people here behind the scenes from an engineer standpoint. But off and rolling. Here we go. I mean, where do the Nuggets, Phil, stack up in the Western Conference after these moves? We were on the air. It was hour number 4. We were getting started with a conversation that I've been looking forward to having for like 3 weeks.
The Super Suite just started.
Yes.
Just started.
Yes.
And you interrupted me. So rude of you.
And
by
when
the way.
he says super sweep, that's a term we use behind the scenes here for the longest segment that starts around 4:45, and we don't break till 5:25, which is basically like the longest segment you can do in radio. But you're right, we had just started it, and we were jumping into a conversation I couldn't wait to have, and it was like, boom, massive trade, Shams Charania, Michael Porter Jr. is out. Cam Johnson is in.
You were like, Mr. Lindsay, we're going to have to stop right there for a second.
Yes.
There's some breaking news.
Yes.
I was like, is it worth breaking the news? You're like, oh, yes.
And yes, it is. Yes, it is. And by the way, we'll get back to the conversation we were going to have at 5:30 later today.
If there's no other breaking news coming our way.
Yes, correct.
Could happen.
Correct. But then earlier today, we got the news that Jonas Valanciunas, affectionately known as JV around NBA circles, is the new backup center in Denver. And the thing that made it happen was shipping out Dario Saric. So €1 for €1, and in comes another one of these Baltic brothers who lives maybe 1,000 miles from Jokic there in Lithuania, I think, and Jokic is in Serbia. But the Nuggets have not had a backup center, I don't know, Phil, Mason Plumlee 4 or 5 years ago, something like that.
Zach, it's insane to think. And I was upset. We were walking down the hall when we were done with the show, and I said, I can't believe. And I know that it was a smart move by Dario Saric to pick up his player option.
Definitely.
But I told you I was upset that he picked up the player option because he wasn't playing in any games.
Yeah.
16 games he kind of appeared in. Every once in a while he appeared in some other ones. But he was benched after that. But for the front office and John Wallace and both Ben Tenzer to be able to get this done and trade Dario Saric for JV, I'm glad we come up with something like JV. I was going to call him Big Val. You know I can't pronounce the words like that.
You'll get to it. Jonas Valanciunas.
Jonas Valanciunas.
You're on it.
To be able to make a trade like this in dramatic fashion, end up getting a number 2 center, which we badly need. Like, we should all be excited about this. Jokic should be ecstatic about having somebody that can give him a break. And so he's not out there for 48, 46, 45 minutes in a game.
So it accomplishes a basketball box that's checked, but also, and don't overlook this, Dario Saric was one of Jokic's best friends on the team.
You said that you used to you saw him a couple times with your son.
Yes. At the Belco Theater at Paw Patrol, right? It's Dario and Jokic, but also you see the way they sit next to each other. They have dinners when they're on the road. But Vlatko Čančar was another part of that little triumphant of Baltic boys, and I believe both. I don't think Čančar is going to be back, and Dario's not going to be back. So the fact that you're also adding a friend of Jokic, because Jonas Valanciunas is a legitimate friend of Jokic, and I don't need to be told that. I just watched the way that they interacted over the years after games.
So you think the front office, that was in the back of their head too, finding somebody
secondary,
that,
but yeah,
okay.
But still, you're killing two birds with one stone. You know, you're actually providing a backup center role, but he happens to be good friends with Jokic over the years, and I think that matters here with this evolving landscape as he's saying goodbye to his friends.
So Giannis, it was interesting, Zach, because the Kings acquired him for 2 second-round draft picks. 2 months left into the season, end up dropping him, and now he's here with the Nuggets. And for me, it comes down to this: Giannis was playing about 19 minutes a night. He was averaging 10 points. Is that something that we should be anticipating here with Denver? As Giannis is going to play 19?
Oh, you're saying Giannis? Jonas. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Giannis is going to play 19 minutes a night, or is it going to be similar to like maybe 10, 12 minutes? Give Jokic a rest, but have somebody that you can rely on and trust out there when Jokic is out, the non-Jokic minutes.
Yeah, I think it'll be a night by night thing. I really do, but somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes a night, and that's a sweet spot for him where he's at in his career. In terms of the odds makers, they differ a little bit, but according to FanDuel, the Nuggets title odds jumped yesterday from 17-1, which was a far cry where they've been the last two off seasons, 17-1 to plus 850. So your $100 yesterday morning, if they won the championship, would have netted you $1,700. That $100 now nets you $850. According to FanDuel, only behind Oklahoma City Thunder. So that was a big-time move that happened yesterday, and the odds makers' odds are reflecting that. I can't wait to get to this throughout the afternoon. We will comb through it. We'll talk about some of the moving parts, the ripple effects. We'll get back to this here in about 35 minutes from now. But yesterday's massive trade got me thinking, Phil, who are the 4 names in Denver sports that are on the absolute do not trade list in order? That's next.
Will the Broncos be in the wild card race again this season?
I think you're going to look at the Chargers. I think you're going to look at Pittsburgh. Got to put Cincy in there also.
The lesson that we've learned here is that out of the wild card contenders, and there'll be 3 of them, I really like the Broncos positioning as being one of the top teams in that pool.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. It's just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market. And if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Your life can go from healthy and happy to hopeless in an instant. When a serious accident hits you with injuries, too many bills, and no way of caring for your family, it's time to strike back. Let Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury lawyers fight to get you the money you need and deserve.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Nitro's back. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is lighting up the track. Grab your tickets now at IHRA.com. That's IHRA.com.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we hit the ground running on a Tuesday. Unorthodox start. Phil, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Unorthodox. The last time that was said, it was Josh Cronkite
Yes,
saying it.
not abnormal. Let's go with unorthodox.
It's like, okay, Josh, now
Yes.
look at it.
Yes. So, apologies, sort of like a bumpy start to the show from a technical standpoint, and I was just made aware during the break that the music was up for like the first minute of the segment. So
As you were describing everything, the
Yes.
music was bumping in the background.
yeah, so I was telling like, hey, we had some technical problems. Like I'm going head to head with Mick Jagger, and so eventually Dante, his senses came back to him, and he came over and turned.
Well,
the
after
music
critiquing
down.
you, he said, hey, that was horrible, Zach. You did a
Yes.
horrible job being behind on the board. I was
And-
like, well, my man hasn't been there
Almost
9 years.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I was pushing and pulling those levers, but it's kind of fun. It's kind of hey, like
Oh, you can do it.
no complaining,
You're very versatile.
no complaining. We're here. So I got to thinking yesterday. With this massive trade and breaking up the core four, right? Michael Porter Jr. being snapped off this foundation and being dealt to Brooklyn. It got me thinking like, who else could that happen to, and who would that never happen to? Who is on the absolutely positively do not trade list in Denver sports?
Reason being because they're too valuable to the team and not because of a contract, right?
Correct.
Not because we can't get
No, that's
rid
an important distinction. Yes. Yeah. So like Chris Bryant wouldn't be part of this conversation because you can't trade that contract, right? But like if you were just looking at the value of these players, if there's four, a lot of times we do the Mount Rushmore or this or that or whatever. If there's an absolutely positively do not trade list in Denver sports, who are the four players it consists of, and and this is where it makes it interesting, what would the order be of the guys on this do not trade list? And I want to throw this out there to the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 and how our listeners would interpret that. Thanks for bearing with us through the first segment there. But want to get these guys involved too. The ultimate do not trade list in Denver sports. Where does it start? If we're ranking them in order.
If we're ranking them in order, it's going to start, and it has to start with Jokic.
Has to.
Although Josh Kroenke kind of put it out there that like trading 15 was a possibility. That's not his words, but it was something like that.
Well, yeah. He's basically he went down that road. Yes,
he went down that road. Jokic is one of the best players to play the game of basketball. He's still in his prime. He's brought us a championship, and hopefully another one's coming here soon. The way that this man thinks of basketball, he's a genius. You can't get rid of somebody like that. I don't care how bad your team is and how much money you need to try to acquire to get back to the top. You don't get rid of your best player, your key piece, and the reason why you're even able to mess around in the playoffs and have a chance to win the championship. You don't get rid of players like that.
No.
Jokic is not going anywhere. I don't care what you have to do, whether you have to beat him up, put him in the closet, lock him up, or just give him a bunch of money for him to stay, or do what you're doing now with Ben Tenzer and John Walsh are doing now is making moves to make Jokic happy, to make the fan base happy. Jokic is number one. He's a guy that you will never trade. He should be a Denver Nugget until he decides to retire.
Yeah, no, and of course I agree. He's the best player walking planet Earth. He is the single most accomplished Colorado athlete of all time among the 4 major sports. Even above John Elway, even above Peyton Manning, even above Joe Sakic, by merit. I'm not telling, like, just by merit, by resume. No one else in the history of Colorado sports has accumulated 3 MVPs, plus won a championship, plus had been finals MVP. We've seen Peyton Manning win an MVP.
Yeah.
1 here in Denver. He won 5. He's got the NFL record. But 4 of those in Indy, 1 here in Denver. We saw John Elway win an MVP, I think in 1987. We've seen him win a Super Bowl, but not to the level of Jokic. And so, of course, the list has to start with him, talking about the ultimate do-not-trade list in Denver sports. Number 2, let me go. Yeah, let me go second here, and then we can see, because we're putting them in order where it gets interesting. Because I don't think the 4 athletes in Denver sports that are on the ultimate do-not-trade list is all that debatable. It's really not all that debatable.
Well, it comes down to the list. Like
it comes down to the order of the list, yes, which is why I'm like, let's put them in order, because I think we would just all agree who the 4 are. I think the second player to only Jokic on the ultimate do-not-trade list in Denver sports is Kale.
Whoa!
Is Kale.
Come on.
Yeah, nope. I think he's the best two-way player the NHL has, okay? He is the best scoring offensive defenseman that we may literally have ever put eyes on in the history of the National Hockey League, and which is why you have to
scoring defenseman.
Go all the way back to Bobby Orr. But he's still a top 20 defenseman,
yeah,
right? So he's elite at his position, but the way how versatile he is incredible. And what the thing that broke the tie between he and the guy that comes on, who plays on his own team.
Come on.
In my opinion, this is my opinion.
No,
it's my list.
For sure. And you could be wrong. Your opinion could be wrong.
Is his age. So when we're talking about trades,
yeah,
when we're talking about trades, you're talking about the arc of what could be moving forward and what is left in the battery. And I'm not saying Nate is close to being done, because we know he's not.
But answer me this, and then you can continue. When it comes to hockey, it seems like players stick around a lot longer than even basketball, and definitely football.
They can play till 37, 38, even 40 years old.
Sid the Kid, who's 37 years old, and he's still playing at a high level.
90-point guy at 37.
So the reason I'm getting at that is Nathan McKinnon is still young. It's not like Nathan McKinnon is 35 years old, 32 years old.
Yeah.
He still has a lot left in the tank, and he's doing great every single year. He's very consistent.
He
Even
is.
in the playoffs, you need him. You take him away, you're number one center and one of the best players in the league.
Totally.
I'm just, I know it's your opinion, but
I think you can make an argument that Cale Makar is the best hockey player in the world. And I believe, I would go so far to say,
all right,
that if the entire league was standing on the sideline and it was like a pickup, like old playground child, like I got him,
yeah,
okay, you got him, Cale might go first, number 1 overall, if
Why?
you're starting a new franchise, because of who he is as a player, how great he is as early in his career, and how much battery he has left in his NHL life. And so Cale Makar would be number 2 for me.
So you have Cale over Nathan McKinnon.
I do.
Nate the Great.
And it came down to a tiebreaker.
Both are great, and they're both going to be on my list as well. But it definitely has to go to Nathan McKinnon, a guy that won just like Cale. He's homegrown, and he has built up to be a great player in this league through being consistent. Helped you win a cup. You're not winning the cup without Nathan McKinnon.
You're not winning a cup without Cale. Don't forget who the Conn Smythe winner was for the MVP of the playoffs.
But
that
also,
man Cale.
Who has won the MVP? Who has won the MVP? Has Cale?
No, Cale wins the Norris.
Okay, that's fine. But who's
for the
won
second
the MVP?
time in 5 years?
But what MVP is the most valuable player?
It was a tie,
the
Phil.
Hart Trophy.
It was a tie, and I had the age break the tie.
You're sick.
I'm not sick.
You're sick.
Cale's on your list. What are you talking about? You have a different order of it.
You said 4 of them.
Yeah, I have
but
4.
The order is like, number 1, Jokic, that we know nobody is going to disagree with. Nathan McKinnon's a guy that if we lose...
So you don't think it's even debatable?
Cale,
you don't think it's debatable?
It could be debatable, but look how the playoffs went for us.
When? This year?
This year.
And,
Nathan McKinnon was consistent. Kale was not.
Okay, well, they played 7 games. You're right, Kale was not. But when they played...
When you're great, you show up every single night. You cannot afford... What did Bednar say? You cannot afford not to be good in the playoffs. When your star players are not doing well, you cannot afford that if you want to win and beat a team like Dallas.
I am not going to hold a single playoff series in the first round against Cale Makar's career. He still would be my second. Okay. We'll continue this conversation. All right.
You don't like Nathan McKinnon, man.
Stop. Also, a bit of breaking Nuggets news.
Oh, here we go again.
It's next.
The Nuggets kicked off free agency with a bang, trading Michael Porter Jr. and a future first-round pick to Brooklyn in exchange for Cam Johnson. With a piece of their championship core now gone, can the Nuggets reload for another title run? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Attention law enforcement personnel. Summit County Sheriff's Office is now hiring for Law Enforcement Academy-sponsored cadet, patrol deputy, detentions deputy, and co-responder team's clinical program manager. Earn top salaries up to $122K a year. Receive great benefits, a sign-on bonus, and work in amazing Summit County. Discover your next adventure at Summit County Sheriff's Office. Now hiring. Go to summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs. That's summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, fun conversation we were just having. We will continue it here in just a second.
A wild conversation.
Well, we were having.
Are you sure you're okay today?
I'm positive.
Did you drink your coffee today? I see it, but I don't know if you've drunk it yet.
I am.
You got a drink? You got a drink. You got to buy yourself a drink.
I think that I am on very comfortable grounds. Arguing what I just did, we'll do it again here in just a second as we're going through the 4 names in Denver sports who are completely off limits in trade conversations. We'll get back to that here shortly, but first, some breaking news here from Shams Charania involving the Denver Nuggets. Free agent sharpshooter Tim Hardaway Jr. has agreed to a 1-year deal with the Denver Nuggets, sources tell ESPN. Hardaway had a strong season for the Pistons' resurgent 24-25 campaign, and now Denver officials finalize a deal with Mark Bartelstein of Priority Sports. Tim Hardaway Jr.
I tell you, the front office is cooking.
They are wheeling and dealing right now. They are absolutely wheeling and dealing.
Very aggressive.
So let's do a snapshot here on who Tim Hardaway Jr. is. If you're an NBA fan, you already know who this is. He was fantastic at Michigan. He's been in the league forever. Been in the league probably 12, 13 years, something like that. Former first-round pick. He, this past season, for the Detroit Pistons, averaged 11 points a game on 40% shooting from the field. When it comes to his three-point prowess, he is an effective three-point shooter. At certain points in his career, specifically when he was like with the Dallas Mavericks, he was in that 39, 40% sort of variety.
Yeah, I love it. I love it already, Zach.
That's that delineating line of like, if you can get the 38, 39, 40% shooting in the NBA, you have the label shooter.
What's the number one thing we always talk about when it comes to the Denver Nuggets? It's not about the efficiency of shooting the three for them. They did a good job of making their threes, but they didn't shoot enough.
Correct.
They did not shoot enough. Well, when you add someone like Tim Hardaway Jr., when you add someone like Cameron Johnson that can shoot the three-point shot consistently, that's what you need if you're going to compete in the Western Conference. That's what you need if you're going to compete in today's NBA. And that's something that John Wallace and Ben Tenzer have done a great job of so far, is being aggressive and moving things around, but also putting the right veterans. You talked about yesterday, you want more veterans.
Correct.
We have more veterans on the team, on this roster, that have played in a lot of games, that is very seasoned. Okay, I like to say that. Very seasoned vets that know how to shoot. I love this move along with the other moves that the front office have done so far.
Yeah, this is a guy that was just a double-digit scorer on a team that had its best season maybe in 20 years, the Detroit Pistons. And Hardaway is not God's gift, okay? There's a reason he's signing a 1-year deal, but at the same time, he is the type of profile that I was looking for to add to the margins of this roster, because Tim Hardaway Jr., that guy can play in the playoffs. Cam Johnson, that guy will play in the playoffs. At 33 years old, a double-digit scorer available, played in 77 games this past year, 79 games the year before that, 71 games the year before that. So he's available. He's a veteran player. He's a smart player. He is a double-digit scorer historically throughout his entire career. He's a double-digit scorer, averaged for his entire career 13.7 points a game. At one point, he was getting like 18 a night, probably 5-6 years ago. He's not that player anymore. The Nuggets don't need him to be that player anymore.
Well, Zach, you talked about Tim Hardaway Jr. being a guy that you can count on in the playoffs and will play in the playoffs. But all four of the pickups so far, I feel like we'll have some kind of they're going to contribute in the playoffs, whether it's Jonas, JV, that's in there, and it's just for a couple minutes to give Jokic rest, because Jokic is going to need a rest. You have Bruce Brown back in the mix.
Yep.
All right, playing as the sixth man.
Playoff player.
Hopefully he can kind of get himself back to 2023. It doesn't have to be the exact same guy, but when it comes to getting to the rim, offensive rebounds, playing vicious defense, that's what you're looking for. And, of course, you end up adding someone like Cameron Johnson that can add that spark when you need, when someone like Jamal Murray is not playing well or Jokic needs to help. You're stretching that floor back out for Jokic to be able to take command of this team again, take command in the playoffs, and hopefully take that run or make a run to win another championship.
There's no question about it. And look, Tim Hardaway Jr.'s name has come up in the past, as has Cam Johnson's. I mean, we were just talking about Cam Johnson this past year. Tim Hardaway maybe a couple years ago now. But I like it, man. I like it because it's the reliability rating. It's the trust factor. Like, you know who would have loved this move? Michael Malone, right? But for the same reasons, David Adelman will love it. It is so simple, and I said this after the Adelman presser when he got announced. It's so simple to say, yeah, I'm going to play the young guys, and we're going to play through mistakes. But when you're the one wearing the losses in a super hyper-competitive Western Conference, it's easy to say in June. It's a lot harder to execute in October, November. Tim Hardaway provides a little bit of a safety net. You know, with these younger guys, if they don't develop in the way that you hope here this coming season, Tim Hardaway Jr. is sort of a fail-safe.
But here's the thing. When you're talking about developing, you're talking about usually players that can look up to older players that have done it before in their position. So, for example, if you're a shooter like Julian Strawther, who we believe he can shoot the ball and we want him to shoot the ball, well, getting with somebody like Tim Hardaway Jr. who can teach him and develop him and help him out, that's what you want. You want more veterans around, and that's why I've always been high on vets. A lot of people are like, why do you go for veterans in football and in basketball? Because they've been there and they've done that. They know what to expect. They know how it feels to play in big-time games, and they're never going to be rattled by that. And you can also learn. Your young bucks can learn from them if they decide to take their pride and put it to the side and say, okay, it didn't go my way. They're making these moves because they have a vision for this guy and not me right now. But let me learn from this veteran guy. Let me learn, because at some point, I'm going to have to go out there and I'm going to have to show out, and I want to be ready for this moment. So you bring as many veterans as possible, one, to make Jokic happy, and two, to help teach this team, because you said it best before. Player-led teams are usually more successful than a coach screaming at you, yelling at you all day long. So the more vets you have on the team that can teach you, the better off you're going to be.
Well, these guys aren't babies. Cam Johnson has played in 38 playoff games. Tim Hardaway Jr. has played in 48 playoff games. And I believe, and I don't have his stats in front of me, I'll pull it up here in a second, but Jonas Valanciunas has played in 58 playoff games. So 38, 48, 58 are the games played in the playoffs when the lights are the brightest. And I've already seen what Bruce Brown looks like in a Nuggets uniform when the lights are the brightest.
Brucey B.
Average double figures in every single round of the playoffs to a championship on 50% shooting or better in every single round. Will it be exactly that, to your point that you referenced a couple minutes ago? No, I don't think it will be. It's been a rough couple years for Bruce Brown since he left Denver. It just has. But I think he is like the prodigal son. Like, you see him off in the distance, like you're squinting, like, is that Bruce coming home? Is that a cowboy hat?
He looks glorious. It's not a cowboy hat. Is those chats? Like, what's going on?
So you have proven guys now back in the fold, instead of having your fingers and toes and eyes crossed that Julian Strawther is going to develop into a playoff player. And if he does, great. Now you have a surplus. Now you have the depth of a team like Oklahoma City or Indiana. But if he doesn't develop into that, if Peyton Watson isn't trustworthy in the playoffs, you have some of that, like...
Well, see, this is how I look at it. Tim Hardaway Jr., I know they play different positions. Like, he can mentor Julian Strawther. Bruce Brown can mentor someone like Peyton Watson when it comes to defense. That's Peyton Watson's strength, is playing great defense, the length, the size, how he's able to measure when it comes to blocking. But when you bring someone like Bruce Brown back in the mix that has done it, that has won a championship here, that everybody loves, and if Peyton Watson can learn from him, he's going to be better off because of that, Zach. So these are great moves.
I hope so. I hope so. And by the way, the Tim Hardaway Jr. deal that just got announced moments ago is a vet minimum contract.
Another one.
So what you hope is that Tim Hardaway is on the Bruce Brown 2023 plan, Now, I know he's a little bit older than Bruce was then, but coming in here on a 1-year deal, killing it, and go get another bag at 34 years old. I say, bag in air quotes, not NBA bag, but it's not another vet minimum deal. It's a 2-year, $10 million contract with a player option, something like that. He can play.
Sign me up. I'll take the $10 million.
Yeah, heck yeah. All right, you want to react to any of this? RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. We will get back to the conversation of who are the 4 athletes in Denver sports who are on the absolute do not trade list. Also, we'll talk about the ripple effects here after these after the blockbuster trade yesterday. How will you remember Michael Porter Jr. and what could be next? We're going to tackle all of that coming up next.
He's back. After 2 seasons away, Bruce Brown is returning to the Mile High City. Will Cowboy Bruce bring the same swagger, toughness, and clutch shooting that helped the Nuggets win their first ever title? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Philip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you.
We love to celebrate the 4th of July with family, friends, food, and fireworks. Please be safe this Independence Day weekend and don't drink and drive. From your friends at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and the Wilhite Law Firm Injury Lawyers.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Co-Wetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kit Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Wetzel live at AXS.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Leading off with a big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Philip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than a New York minute. Hanging out with you on a Tuesday, July 1st. July?
Wow, man.
Whoa.
I'm going to be real with you. June was a long year, though. Or a long month.
That must have been
felt like
super
a year.
long.
It was long.
What made it so long?
I really don't know.
Me taking the days off and working with other people?
It could have been. I blame you. It was long.
Oh, my gosh. Well, that first hour was not long. It felt like we stepped in a portal and just zipped through 60 minutes.
Like you say, quicker than a New York minute.
Is that how I sound?
Yes, you do.
So we're reacting to a handful of stuff. We just found out moments ago that Tim Hardaway Jr. is signing a 1-year vet minimum contract with the Denver Nuggets. Okay. We found out this morning that Jonas Valanciunas, JV, is signing a deal with the Denver Nuggets. Yesterday, we were on the air in hour number 4 when the Cam Johnson news broke that he was going to be moved from Brooklyn to Denver. And I have some notes here that will go through why Cam Johnson is such a good fit here in Denver. And we'll get to that shortly. But I got to say, just right off the top here, hour number 2, is that there was a very real reason to be unsettled with the Denver Nuggets offseason. There was, like, tangible things to draw from. In fact, most of the people that I have like a really high level of respect for that talk about the NBA at a high level, whether in this market or otherwise, national folks, pretty much everyone was on the same page, honestly, with Jokic of like, this isn't good enough. You're telling us the plan is to run back what's not good enough. You've been bounced in the second round 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
Your coaching hires internal. You have this bizarre setup with 2 GMs. Like, there was real reasons to be anxious the way that I was, but the tone has to reflect the information that you have. And with new information comes new opinions. And there have been, yesterday was just a flat-out curveball. And these other subsequent moves, I think they're really productive. So I want to take my hat off to John Wallace and Ben Tenzer as unorthodox, abnormal, however you want to use the setup, the phrase for the setup. From what we know now, who knows how this will age?
Yeah, nobody does. But on paper right now, like we say with the Denver Broncos, on paper, it's looking a lot better and healthier for the Denver Nuggets.
Yes. So I will credit this front office.
How much credit do you give to Josh Kroenke? Because to me, it's like he's the one that, as of right now, was the only one to believe, hey, we're gonna have 2 general managers. Let's just say, I know that's not their names. They have different names. But 2 general managers, I'm going to trust them, and I'm going to kind of take a step back. Because that's what it seems like he has done so far. It's like people thought that I was so attached to MPJ, and that's not the case. And Ben Tenzer and John Wallace were able to get something done.
Yes.
So for Josh Kroenke, it seems like his plan is working right now.
Again, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. But because the game's played on hardwood, not on paper. But again, the information that we have right now, man, from a roster construction standpoint and getting out of MPJ's contract. And I know you had to give up a first round pick. And but like I've said through the years, good trades should sting a little bit. And MPJ, let's just talk about him before we move on here. Because,
yeah, I feel like we kind of just ignored him, and now we're so excited that we forgot what he has done for us in the past, and he was a part of this, and he was drafted by the Nuggets.
Yeah, man. This is how this goes with the guys that's leaving town. This is how this goes. Doesn't matter what sport you're talking about. This is sort of the construct. We love the new guy. Take care to the other guy. But I'll say this, man. Michael Porter Jr. was a really, really good Denver Nugget and a part of a championship team. And perfect player? No. But where I think people mostly went sideways with Michael Porter Jr. is they weighed what he was making to who he is as a player.
Yeah.
But guess what?
Usually that's what you do.
As you talk about with, you shared this once or twice with the Melvin Gordon experience. When Melvin Gordon came in, he was making $8 million a year.
Yeah.
It's like, well, it's not actually his fault. The team paid him. So I can be mad at Melvin, but it's like, ultimately, I would have taken that money if someone offered it to me.
It's the front office valuing him so much that they're willing to give him that amount of money, and it just doesn't work out on the football field. You can't be mad at that guy, though.
No. And so with MPJ on the basketball court, he was never going to fulfill a max contract. And it was sort of like, yeah, you're on a max contract, but you're in this really unique position as a role player. But I'll say this, he embraced his role. He was not a malcontent. He was not a bad apple. Like, he just wasn't. And you're talking about a guy who played 350 games for the Denver Nuggets, started almost 300 of them, 843 threes filled. That's second in the history of the franchise. His three-point field goal made per game, 2.5, that's number one in the history of the franchise. The most threes ever made in a single season was MPJ last year. The second most was MPJ this year. He's got 4 of the top 10 single-season made three-point seasons in the history of the franchise. I understand why he became frustrating. I do not believe he was an absolute dog, but for years he was a good fit here, and I'm definitely not on a day like today going to be kicking him on the way out.
No, definitely. He doesn't deserve to be kicked. He's done a lot for us. He helped us win a championship, and he was going through a lot. That's what people are forgetting, that he was going through a lot in his family life. He was going through a lot with his body. When you're 6'11", all right, and you're a bigger man and you're dealing with a back injury,
right,
that takes time to heal. When you have one of your brothers hurt somebody, murder somebody, you have another one gambling and now he's banned, and you have another one that was in trouble for drinking and driving.
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot on your mind when you're going through the playoffs, when you're going through and you're a max player and we're relying on you every single night to produce at a high level and take the shots. So for someone like MPJ, I feel like he embraced that. I feel like he matured. He was very mature, and he was able to block out certain things. But as time went on, I think it started to affect him, on top of some of the injuries and the shoulder this year. So it was a great Denver Nugget. It was one of these things, like you said, the money was not matching up with the productivity. The money was not matching up with MPJ. We need you to be able to shoot 5 to 7 threes a night. We need you to be able to be consistent enough every single night. You can't get into the playoffs and not score a single point. You can't get into the playoffs and only score 3 points and get benched as a starter.
Right. Something
you cannot do when you're making so much money.
Totally. And there's a reason that he is being shipped out of here. I, at the end of the day, am very satisfied with the trade and bringing in Cam Johnson, who's a more well-rounded, complete player than MPJ. But two things can be true at the same time, okay? And when you're in the Western Conference Finals trying to win a championship, and MPJ averaged 15 points, over 9 rebounds, and shot over 42% from 3 in the Western Finals, when you were winning games 132 to 126, 108 to 103, 113 to 111, and the margins are just razor thin. He was a big part of a championship. So, but again, I think this is a perfect ending to the story. And good for him. You mentioned the shoulder. He played through it. It showed, toughness. he was ineffective.
He was not a selfish guy.
No. And again, he embraced his role. His role got reduced to such a degree of who he was supposed to be. And you go back to his second season in the NBA. It's the 2020-21 season. MPJ was scoring 19 points a game, Phil, on 45% shooting from three in just his second year in the NBA. And what happened at the start of that next season? 9 games in, he gets hurt. This is after signing the contract. He has to have a third back surgery before the age of 25. The fact that he ended up rebounding and playing in 81 games and 77 games in back-to-back years, scoring 17 and 18 points a game, that's not nothing, man.
No,
it's not nothing.
And you got to think of it like this. In order to get a trade done like this for Cam Johnson, you have to be able to have somebody to trade that somebody values.
Yes.
All right. And
I like
even
where
after
you're going here.
After 3 back surgeries and still struggling, you still have the Nets saying, you know what? We see something in MPJ, so much so that we're willing to give up another player that is a little bit better than MPJ, but the Nets value someone like Michael Porter Jr. enough to make this deal. There was times when we talked about this, like, hey, is the reason why we can't get a trade done with MPJ is because of his injury history? Is it because he's not consistent enough? Well, you finally get a deal done, and it's like the reason why is because he had enough value to get it done with.
He did, and he had someone who had already coached him saying, yeah, we can trust this guy. The head coach of the Brooklyn Nets is Jordi Fernandez. Jordi Fernandez was an assistant coach for Michael Malone for years. 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. He watched Michael Porter Jr.
Yes, a familiar face.
So he felt comfortable saying, we can bring him in. And it's interesting because, you could see a scenario where MPJ starts putting up better numbers in Brooklyn. This for the same reason that I think you could actually see Cam Johnson's numbers go down in Denver because it's less of a workload. You could actually see it go up for MPJ in Brooklyn because the Nets did something crazy last week. Dude, they had, and I can't remember ever seeing this, they had 5 first-round picks. Now, I've seen teams have 5 first-round picks, but you use them to move up the draft board. You trade them for other players.
You don't pick 5 guys.
Bro, they picked all 5 guys.
They picked 5 guys.
No joke. But here's the thing. They're all dribble drive creating guards, and they're not shooters. So you could see a scenario where MPJ is the beneficiary of what they have going on in Brooklyn. And hopefully good for him. I mean, if that happens, good for him.
Well, that's why, but also you just said it right there, having that familiar face, knowing that coach, maybe someone like John Wallace. I keep saying John Wallace because I think he's the guy that has a lot more connections than Ben Tinzer.
Totally.
I may be wrong, but
I think
that's
you're
how
right.
I'm feeling.
No, I think you're right.
But when you're able to have connections, when the general manager has connections, when someone like MPJ has built a connection with another coach and he doesn't do bad things where someone says, that's an a-hole. That guy's an a-hole. That's something that in the NFL you hope that you create relationships with some of these coaches because the offensive coordinator at some point will be a head coach. And maybe he's the one that saves your career and says, you know what? I like you as a person. I know what you bring to the table. I'm going to give you a chance on my team. And that's how you keep your career going. That's something for MPJ. It's like, hey, I'm with a familiar face, and now maybe I can take my game to another level because I'm going to have opportunities to shoot more.
Yeah. All right. So Michael Porter Jr., happy trails. A really good Denver Nugget, part of a championship team, a starter on a title team. Will he get his jersey retired in Ball Arena? No, I don't think so. But really good Denver Nugget for a collection of years, fought through a lot, both physically, stuff with his family that you alluded to, basically put on a masterclass of compartmentalizing with all the chaos surrounding him. And best of luck to him in Brooklyn. The ripple effect of this trade, you're shedding a contract that was pretty bad with MPJ. All right, the guy was due to make like $38 million this year, $40 the year after that. So you get out from underneath that.
Man, that's a lot of money.
Now you're able to pay Christian Brown while staying under the second apron, which basically serves as a hard cap. You can just basically swap out second apron for hard cap, essentially. You opened up a $14 million non-taxpayer mid-level exception slot. Now we'll see if they use that. And there will be criticism from some if they don't use that. because if they do use that, it's going to put them in a repeater tax. And a repeater tax, again, don't want to spend a long time on it because this stuff has become curriculum, and it's like you need to take a course.
It's too bad that all this, it has to be so hard.
Yes.
I feel like we're in school right now.
Yes.
I wasn't a good listener in school, Zach.
We know.
You dumb it down for me a little bit. Repeater tax.
If you are in the luxury tax 3 out of 4 seasons, you get hit with a repeater tax.
Okay.
And if they can avoid it this year, they'll sort of restart the clock on it, and they could be super aggressive next year. But then someone would say, no, you need to be super aggressive this year. Forget the repeater tax. That's just coming out of their wallet. Like, go be all in. Don't be lukewarm. Be hot or cold. So we'll see what happens with that. But I think what we have learned over the last 24 hours or so, I think the Denver Nuggets are back to being a bona fide championship contender in a way that I do not believe they really were this past year.
So the moves we've made so far, 4 moves. You're saying we're back to contending.
I believe so, yeah.
Being a contender, that's all you can ask for.
Yeah. I believe
you're competing against OKC. You're competing against Houston, who got better.
They did.
The Minnesota Timberwolves, who kind of being your Achilles heel. They have the kryptonite. They've
owned
the
codes. Denver. Yeah.
And you still believe with the moves that we have made.
Yes.
4 moves so far.
Yes.
We're back there.
Because I think you accomplished 2 things in the last 24 hours. I think your starting 5 was already awesome, even with Michael Porter Jr. All the numbers say that.
When healthy.
Yes, when healthy. And PJ's been healthy, right?
He has.
It was Aaron Gordon and Jamal, right, this past year. But your starting 5 when they were together were excellent. Cam Johnson's a better all-around player than Michael Porter Jr. So I believe the starting 5, which was already elite, got upgraded. And I think from a connective tissue, it's even better with Cam Johnson.
I can agree with you on that. Just it's fresh. It's like fresh air. The culture's gonna shift. He speaks well, by the way. I was looking at some of his interviews.
Yes,
he was on the NBA PA. I think he was
I believe so.
He was a voice for them, like Brandon McManus was for the Denver Broncos when I was there.
Yep.
Which that means that you have to be smart and you have to be connected and well connected in the league to be that guy or your spokesman of your team.
He's got a great reputation in the NBA. It's hard to have a better reputation than Cam Johnson has currently. But also, you kind of got him on a discount. They wanted 2 first-round picks at the trade deadline, and you got him for MPJ and a 2032 first-round pick. That's 7 years in the future. You need to maximize this window, so that stings.
It's about the now.
It is about the now.
And the now with this team.
It is about the now. And I think it's a great fit. I'm going to give you some numbers that I'm stealing from my friend Matt Moore of the Action Network. Does a fantastic job. And while I think that this is some of the reasons. Okay, so let me just set this up the right way. I don't know what it is in football. Not that I don't know what it is. I forget what it's called. But the NBA has a digitalized system, and they've had for years, called Synergy. Okay, Synergy. Okay, so every team has access to it.
Synergy.
And you can basically break down the game of basketball into the most finite little nuggets. So if I said, hey, I want to know what Philip Lindsay scores, what are his percentages and his efficiency when he's driving left and finishing with his left hand on the left side of the basket. What is his numbers when he's finishing with his left side on the right side of the basket? You can do whatever you want, and you're going to hear it here in just a second. These are Cam Johnson's numbers from his Synergy reports. As a spot-up shooter, he's in the 85th percentile of NBA players. In transition, he's in the 85th percentile of NBA players. In handoffs, he's in the 61st percentile of NBA players. When he's a pick-and-roll ball handler, he's in the 65th percentile of NBA players, meaning he can handle it, okay, in traffic. When he's coming off screens, he's in the 81st percentile in the NBA. When he's an isolation player, he's within the 89th percentile of the NBA. As a cutter, he's in the 80th percentile of the NBA. What does this tell you? He is an extremely efficient player on a Nets team that was bad and had no creators. You should be seeing your least efficient self in a setup like that. And he was already, you're talking about some percentages in the 85th, 89th percentile, even on the lower end, 61st percentile, meaning you're still better than average on the stuff that's your low end. That should only all increase as he's in a better situation. He should be even more efficient. This is some of the reason. This is the stuff that MPJ lacked. He has in spades in a less situation. He could be a absolutely picture perfect fit in Denver.
No, for sure. But then now flip it on the other side. You're dealing with the guy that has been dealing with a bunch of injuries. That's one thing that MPJ seemed to shake off, the injury bug. And was able to be healthy and available 2 years in a row, which is hard to do, especially with someone like MPJ who's dealing with a bunch of injuries with the back. Then you start to think about the guy, like you said a lot of great things when it comes to like what he's going to bring to the table. But what's some of the things he's still lacking? And I think it's similar to some of the things that MPJ was lacking. And that's like being physical when there's a defensive player that's aggressive. That's something that I feel like he struggled with even last year and throughout his career is playing through physicality, getting to the rim. I still feel like we need some more rim finishers, somebody that can get to the rim. That's something that Westbrook brought to the table. Yep. And maybe Brucey B can do that. We know he can do it. Can he stay healthy? That's the question.
Yeah.
But like certain things like that, I still question. It's like, okay, great, we're getting somebody that can shoot the ball, shoot the heck out of the ball, and be consistent. But can we see the other things start to happen for him? Can he be more aggressive? Because we're going to need that. Because in the Western Conference, they are aggressive, and it's all about defense. And can we do that?
Well,
can he do that?
Well, I'll say this:
I don't have to play.
When he's like playing off the bounce, going downhill to the rim, like. That's not the hallmark of his game, no. But I would still say Cam Johnson does a better job at that than Michael Porter Jr. did. We just never saw him, MPJ, unlock that version of his game. And again, I'm not telling you that Cam Johnson's going to be prime Russell Westbrook in that category, but he's better at it than MPJ. So, and we talked about this in the crosstalk, he's just way smarter of a player. And your basketball IQ is valued right now in the NBA as high of a level that it has ever had. If you can't think out there and you don't have it between the ears, you better be just like a rock star at one thing. And MPJ was in his shooting most of the time, right? And we know some of the inconsistencies, and you talk about people who struggle against physical defenses. That was MPJ.
Sure, that was MPJ. But when you're talking about IQ, because I love that you bring it up, because it happens in football too. And IQ is like, hey, thinking outside the box, thinking in 2-minute drill, thinking of like, if I go out of bounds during 2-minute drill, that's a great thing because now you're saving time. In 4-minute drill, when you're winning the game and you run out of bounds and you stop the clock, that's how you get fired, right? So it's like understanding the X's and O's of the game as a quarterback. But it seems like some people are like, oh, like he's IQ for Cam Johnson and MPJ didn't have any. Why would people say that? Because to me, it's like I thought that MPJ was a very smart basketball player. Sometimes he got in his head. I think it was very like he thought he was thinking too much.
Yeah, but
so what is a smart basketball player? What are you looking for?
You're able to read and react. You're not thinking. And the Nuggets historically haven't ran like a read and react offense. Like Golden State did that for years. It's like a flowiness to it. We're not running sets. We're playing basketball. MPJ really struggled at that. MPJ really struggled as a team defender. He would make mistakes that you'd say, man, I wouldn't expect a college player to make that. Yeah. Here you are as a 7-year veteran. So I think you're just getting an upgrade in acumen. I'm not trying to say MPJ was a Neanderthal, but when he was on the floor as a starter, he had the least acumen of any Nugget out there, and now you upgrade in that category. And how does that manifest itself? It's the nuances of the game. It's rotations and team defense. It's a different approach in transition. Like it could manifest itself in a million different ways.
Now we talk about transition, and someone like Christian Brown did a phenomenal job of getting up and down the court. It was a lot faster pace this year for the Nuggets when someone like Russ was in the game, and even for Jokic. But then you have someone like David Adelman during his pressure say he's going to slow it down.
Yeah.
How does this affect somebody like Cam Johnson, where you just said he's able to transition down the court? It's all about movement. Jokic is another one. He still likes to get down the court. But then you got your head coach saying we're slowing it down in the regular season.
That's why it didn't make sense to me then. It doesn't make sense to me now. Again, it's so easy to say in June that we're going to play at a slower pace so we improve our basically callous in that department because that's what the playoffs look like.
Yeah, get ready for the playoffs in the regular season. I get it, but
we
know.
And we know the playoffs slow down, right? We talked about that all year with Westbrook specifically ahead of the playoffs. I don't think you're going to see it. I think you're going to see it in little chunks here, but like
a changeup. It's like a changeup.
Yeah, but when Jokic is pulling down a rebound and he's looking ahead as one of the best advancers of the basketball in the sport, you're not going to say, Jokic, don't outlet that to Cam Johnson or Christian Brown.
Baby.
Let's walk it up and let's run my sets. I'm telling you, it's not going to work like that.
That's Christian Brown's superpower. And if you're getting ready to sign Christian Brown to a very lucrative deal, you're saying, hey, we're not taking your superpower away. We're going to enhance it. We're adding to this so it's easier for you to transition and you have the fast break opportunities. And you add someone like Cam Johnson that can do that as well. So that's why I bring it up, because it's like I know that coaches say certain things thinking that's how it's going to be, and then you get into the heat of the moment, or you're in there and the bullets are flying. You're like, no,
right.
We're gonna go with the flow, which you should do. You should go with the flow. That's all that matters when you're playing in these games in the NFL, NBA. Go with the flow.
Well, like I said, in terms of the pace, you still got to run. I've just never heard a new basketball coach take the podium and say, hey, we're going to play slower. Typically, every coach that gets a job, it's like, hey, we're going to get up and down. We're going to push the pace.
You see how fast a turtle goes? That's the pace we're going.
Yeah, it's just, again,
DA.
we'll see, because there's a lot of strength to this team in getting up and down, and you have a natural, organic advantage here in altitude with visiting teams.
I can see you as a coach doing that. Let's slow it down, guys. Let's slow it down. Break it. Let's do the what's that crossing thing you're doing? Triangle offense. Let's do the triangle offense.
Look, there's a time and place for slowing it down.
Three-man weave.
Over the course of an 82-game season, that's not going to be like the hallmark of the Nuggets. No, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Okay, so we still have plenty to get to here with all these sort of branches off these Nuggets conversations in terms of what does Bruce Brown have left in the tank? Would you be interested in your boy bringing Russell Westbrook back? I mean,
Russell.
No.
Let's go.
There is no bat signal in the sky for us. Stay where you are. We'll get back to that.
Haters are gonna hate.
We will get back to that. Today is one of the most unique days in all of sports, and also additions to the Denver Nuggets that are on the sidelines. All right, we'll talk about those coming up next.
Will the Broncos be in the wild card race again this season?
I think you're going to look at the Chargers. I think you're going to look at Pittsburgh. Got to put Cincy in there also.
The lesson that we've learned here is that out of the wild card contenders, and there'll be three of them, I really like the Broncos positioning as being one of the top teams in that pool.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
crap. At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Brandon Stokely here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Brandon Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Co-Etzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com.
We're all feeling it. Costs are rising on everything. Gas, groceries, home repairs. And if you're a homeowner, you've probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this credit card debt? Then you second-guessed yourself because of that low mortgage rate you currently have. Listen up. That low rate, it's not saving you if you're drowning in credit card interest at 25% or more. That's the math that no one wants to face. But it's costing you thousands. Here's the truth. If you're only making minimum payments, that debt will follow you for years. That's why people are calling American Financing, because they're saving customers an average of $800 a month by using their equity to finally break free from credit card debt. You owe it to your family to see what's possible. No upfront fees, no pressure. It costs you nothing to find out what you could save every month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Attention law enforcement personnel. Summit County Sheriff's Office is now hiring for Law Enforcement Academy-sponsored cadet, patrol deputy, detentions deputy, and co-responder team's clinical program manager. Earn top salaries up to $122K a year. Receive great benefits, a sign-on bonus, and work in amazing Summit County. Discover your next adventure at Summit County Sheriff's Office. Now hiring. Go to summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs. That's summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call Invent Help today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at denversports.com. Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver!
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it! 1! All righty. So, let's talk here. Today is one of the most unique days in sports. Like, if you told someone 26 years ago today that we will be tipping our cap every year on July 1st to something called Bobby Bonilla Day. Like, what in the world?
26 years ago, a legend was born.
It's crazy. It's crazy. So today, Bobby Bonilla will collect another $1.193 million from the New York Mets and will continue to do this through 2035. Today is the 15th deferred payment from a contract going back to the year 2000, which was supposed to owe him about $6 million total. The Mets and Bonilla's representative instead agreed to a buyout, paying him $1.193 million annually starting in 2011 and going through 2035.
So smart. I mean, like, financially, it's like, I don't want to have all my money up front. It's gonna keep me organized. It's gonna keep me disciplined, and I know that I'm gonna have $1 million, a little bit over $1 million coming to me every year. Like, I love the way he thinks. I wish I could have done that.
It's such a fascinating sports business deal that is really in the Hall of Fame, because when the Mets said, hey, we don't have the cash right now to pay you $6 million, we'll pay you through 2035 starting in 2011, they will ultimately, over a 25-year period, instead of paying the $6 million 25 years ago, they're going to end up paying him $30 million over the course of 2.5 decades.
No, you said 6. You mean 60 million or 6?
No, 6. No, they owed him $5.9 million. They were not liquid enough to make that payment. They did not want to make that payment.
Okay, yeah.
So he's going to get 5 times the amount because they gave them the team relief in the moment. Like, don't worry about paying us 6. How about you just pay us around $1 million starting in 2011?
No, yeah. Now like, I'm with you. Now
that's
I'm like,
insane.
He's getting paid a lot, and then you say $6 million. Like, that's.
It shouldn't compute. That's why it's Bobby Bonilla Day. Like, it's so hilarious. Now, there's different things. People will tell you, man, with more money up front, you can invest it in different ways or whatever. And I'm sure there's an argument for that.
Some people want their money up front. You want to see it.
Yeah.
Some people are like, you know what? I know I'm going to have it, but I want it to be organized, and it just keeps me on track.
And at the time, he already had a pocket full of money.
There you go.
He's near the end of his career. He already made a bunch of money. So, like, I don't need it actually right now. I might need it in my 40s, in my 50s. So let's just spread it out. It's one of the all-time business deals that, honestly, Shohei Ohtani, he did one of these, and do you guys know the exact setup of it, structure of it? But I know he basically deferred the payments. Like, I don't need all the money right now. How about you just pay me for the next 30 years? And some people don't like it. It's like, wait, hold on. Why are they able to do this? But that's the deal that he selected. So I would imagine, maybe not to the degree of Bobby Bonilla Day, but like, we're going to have benchmarks 20 years from now of Shohei getting his payment from the Dodgers. Drew, you have what it looks like there?
Yeah, so Shohei will only get $2 million per year for the first 10 years, with the remaining $680 million deferred and paid out from 2034 to 2043. So even more so than Bobby Bonilla, because you're talking 11 years.
Yeah.
$680 million over 11 years.
Oh, my gosh.
That's insane.
God almighty.
Those checks are going to look crazy.
Absolutely psychotic.
1, 2.
All right. Hirings, not signings, but hirings on the Nuggets front. How about JJ Barea? Back in the NBA coaching.
Little JJ
will join the Nuggets staff under David Adelman, as will Rodney Billups. How about Rodney Billups, a Nuggets assistant coach? I love this news today.
No, I love it too. And of course, I feel like we both have connections with Rodney Billups and know him well. But to have him on the staff and what he brings, it's like David Adelman is starting to bring his staff together. And who knows? It's unknown of how it's going to pan out and how they're going to look and how they will coach. But they have a plan. David Adelman has a game plan, and it's showing right now.
All right. And then J.J. Barea. That's just going to be cool to have J.J. Barea around. This guy is a legend. Such a huge part of that 2011 Dallas Mavericks championship.
How tall was he?
Upsetting the Miami Heat. He's 5'10". He's listed as 5'10", so he's probably around 5'9".
Yeah, they're lying.
Something like that. That guy, you talk about the heart of a lion at 5'10", 186, out there just playing a brand of basketball. It's like you're used to boxing righties and then boxing a southpaw. It's like, this is so different. That was like guarding J.J. Barea. back in the 2010s. Now he's going to be a Nuggets coach. That is so cool. And look forward, and congrats to Rodney Billups, who, and you sort of mentioned it, a lot of respect for Rodney, and have had great interactions with Rodney. So congrats to him joining David Adelman's staff for the Denver Nuggets.
1, 2, 3.
All right, we were just talking about some Monopoly money with Bobby Bonilla and Shohei Ohtani. How about SGA? How about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander signing a 4-year, $285 million Supermax extension with the Thunder? It's the richest annual salary in NBA history. Make sure you're sitting down. He will average $71 million a season.
It doesn't make sense how much money they're making. I'm praying that Lil Phil can become 6'8", 6'9", maybe 6'10". Like, this is crazy. $7 million a year or $70 million a year?
Yeah,
71.
Averaging, yeah. So it starts here, at like $63 million 2 seasons from now. His last year on this deal, he will be getting paid $79 million for the season. Philip, there's 82 games in the year. That means he'll be almost averaging $1 million every 48-minute basketball game.
Come on. So with that being said, it's SGA, when LeBron decides to leave, he's getting paid so much money. Is he becoming the face of the NBA?
Certainly one of them.
There can only be one.
Okay,
NBA.
If there's only one now, who is it?
I want to say Jokic.
But it's not.
But
He's
it's
the best player, but that's a different category,
So
face of the league.
Right now, it's still going to be LeBron James.
LeBron?
Until he decides to leave. And then maybe, I don't know, is it Steph right there with him?
Well, I'd still say LeBron is as crazy as it sounds. I still think he's the face of the league.
LeBron James.
I think. What do you guys think behind the glass? Is LeBron? This is like one of these classic post All-Star game conversations. Who is the current face of the NBA? Is it SGA, MVP, Finals MVP, champion, scoring champion, or is it still the old guard of LeBron James?
It's still LeBron James. I hate to say it. It's trending maybe towards maybe Luka, SGA a little bit, but it's still LeBron. As long as LeBron's in the league, it's still going to be him.
Dante?
Yeah, it's still LeBron for now. I mean, you turn on SportsCenter, and I don't even think the Lakers have made any offseason moves, and the Lakers are probably getting talked about more than any other NBA team.
Yeah, they're being talked about how disappointing their first day of free agency was. No center. And I mentioned this to you guys off the air. LeBron and his agency and Rich Paul, they know the underbelly of that league better than anyone. They are the underbelly. So I wonder if on Sunday, when they put out that statement that we're watching the Lakers closely and it better be a championship contender and da-da-da-da, if they already knew they weren't going to get a center. That was the number one thing that they needed. They tried to trade for one in the regular season.
Couldn't get one.
No, it failed physical and all this stuff. And DeAndre Ayton's out there. Like, that doesn't sound super appetizing. So I wonder if they knew that the Lakers were on the outside looking in from the center
market. Who would
market.
have thought the Lakers would be the ones sitting on their hands and the Denver Nuggets being as aggressive as they are, or they're doing right now?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. You love to see it. You love to see it. All right. Today was the start of NHL free agency. What's going on with the Avs? We'll check in with them next.
The Nuggets kicked off free agency with a bang.
Trading Michael Porter Jr. and a future first-round pick to Brooklyn in exchange for Cam Johnson. With a piece of their championship core now gone, can the Nuggets reload for another title run? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? I hope you guys are having an amazing Tuesday. Philip Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers. And guys, if you're looking for a new timepiece or just want to upgrade to something nicer, well, Williams Jewelers is where you need to go. I actually went down there to find a new watch, and thanks to them, now I have a beautiful Tudor watch on my wrist. They treated me just like family the moment I stepped through those doors, and I was able to ask questions without feeling dumb. And I'm confident to tell you guys that they made me feel comfortable and didn't pressure me at all. And I felt really good about the decision I made because of that. So starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has gone into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Why wouldn't you want to shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? When you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family. Why? Because they really are family. And their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure that you're satisfied with your purchase. And then they will give you the best price in Colorado and share all the secrets of the business with you, guaranteed. So treat yourself or someone you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler, also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Philip Lindsay, when you walk through those doors.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Summer in Colorado is here, and so are the savings. At Mountain High Appliance, we're celebrating the season with exclusive 4th of July savings on GE Profile appliances. Save up to $4,000 on select kitchen packages. With our price match guarantee and special financing options, we make appliance shopping easy. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
All right, hanging out with you here on a Tuesday, July 1st. Cannot believe the calendar has flipped to the month of July.
July, baby.
Oh, man. So, training camp this month.
July 22nd.
That is crazy.
You and I are glued to the football field.
That is crazy. Well, July 1st also means the start of NHL free agency. So just checking in what the Avs are up to. Now, historically, the Avs are not one of these frontline teams that are involved in free agency. And we heard from Chris McFarland very recently of like, hey, the way we've operated, we believe that the greater value is through trades, not paying free agents. And he said, if you look historically at what works and what doesn't, it kind of speaks for itself. And I'm sort of paraphrasing what he said here very recently. He's like, it speaks for itself, the level of success.
You're probably overpaying, too, when you go into free agency. Just like for football, usually you're overpaying for a player, and now you're sitting there a year from now, 2 years from now saying, man, I wish we didn't make that deal or take that deal, and now can we get out of it? So for the Avs and Chris McFarland and the thought process of trading for a player, I like that thought process, and it's something that my guessing is getting ready to happen here sooner rather than later. We're going to have some kind of update of a trade to help this team out.
Well, one of the names to keep an eye on, and I know, NHL fans who are, in it and live it, they're going to know Nikolai Ehlers. And so he's a 29-year-old forward who is currently an unrestricted free agent. Now, even on the heels of me saying the Avs typically are not a free agency team, they could be in on Nikolai Ehlers. And Drew, I just want to invite you into this conversation because I want to make sure we're here on the same page. Okay. Marty Netchis, who got acquired at the deadline from Carolina.
Yes.
We got the report that maybe he's not so thrilled. Now, I haven't heard other reports corroborating that.
And allegedly, this is what we've heard.
Yes. And that may be true. I don't know. But it feels like if you're going down this path, Drew, could that be signaling that it could be the end of the very short tenure for Marty Netchis?
That's kind of what it says to me. Because if you're going after Nikolai Ehlers, it tells me that you don't want to pay Martin Netchis probably what he wants because he's making $6.5 million this year. He's going to want a significant raise after this season.
What are we talking about? Because I thought it was around $8 million.
I would bet his number probably starts with a 1. I think.
Is that right?
That'd be my guess.
See, this kind of almost defeats, not totally, but you dealt Mikko, one of the 20 best players in the NHL. You dealt him for more flexibility so you could add more depth. But if you're going to turn around and pay Netchis 10 when you didn't want to pay Mikko 12,
no, I'm with you. It doesn't make sense. And usually, if you decide that you're going to trade for a guy, you have a conversation saying, hey, we're willing to do a deal with you. So you kind of are on the same page before you trade for him.
Well, that's the conversation that didn't happen between Carolina and Mikko.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right. Where it's like, hey, we trade for you, and then it doesn't happen, and now we're kind of like sitting here like, what just happened? Because you guys weren't on the same page. But for the Avs, it seemed like Chris McFarland had a great game plan, was on the same page, and that's why we moved on from Mikko, because you're saying, hey, we're going to get Marty Netchis in the building. We're going to be able to get through this year and then find a way to pay him the money. But I'm with you, like 8, maybe 9 million, but $10 million, it's a lot.
It is a lot. But if you're his agent, you're saying, hey, we're like a point per game player here. Like this is the market for someone like my client. Again, I don't like it. I wanted to see what Marty Netchis looked like, and we still may over the course of a season. But if you get involved in the Nikolai Ehlers quote unquote sweepstakes, for lack of a better term, I mean, how much is Ehlers projected to make?
Probably about $8 million a year for 3 or 4 years.
He's a little older, right?
He's a little older. He's 29.
Yeah, 29.
And essentially, Netchis and Ehlers are pretty much kind of the same style of player. They average kind of right around the points per game, very similar, disappear a little bit in the playoffs. They're almost the same guy. The only difference is Ehlers is 3 years older. So at that point, you got to decide, all right, do you want to pay Ehlers, $8 million for 3 or 4 years, or do you want to go $9-10 million a year with Netchis for the next 3, 4, or 5 years?
Now, would Ehlers be a good partner with someone like Nathan McKinnon?
Probably. I mean, who wouldn't be?
Yeah,
I mean, that's what it kind of boils down to. I think that may be the Avs thinking, because if you look at the production, Ehlers is a little bit less so than Martin Netchis, but you got to figure, okay, you plug him in with Nathan McKinnon.
Of course.
His number's going to go up. Because Netchis this year, he was an 83-point player. He had, 20? I think it was 28 points in his time with the Avs.
Right.
So it pretty much works with whoever you put in there. I mean, Jonathan Drouin just got paid by the Islanders after what he did with Nathan McKinnon basically last year. He didn't even do it this year.
And by the way, like Drouin, Ehlers played for the freaking Halifax Mooseheads back in 2013. That was the connection between McKinnon and Drouin. Someone like Nikolai Ehlers, not that you need to check that box. I just, think it's interesting.
It's a familiar face. It's always easy when you're around a guy that you know.
Yeah. Once upon a time, back in 2014, he's a top 10 pick, 9th overall to Winnipeg. I don't know. I don't know. My natural instinct wanted to see the team that was on the ice at the end of the year to be on the ice at the start of the year. But with Netchis, he's got 1 year left on his deal. And do you want to go into the season with another unrestricted free agent without the security, knowing that this guy's going to be here long term? Like, the Avs could be, in some ways, caught in that similar position where the uncertainty of a big-time contract moving forward.
Yeah, and you move on from Charlie Coyle, Ryan Lindgren out the door. So it's like all the guys that you acquired at the end of the trade deadline.
That we were all excited about.
And we were all, I was like, hey, we're running it back. You're going to have this team that's going to be together for a full season, a full offseason. Now it seems like it's changing up. So let's see where this goes. I know Chris McFarland has a plan, and this team is still going to be really good. You got Kell, you got Nathan McKinnon, you got Big Val. So you have pieces. It's just interesting that the pieces that you just brought in, you're not signing back, or they want too much money now.
Yeah. Drew, any last word before we move on here?
I mean, I think at least the encouraging thing for me, like going into this offseason, is that your top six is set.
Yep.
For this year with Netchis even in the lineup. Your top 4 defensive guys are set, barring any other moves, and you're setting goal. So these other things, like your bottom 6, your third pairing on defense, you could kind of figure this out on the fly. You can kind of see how you start the season with it and kind of figure it out from there. Yeah, granted, you don't want to go to the trade deadline and say, yeah, we probably need to reshape this thing like they did last year. That's not healthy.
Right.
But you can kind of mix and match a little bit more with the third and fourth lines, way more so than you can with the top 6.
All right, interesting conversations. We'll hit the pause button on it for now. Obviously, be following it very closely. Our guys at DenverSports.com have you covered every which way, every little corner turn or tweak that the Avs have made here. You can find and read about it at DenverSports.com. Shifting gears here, Bo Nix started his career with a built-in gift, and he already started to pay it back. We'll talk about it next.
He's back. After 2 seasons away, Bruce Brown is returning to the Mile High City. Will Cowboy Bruce bring the same swagger, toughness, and clutch shooting that helped the Nuggets win their first ever title? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free insulation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here to tell you about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to sell it. Still get top dollar. Believe it or not, Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it? If he can't sell your house at the price you agree upon plus the timeline you agree upon, he's going to cut you a check for $5,000. Nobody else makes that offer. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now as we speak. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. So you have a house to sell. Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to dial him up at 720-900-4433. Call Troy. Get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and dial up my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433.
I have been on the soda weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. The best summer of your life starts with Soda weight loss, because right now, Soda is celebrating with the best deal all year.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call Soda weight loss.
Before Soda, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at sodaweightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
We love to celebrate the 4th of July with family, friends, food, and fireworks. Please be safe this Independence Day weekend and don't drink and drive. From your friends at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and the Wilhite Law Firm Injury Lawyers.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, back half of the show. We fly through today. Really fun. All right, we'll talk a little bit of Broncos football here. Have we talked about the Broncos today at all?
Well, we were going to.
Yeah, we were supposed to.
And then kind of the Nuggets intercepted the pass.
Yes, it was the Tim Hardaway Jr. news.
Breaking news. And there's another thing I know we're gonna circle back. You have a pen in it, but you said a comment about Kale, Nathan McKinnon. You had a list, and then kind of just like ducked off.
I cannot wait to do that segment. So yesterday, what Phil's talking about, if you missed it in the first half of the show, yesterday got me thinking, what is the ultimate do not trade list in Denver sports?
Untouchable players.
Untouchable, completely off limits. If you were going to reduce it to just 4 total players in Denver sports and rank them in order, that's the tricky part. Is ranking them in order.
Yeah.
We'll do that here in the next couple minutes. But first, Bo Nix started his career with a built-in gift, and he's already started to pay it back. Okay, what the heck am I talking about here? I'm talking about the tackles. And there was some really cool, I think it's cool, information that Andrew Mason wrote about really, I think late last week or over the weekend.
Yeah, big boys. Big boys
yes,
up front.
The combination of Garrett Bowles and Mike McGlinchey have a combined total contractual value of up to $169 million.
That's a lot of money.
If they play out the length of their deals. Okay. Are you expecting both players to play out the length of their deal?
When you have a great tandem going on, when you're talking about the offensive line and the tackles, specifically the tackles, you want to keep them together as long as possible. And when they're playing at a high level, why move on? Why move on from tackles that are playing at a high level and protecting your quarterbacks backside and front side? You want to keep them together as long as possible and continue to build when you can. You start building from the inside out. We all know that. A great team.
Don't say all.
Yeah, you're
Don't
right.
say we
you're
all.
Right. I know who you're thinking of.
Because Deion Sanders infamously said 2 years ago, people talk about building from the inside out. I built from the outside in. And they proceeded to go 4-8.
And I think he learned from that, right? It's a learning lesson. Sometimes you're learning as a coach, too.
Yes, sure.
Sean has done a great job of building from the inside out to help his young quarterback out in this team. And not just offensively, but defensively, too. I don't care if you're in Little League, all right, college, high school. If you have dominant defense and offensive linemen, you're going to be in games, and more than likely you're going to win a lot of games because of them.
Totally.
So shoring up the 2 tackles for the Denver Broncos for Bo Nix, that was a smart move by Sean Payton and George Payton, and now it's paying off. And now you have a year for a rookie who was able to sit in the pocket and feel comfortable making throws, sit in the middle of the field because you're being protected.
Only the Vikings and Lions have a pair of tackles worth more than Garrett Bowles and Mike McGlinchey's contractual value up to $169 million. But how about this? Last year, McGlinchey ranked 6th among NFL offensive tackles in pass block win rate, according to ESPN Analytics. All right? Bowles ranked 7th. So you had the 6th and 7th highest ranked pass block win rate tackles
top 10
in the NFL, both of them inside the top 10. But here's what I meant when I said with the tease saying Bo Nix started his career with a built-in gift and he already started to pay it back. The built-in gift is having a pair of tackles like Bowles and McGlinchey. But paying it back, this is where I wanted to go. So last year, McGlinchey ranked 6th in pass block win rate and Bowles ranked 7th. The previous season, Bowles ranked 13th, and McGlinchey finished outside of the NFL's top 20. And if you remember,
I remember
your other Russ. Your other Russ.
Look at you.
Your other Russ.
He was
always
running outside.
Yes, always escaping out the right side of the pocket.
It was. I could close my eyes and still have the image of Russ. I want to say Christmas Eve against New England.
You're on
and
it.
it was McGlinchey.
Yes.
And Russ had a pocket where he could just stay in the pocket and make a pass.
Yep.
He goes outside of the pocket, gets sacked, and McGlinchey just sits there and
he wouldn't help him up. He wouldn't help him up. I mean, goodness
You're
gracious.
messing my stats up, Russ.
Yeah. And look, these guys have both been paid handsomely, but they want to rank and rate well amongst their contemporaries in the NFL.
Yeah.
Anyone would.
No, and I love that you're saying that, like, hey, you have someone like Bo Nix who it's about time, rhythm, processing, and Bo is staying in the pocket. And also when Bo has a chance to run, he's getting out and running, but he's making smart decisions.
Yeah.
But he's also getting the ball out of his hands quickly as possible. And that's helping the offensive lineman out. It's helping the tackles out. Now, guess what? You add a running game. You add a running back that you may use more out of the backfield in R.J. Harvey. You add a tight end in Evan Ingram. Now the ball should get out even faster than last year.
It's true.
Because you have safety blankets.
And just a more seasoned quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. And now so Bowles and McGlinchey should have better stats. So maybe it's not 6th and 7th. Maybe it's 3 and 4 this upcoming year where it's like, hey, we're not having to hold up for so long, and now our stats look great because of it. Thank you, Bo.
Yeah. And so you would imagine, like, this is why I think someone like Mike McGlinchey loves Bo Nix. 2 years ago with Russ, you weren't inside the top 20 in pass block win rate, and now you're inside the top 6 as a right tackle. So, and by the way, in the 2024 season, there was only one team in the entire NFL to have 2 offensive tackles in the NFL's top 10 in pass block win rate, and it was Bowles and McGlinchey. Here's ESPN's Field Yates talking about the value of the Broncos O-line.
Yeah, Hannah, they're high. Bo showed some really good things on film this past season. I thought his downfield vertical passing was excellent in the second half of last year, but I don't think we talk nearly enough about the Broncos' offensive line, which is in a league that is covered so exhaustively, not something you can say very often, but they were the #1 NFL offensive line, and not just run block win rate, but also pass block win rate, and by a lot. They were at 74% last year. Only one other team in the league was even above 70. That was the Vikings at 72.2%. They have all 5 starters expected back this year for that offensive line. They reinvested in veteran left tackle Garrett Bowles. To me, a lot of reasons to be optimistic about this Denver team, because a position that we always find ourselves talking about where teams don't have enough talent or enough depth in October, November, and December, the Broncos are about as well positioned as anybody in the entire league at that offensive line spot.
About as well positioned as anyone in the league.
You love to hear that. And honestly, we're watching it. We got to watch OTAs. The line is huge. And it's not just Garrett Bowles and McGlinchey. It's the unit as a whole playing together, working together with the same mindset. Bo on the same page as the offensive line when it comes to communicating. This is going to be a special year. Everybody should be excited and to see what Bo Nix can do. Now, I will say this. We talked about it yesterday about a 1,000-yard rusher. Hopefully Sean's not listening to this, because now it's like, oh, we do have an offensive line that holds up. Let's pass some more. No, Sean. Run the damn ball, which is going to set up for play action, and now you're going to have more explosive plays downfield, and your offensive linemen are still going to be happy.
All right, that is, what a way to start your career if you're someone like Bo Nix. And we talked about this before he ever played it down. It's like, what would you rather have? Top-tier skill positions and a leaky offensive line, or maybe some, sub-level skill position players with an elite offensive line? As much as you and I disagree on this and that in football, like, we both see that part of football the same.
Inside out.
You're
learning well from me, Zach.
Offensive line,
Good
defensive line. Like, they are elite in both categories. So
look at it, setting you up for success. Playoff appearance last year. You're gonna get back to the playoff if you can stay healthy again, because you have the offensive defensive line set.
All right, where do the Nuggets now stack up in the Western Conference after these moves in the last 24 hours, some as recent as an hour ago? And what do the odds makers think of that question? That's coming up next.
Will the Broncos be in the wild card race again this season?
I think you're going to look at the Chargers. I think you're going to look at Pittsburgh. Got to put Cincy in there also.
The lesson that we've learned here is that out of the wild card contenders, and there'll be 3 of them, I really like the Broncos positioning as being one of the top teams in that pool.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, everybody. It's that time of year again. Summertime, which means concert season, vacations, and all the things outside that you want to do. And I know nobody wants to worry about how they're going to get somewhere or where they're parking. Let Hermes Worldwide handle all the travel needs, and you focus on what really matters the most, having as much fun as possible, making memories for yourself or the ones you love. I actually stopped by and visited with Hermes a few weeks ago, and they've got so many different vehicles to choose from. If you and your friends want to go crazy and you're ready to party, ride in style on one of Hermes' luxury charter buses or Sprinter vans. And if you're someone who's concerned about the environment, which a lot of people are, they have you covered with something called the Lucid Air, which is an all-electric, totally silent car. It's pretty sweet to drive. And are you and your lady friend heading to a concert this summer? You could take a luxury sedan or SUV. So no matter what you're doing or where you're going, Hermes Worldwide has you covered. All you need to do is head to ridehermes.com/Denver Sports or give them a call today at 303-577-7600. Again, you could go to ridehermes.com/Denver Sports or give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride today.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but a big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Beautiful day. It was a beautiful day here in Denver, Colorado. Sun is peeking out a little bit, and you have the radio on right now. Listening to me and Philip Lindsay. Maybe it's after the fact from the Drive podcast. which you can hear at denversports.com, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. We appreciate you.
I don't get you. I don't get you, Zach.
What do you mean you don't get me?
I don't get you, man.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out how Zach Bye thinks. It's kind of scary.
Talk to my wife.
Trying to piece it together right now.
What are you having trouble with?
We'll talk about it. You know what I'm having trouble with.
About the do not trade list?
Yes.
All right. We'll get to it.
Horrible GM over here.
Oh, well, I'll give you some pushback here. We'll get to it. We'll get to it here in just a couple minutes. Where do the Denver Nuggets now stack up in the Western Conference after these moves? It kind of depends who you ask. All right. So just to recap, maybe you're getting out of work, or maybe you've been just super busy with family or something else. Today, in addition to the Cam Johnson trade that we got yesterday in hour number 4 when we were on the air, we found out earlier this morning that Jonas Valanciunas, all right, affectionately known as JV, all right, big man, backup center. Nowadays, he's a backup center. Has been acquired by the Denver Nuggets in exchange for Dario Saric in really a fantastic front office move, because this was one hand washing the other. The Kings needed a little bit of salary relief.
Yeah.
So they trade Jonas Valanciunas, who makes more money than Dario Saric, I think about twice as much, and they are comfortable onboarding Saric. They're going to save a few $1 million that allows them to not make another move, because it was being rumored that, and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here, but the Kings were talking about maybe clearing salary to get Dennis Schroeder, all right, the free agent guard, and it was feared that they were going to have to deal someone like Malik Monk to do it. By the Nuggets giving them a more inexpensive player in Saric, they're able to keep their roster the way that it is. And so it was a bit of a salary dump from the Kings. Okay,
which I feel like is very smart for the Nuggets in the front office, Ben Tinzer and John Walls, to do. It seems like you have to have a connection, though, to get this done, to be able to be comfortable enough to say, okay, we'll take Saric. We're talking about Dario Saric, who didn't do anything for us this year. He was on the bench.
Yep.
You were raving about him. You had me hyped.
Well, it wasn't just me.
Get ready for Dario Saric.
Well, it wasn't just me. It was the Nuggets players themselves. I mean, there was. I mean, we went into the season like super optimistic that this could be the best bench unit the Nuggets had in a while. He was a part of it. It just didn't work out. The organization swung and missed, and I was just assuming they were going to be locked into Saric because they gave him a player option. And why wouldn't you pick up a player option when you're not going to make more money elsewhere because you didn't play this year?
He ended up picking up a player option for $5.4 million.
Yeah.
That's sitting on the table. I'm taking it too. But being able to find a way to deal him, get a player in return. Now, you said that like there's some back and forth with some of the Kings fans about JV.
Yes.
I believe it's a great pickup because it's a number 2 center, something that we haven't had here in a very long time, that played meaningful minutes. He averaged around 19 minutes a night. Now, I don't know how much he's going to average here with Jokic, but you're giving Jokic a break and you're still able to contribute, add some points to the non-Jokic minutes, and that's what you're asking for.
Yeah, and it's because the Pelicans fans or the Kings fans can tell you everything he's not.
Yeah.
But when you literally here have not had a backup center in years, he represents an upgrade. No one's saying he's God's gift, but he represents an upgrade. Talking about Jonas Valanciunas. And hopefully, see, here's the thing, and I differ from a lot of people who are talking about this in the market. I don't know if Jonas Valanciunas is going to play playoff minutes.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to, he could, but he's not one of these guys like Bruce Brown is going to play every single night in the playoffs. Tim Hardaway Jr., another acquisition that we found out about an hour ago.
Sharpshooter.
He's likely going to play every night in the playoffs. Valanciunas, I don't know. I don't know if they would still maybe go Aaron Gordon as a backup center. I don't know. So we'll see. But what he does provide at a bare minimum is that 15 to 20 minutes every single night that allows you to get through the regular season without being stressed. I mean, you got to remember, it was November, and Michael Malone was going to playoff rotations at backup center just to win a game. Hopefully you're not doing that anymore and just overexerting and stretching yourself.
Okay, so the Western Conference is getting better.
Yes.
We all can agree on that.
Yes.
Younger, faster, stronger, they're better.
Yes.
We end up making some moves that none of us thought was going to happen. We're being, and I mean the Denver Nuggets are being very aggressive. And now you have a lot of people out there saying that we're back in being a contender. We have an opportunity to win it all again. Are you one of those people that feels that way? But you just got done saying something about our number 2 center. He may not play meaningful minutes in the playoffs.
But that's yeah. I'm just, again, we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah.
We'll see what it looks
You're
like.
just saying it right now.
Yeah, I'm not certain about it yet. But yeah, I am there. I think the starting 5 got upgraded. It was already elite. It gets upgraded, and you added veteran presence coming off the bench in a way that they just didn't have this year. So you're not crossing your fingers and toes and your eyeballs hoping that Julian Strother is capable of playing every night in the playoffs.
We couldn't do that again.
If he is, then great. You're even deeper. But if he's not, you have a couple fail-safes, coming off the bench. So in terms of the odds makers, what they think, all right, it kind of depends who you ask. FanDuel, extremely bullish on the Denver Nuggets. Their title odds went from 17-1 yesterday morning to plus 850 today, trailing only Oklahoma City in terms of title odds for next season. 17-1 to 850, guys, that's basically those odds got cut in half, literally. Got cut right in half. Another way to say it, according to the odds, the Nuggets are twice as likely today to win the championship as they were yesterday morning. And that is just a massive, massive leap. DraftKings doesn't see it quite the same. They have them at 11-1, all right, behind the New York Knicks, the Cavs, the Rockets, and the Thunder. So they have them as the 5th most likely champion next year, where FanDuel has them as the 2nd most likely champion. I probably have them somewhere kind of in between. But yeah, they are, in my humble opinion, a title contender today in a way that they just lacked a believability throughout the year.
Yeah. And that's key right there, the believability of like, hey, you can do it. We were just hoping. Every single game we were hoping, okay, can they get past this one? You end up taking the Thunder to a Game 7. Now you're hoping, can we find a way to get past them? You weren't able to. But now that you're adding the depth, we're talking about the margins. You added a couple players depth-wise, and then you add another player that was better than MPJ that we all are assuming that he's going to be better, and we think he's going to be a little bit better, which is great.
Yep, and Cam Johnson. So everything is looking up for us. But then you have to start thinking, Zach, well, everybody else is getting better too. The Rockets are getting better. OKC is still young, and I know Cecil and Josh, but Cecil sat here and said, well, they won their championship. They're fat. They're not as hungry and they're fat now. I don't know if that's the case. No, I'm going to disagree with that.
Yeah,
this is the youngest team in the NBA.
Exactly, and you want more. When you felt the success and won a title, you want more. Jokic wants another title because he feels what it feels like to win and be on top. And he knows that if he wants to sit at the table with the best of the best, you have to win multiple championships.
Yeah.
So you're still going up against people that play or teams that have talent and they're getting better just like we are. You're sitting here with somebody like
the Rockets?
No, the Timberwolves.
The Timberwolves, yeah, they've owned Denver.
We haven't been able to get past.
Yeah.
So as much as like, we've gotten better and we're contending now, I do agree, but everybody else around us are getting better as well. So it's like it's a dogfight.
What I'll say to that, and you're right, I'm not going to give you real pushback, but what my response would be is the Nuggets are getting better around the best player in the world. And that's the difference. When you're getting better around Jokic, it just represents a little bit something else. And I'll say this about the OKC thing. And I heard that conversation with Dover and Cecil, and there's some merit to it. Like, hey, will they have the same hunger? Will they? Couple things. One, it's the youngest NBA champion going back to the 1970s. Blazers, Bill Walton, all right, 77. They're the youngest team in the current NBA. And you could also argue this past year, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but this past year is the worst version of them in the next 4 years. Dude, Chet Holmgren missed half of the year, more than half the year with a fractured hip. Who remembers their first-round draft pick from this past year? Anyone? Dante?
He's been hurt.
Most people don't because you never saw him. They took a flyer on the best European player in the first round who would have gone in the top 5, tore his ACL. His draft stock fell, okay? His name is Nikola Topic. And they said, we actually don't need him right now, so we'll draft him. They took one of the best players in the draft last year who had just torn his ACL so they could just stash him. So
we don't even know what he's going to look like.
We didn't even see their first-round pick. And their third best player had a fractured hip, was injured most of the season. I mean, they are deep as the day is long.
So after these moves, if you had to list or rank where the Nuggets would be at on paper, what does that look like to you?
I would have them right now probably third.
Okay. That's what I'm thinking as well. Like, you
Third.
have OKC.
Behind maybe Houston.
Yeah, I have Houston right there because you added KD.
Houston's coming, dude.
And they added more young talent, and their young players did a hell of a job last year.
They did.
And then you have – so, see, this is for me. It's like you got the Nuggets right there because you do have the best player in the world. You are getting better.
Yeah.
But then the Minnesota Timberwolves are the one that keeps beating you, though.
Right.
So even if you're getting better, how can you say that and still get beat?
But I think the Timberwolves are primed for a step back.
Okay.
Right?
So that's
Nikhil Alexander-Walker, a huge component of their team, signs with Atlanta.
Yeah.
And then they gave Naz Reid a mega deal. It's like a 5-year, $125 million. I don't know how that's going to age. Good player.
Yeah, no, Naz
Good
Reid,
player.
he's going to get paid.
Good player. So we'll see. I'd probably have them third if you want to say Timberwolves are still ahead of them because you got to go do it. They've lost 6 in a row to Timberwolves. But Houston's coming. I mean, it's a changing landscape, but thankfully the Nuggets are a part of the changing landscape. We'll circle back to Nugs at the top of the hour. We're going to tackle what was a spicy conversation that we didn't get to finish. Yesterday's massive trade got me thinking.
Ducking the smoke.
Who are the 4 names in Denver sports that are on the absolute do not trade list? In order. That's next.
The Nuggets kicked off free agency with a bang, trading Michael Porter Jr. and a future first-round pick to Brooklyn in exchange for Cam Johnson. With a piece of their championship core now gone, can the Nuggets reload for another title run? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Brandon Stokely here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokely. Offer ends July 30th.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
At Berg Simpson, we are passionate about what we do. We bring that passion and our expertise to the office and courtroom every single day. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Join Luke Bryan at Cheyenne Frontier Days, Thursday, July 24th. It's one of the biggest nights of the summer, only at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Joining him, Priscilla Block. Tickets on sale now at cfdrodeo.com.
Catch a ride with EV and Auto. Catch a ride.
EV and Auto here at Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC, where we've got the shiniest new cars at the best prices.
And new car purchasers are automatically members of my Auto Club, where the fun really starts. Free wipers for life, 15% off service, 10% off accessories, and tons of other cool perks.
Great cars, awesome deals, and the coolest club in Colorado.
Come for the car, stay for the chaos. I mean, benefits.
Together, let's drive. Stop by Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC and catch a ride.
EV and Auto. Always know where to go.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
All right, so conversation that developed organically here behind the scenes yesterday. We got that blockbuster trade announcement in hour number 4 of yesterday's show that Michael Porter Jr. is being sent to the Brooklyn Nets, along with a first-round pick in exchange for Cam Johnson, and have some more thoughts on that we can get into here at the top of the hour. But the splinter off of that conversation, it's like, okay, so like the core 4 has been broken up. The Michael Porter Jr. component of the foundation of the team has been broken off.
Yeah.
Okay, and replaced with Cam Johnson. But it got us thinking, who are the names in Denver sports that are totally off limits in trade conversations? And what are they in order? And to make it interesting, we limit it to 4 names total in Denver sports for the 4 professional sports teams that we have here in Denver, Colorado, or the four forward-facing in terms of Avs, Nuggets, Rockies, and Broncos. So who is the first name on the absolute do-not-trade list, Mr. Philip Lindsay?
Hands down, no debate. I think we all can agree it's going to be Jokic, the Joker. And what that man has done is separate himself from everybody else by the awards he has won, the championship he won for Denver, and just being the greatest player right now in today's game that we talk about. He is the greatest player to play the game, and he's still in his prime. It seems like he's getting better every single year.
Somehow.
He's adding something to his game. This year it was shooting the three. And so we know that Jokic can shoot. And so maybe next year it's shooting the three and playing even better defense. Who knows? And so when you're talking about the greatest player to ever play the game right now, or one of them in Jokic, you're never going to trade him. You're never going to trade a guy like that. You want him to retire a Denver Nugget. I know all of us do. We lucked into Jokic.
Truly.
He was a second-round draft pick during a Taco Bell commercial. And now look at him. And so, why would we even think about putting trade rumors out there or saying 15 in a trade together
I still
Josh
can't believe.
Kroenke
I
did?
still can't believe that happened.
He's still kicking himself for that.
I still can't.
I'm never gonna let him live that down.
Oh my gosh!
You just don't trade a talent, a unicorn like Jokic.
Yeah. So of course I agree. I'm never gonna give you pushback on that. But it makes it more funny that it was just last week that the owner suggested that it could happen. But no, of course Jokic is number one. He is, and I know sometimes people hear this, it makes them uncomfortable. But Nikola Jokic is simply the most accomplished athlete to ever play on the landscape of Denver sports. There is no Bronco, not John, not Peyton, not Champ, not TD, not Vaughn, not Floyd Little that ever put together a resume like Jokic at the age of 30.
Somebody's worked up right now for you saying that.
Well, it's just a fact. I mean, I'm not telling you who you should like better. I'm not telling you you should like Nikola Jokic more than John Elway or something.
You're talking about awards.
I'm talking about merit. I'm talking about accomplishment. I'm talking about you pull up their resume. There's no one in the history of the four most forward-facing sports. Like John Elway, won 2 Super Bowls and won 1 MVP back in 1987. Like Jokic has won 3 MVPs. And the championship that he did win, he's the finals MVP and all the first-team All-Pros. Like we've just literally have never seen a resume like Jokic's. Now, if you combine Peyton Manning's whole career resume, he would have a conversation.
Peyton wasn't here for his whole career,
No.
so it's not fair to do that.
It's not fair to do that. So in Denver sports, if you just isolated it, no one has put together the resume of Jokic. So yeah, he's number one by a pretty wide margin here in this conversation of who are the 4 names in Denver sports that are completely off limits in trade conversations. So we both agree. I'll go number 2. The number 2 guy that would be
you're gonna say this
completely off limits.
Maybe you're gonna say something different.
Completely off limits.
Off limits.
In my opinion, because we're ranking them in order of 4, is Cale Makar.
It's
still
Cale Makar. We just talked about this. I was trying to talk some sense into you, and you're still going with Cale as off limits, a guy that you should never touch.
Cale Makar is an absolute unicorn in his sport. We have to go back 50 years to find a comp quite like Cale Makar. He is such a dynamic defenseman that is so hard to find. And with all the respect to Nathan McKinnon, I'll go on one knee. I'm going on one knee. I'm going on one knee.
You better go on 2 because
I'm not going on 2.
You're going on 2.
I do that for one guy.
I'm just saying.
I'm going on one knee, bowing, bending the knee.
You're saying how great he is, but I'm gonna have to get rid of you.
But Cale Makar,
if you had to. You're not untouchable.
No. He's on the list for me. Nathan McKinnon, of course, among the 4. It was so close. What broke the tie is the fact that Cale Makar is still only 26 years old. It's one of the greatest single starts to an NHL career of all time at any position. And I believe that if the entire league was on the sideline, if the entire NHL, every player in the NHL was on the sideline of like a pickup style game where you used to get picked last. He's too low. No, still, we'll wait to the end for Phil.
You're still waiting to be picked up.
So if the whole league was on the sideline, and every GM got to cast their vote of who they would draft first overall to build a franchise around, I think that Cale Makar may get the most votes of any player in the league.
Because of the versatility? Because he
the
can do
versatility
2 ways?
and the age is what broke the tie for me. McKinnon's not old. McKinnon's not old.
No, he's 29
years old. But Cale's 26, and
No,
he's already
like-
got a Conn Smythe, a pair of Norrises.
But
Like,
does he have a heart?
does he have a
Heart
heart?
trophy.
He's got a lot of heart.
I know he has a heart.
Wow.
I know he has
What
a
an
heart.
accusation.
Well, I'll tell you this. He has a heart, but it's not bigger than Nate Dogg's.
Nate
'Cause
does have the
If
MVP.
Cale had a heart, we would have seen it during the playoffs this year.
Well,
during Dallas. No,
hold on a
'cause
second.
You
Wait,
were the one
wait a
that
second.
were like, hey, this is unacceptable that Cale is playing like
It was unacceptable, but I'm not going to hold one a series against a guy who's got a body of work as large as Cale's.
You don't have to hold it against him. But we expect greatness from Cale because of what he does, what he brings to the table. We expect Nathan McKinnon to show up every single game like Jokic shows up every single game. Now, of course, you have bad games here or there.
Sure.
Never a series. There's not a series we can say Jokic, maybe 2 games, but not a whole series where like, hey, Jokic just flat out, it was ugly, and he did not do well.
Yeah.
You can't say the exact same thing for Nathan McKinnon either. You know he's going to show up. Cale was MIA. Now, I don't want to take anything from him. He is one of the greatest players to play this game.
Yeah.
But for you to disrespect Nathan
I'm not
McKinnon
disrespecting
and putting him in front of Nate Dogg,
it's my list for the reasons that I gave. Now, again, yeah.
win the MVP, win the Hart Trophy, then we could say something.
Yeah, but defensemen really don't win the Hart Trophy. I don't think
Well-
we've had a defenseman win the Hart Trophy in 20 years. Chris
We
Pronger,
talk
I think, was
about
the
him,
last
though.
one.
There's always like he's always being brought up at times like, oh, he could do it this year because he's a 2-way kind of player.
But the fact that he's even in the conversation as defenseman is like almost impossible. So I have 26-year-old Cale as second on my list of the most untradeable. Where's Drew?
Please bring Drew in. Please, Drew. Notice that Drew left. When we started this conversation,
Like, do I
he
sound
knows.
crazy like
Yeah.
Phil is making me feel right
I'm
now?
not saying you're crazy. It's your opinion. But what I'm saying is you have Nate Dogg that's sitting here, has done a lot, and you're saying he's not untouchable. That
Phil, I
hasn't
told you he's
won.
on my list.
No, but he should be
just,
number 2.
I just have Cale number 2. That's all. I'm not disrespecting McKinnon. On the list of absolute do not trade, a list of 4 names, if we're ranking them, it's Jokic first and it's Cale second.
So
for me.
so let's take it back to like Jokic then. If you have a guy that like I don't know a comp when it comes to the NBA like Cale. Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Let's go Anthony Edwards route.
In
He's
terms of like a
young.
great young two-way player.
Young two-way player that's on the same team as Jokic. Who are you taking? Are you taking that two-way player that's young because Anthony Edwards is younger than Jokic, and you know that you can have him for longer? Also, he's a two-way player.
Yeah, but-
he's going to
yeah,
give
but-
you the points, and he's going to be defensively. He's going to be a ball.
But Jokic's standing somehow in the NBA is greater than Nathan McKinnon's standing, which is already elite. So, like, I don't think that's necessarily a fair comp to put the greatest player, like unequivocally walking planet Earth.
Would Jokic still be untouchable? Is what I'm getting at. If you
Yes.
had Anthony Edwards here.
Yes, I think so. I would do like who's the Jokic in the NBA, or excuse me,
In
who's the
NHL.
McKinnon of the NBA? Like a 29-year-old absolute stud who's in the conversation of one of the 3 best players in the world. It'd probably be Giannis.
Yeah.
So if Giannis and Anthony Edwards were on the same team,
You're giving up Giannis for Anthony Edwards because he's
correct?
younger.
Yes.
I mean, this is your list.
It's my list. Drew.
It's your world. I'm not living in it, but it's your world.
Drew, do I sound crazy that I would say Cale Makar is higher on the list than Nathan McKinnon in terms of an absolute off-limits, do not trade?
You're not crazy at all. In fact, I 100% agree with you for all the reasons you listed.
So confident.
Well,
Drew,
think
so
about it, too. Like,
confident. If Nate Dogg was sitting right here, I guarantee that you wouldn't be as confident as you just was.
well, here's the thing. All right, who's
You would stutter.
who
You would
is
stutter.
widely regarded as going down as like possibly being the best player of that position of all time? Is it Nathan McKinnon? Is he in the conversation with Wayne Gretzky,
Right.
Mario
I like
Lemieux,
that.
guys like that?
Okay.
Cale Makar is already in the conversation with Bobby Orr, and he's 26 years old. Bobby Orr is the greatest defenseman ever play, one of the probably top 5 players to ever play the entire game of hockey. And Cale Makar is already in that conversation. I'm sorry, the answer's Cale.
Oh, I love
Cale's
when we-
above Nate.
I love when we gang up on him.
No, for sure. But I'm just saying, you guys are all like, it's Cale. I know what I'm going to get out of Nate Dogg. It's going to be a straight dog that's going to be very consistent. Sometimes I can't say that for Cale. You guys got me pissed off now. You guys are trying to jump me.
How many major awards has Cale won?
He's won.
Three massive. Well, no. Did he win the Calder?
He won the Calder.
Okay, so he won the Calder as best rookie.
He won the Norris twice.
He won the Norris twice and the Conn Smythe.
Didn't Nathan McKinnon do something like that?
Nathan McKinnon won the MVP.
But also with Nathan McKinnon, okay, when you're winning the MVP, isn't that the best award, the biggest award you can get?
It is. It is.
Okay, so we're not gonna act like it's not big now?
No. We're breaking. Dude, it was a tie for me. The thing that broke the tie is one guy is 26. That's all.
And Phil makes it seem like we're just dogging on Nate here.
No.
Not even close.
No. And not in the right way. Not dogging because he's a straight dog. You guys are dogging on him, trying to poop on him, man.
We will finish this list of the 4 players in Denver sports that are completely off limits in trade conversations.
Nathan McKinnon is off limits to me. He's number 2.
Okay, so you got Nate as number 2.
I have him as number 2.
For everything that you just said. We'll finish the back half of these lists. Also, we will talk about the ripple effects that we'll see in Denver after these moves that they made yesterday and today. All of that is coming up next as we go through 35 consecutive minutes of commercial-free sports talk coming up next.
He's back. After 2 seasons away, Bruce Brown is returning to the Mile High City. Will Cowboy Bruce bring the same swagger, toughness, and clutch shooting that helped the Nuggets win their first ever title? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted Best Personal Injury Law Firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Coetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Catch a ride with EV and Auto. Catch a ride.
EV and Auto here at Foundation Chevrolet, where we've got the shiniest new cars at the best prices.
And new car purchasers are automatically members of my auto club, where the fun really starts. Free wipers for life, 15% off service, 10% off accessories, and tons of other cool perks.
Great cars, awesome deals, and the coolest club in Colorado.
Come for the car, stay for the chaos. I mean, benefits.
Together, let's drive. Stop by Foundation Chevrolet in Wheat Ridge and catch a ride.
EV and Auto. Always know where to go.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
This sailor boy's going out on leave tomorrow night. Will I be?
All right, fun show as we are barreling into hour number 4. We went way too long in that last segment, but we got a lot of space in front of us. A lot of runway here.
Just keep making first downs.
That's it.
Hand me the balls. Zach.
That's it. Chip away. Keep rowing the boat. Keep chopping
rowing.
wood.
Chopping wood, carrying water.
That's it. That's all.
Let's go.
That's all. So we're having the conversation sparked from yesterday's blockbuster trade that sent a max player, and a member of the core 4, Michael Porter Jr., to Brooklyn. And I said, hey, who are the most untradeable guys in Denver sports? Who are the 4 names ranked in Denver sports that are off limits in trade conversations? So we both had Jokic.
Yeah.
That's the easy one. But it makes it tricky when you rank them. I had Cale Makar number 2 because he's just an absolute unicorn and one of the most accomplished players in league history by the age of 26. Got another Norris in his
pulling
pocket.
at my heartstrings.
You had Nathan McKinnon.
I did.
I don't think there's I think reasonable minds can disagree on that. And I know a lot of people out there are agreeing with you. I know that there are a lot of people out there agreeing with me. Luckily, both of these guys play for the Avs. You know, who was it? It was Sportsnet. Sportsnet, popular Canadian outlet that polled their analyst to rank the top, 25 players? Yeah, 25 players in the NHL right now.
Yeah.
It was Connor McDavid number 1, Nathan McKinnon number 2, Cale Makar number 3. That's people who are unbiased, believe that the Avs have 2 of the 3 best players in the world.
And what's so crazy about that, Zach, is we drafted him. Homegrown. You found a way to raise him up and get lucky, because a little bit it's a luck, and you hope and you lean on your evaluation. But to have both of those guys, those great athletes on one team, I mean, come on.
Yeah,
you're spoiled.
And when you say you can get a little bit lucky, is that Cale Makar was not the first pick in the draft. I think he went 4th overall. And so that year, I remember, it was 2017, I want to say. At the time, it's like we were hoping that the Avs were going to get the number 1 pick. Oh, crap. You know, we didn't get the 1, 2, or 3. You got 4. You end up with freaking Cale Makar. You kidding me?
But come on.
So Lamar Jackson, same thing, right?
Yeah, he slipped to what, 32?
32.
32nd guy picked.
And you end up with two-time MVP. So it's all about how it falls, and there is some luck involved for sure. So I had Jokic number 1. You had Jokic number 1. I had Kale number 2. You had Nate number 2. I'll have Nate number 3. Who do you have as third on your list?
I went PS2.
Really?
Yeah, I went PS2. And now I'm just going to do it. I had Kale number 4. So Kale's still on the list.
Whoa.
Yeah, so Kale's still on the list now. Don't get me
Okay.
wrong. As much as I'm arguing with you, like doing what Kale does is like, that's hard to do, and a lot of people can't do it. And that's why he's so great at his job. So he's going to be on this list. But you're talking about PS2, a cornerback.
Oh, wait.
And today, are you going to let me talk?
I'm sorry. I'm like flabbergasted. Keep going. I love PS2. Keep going. I do.
You don't love Nathan McKinnon, and you don't love PS2, obviously, because of how you're sounding.
Explain to me why PS2 is
Defensive Player of the Year at the cornerback position. Somebody that you have brought in. All right, you still have to draft. People are like, well, that was an easy draft pick. You said it yourself, like, no, that's not an easy draft pick. You still have to go out there. You have to do your homework, and hopefully he fits the scheme and he hits. And in this case, PS2 hits. It's a passing league, Zach. Pat Surtain's doing something that a lot of cornerbacks cannot do, and that's one side a team. Literally, where PS2 hasn't had 100 yards caught on him yet.
No.
Especially last year, at least last year.
Yeah. Last year he was just different.
All right, and his mindset is, I'm going to dominate, I'm going to one-side you, and now it makes it easier for the defense to scheme up for and help someone like Riley Moss out. Why are you going to give up someone like Pat Surtain that you found in the cornerback position? The second hardest position in football is the cornerback position. He's on that list.
All right.
Why are you looking at me like I'm crazy?
No, I know.
Or I'm speaking a different language.
No, I let you have your space, and PS2 is a fair...
I'm speaking English.
Mostly. PS2 is a fair
No, you don't
selection.
Like it.
No, I just disagree with it. Not that I don't like PS2. I just disagree because the quarterback position, as important as the cornerback position is, and I agree, it's one of the 3 or 4 most important positions in football. You could argue it's number 2. I probably would agree with you right there with maybe blindside tackle, something like that in terms of importance. But you can be a great, all-time great defensive player, Hall of Fame caliber player, and not come close to the impact that a quarterback has. That's why Bo Nix has to be 4th on my list.
How is Bo on your list after 1 year?
Fixing to tell you.
No, please do, because it does. 1 year.
Was you about to say it doesn't make sense?
It doesn't make sense. 1 year.
Phil, the Denver Broncos looked for a quarterback for a decade.
Yeah.
The first semblance of one that they found, you're back in the playoffs and a 10-win team.
It's not just about him, though.
I understand.
Your defense was number 1.
Of course.
Okay, the offensive line we talked about. We just got done talking about.
TJ Watt.
You're not listening to your own rundown.
TJ Watt is going to do a backflip into the Hall of Fame.
He is.
Guy's never won a playoff game. Defensive Player of the Year, pass rusher. Mm-hmm. Actually, I'd put pass rusher number 2 behind quarterback for importance. All good. It's semantics.
Sure.
Has never won a playoff game. Champ Bailey. Arguably the greatest defensive player in the history of the organization. Never won a Super Bowl. When you hit on the quarterback, like the Broncos, I believe, have hit on Bo. Okay?
So you're already ready to crown Bo.
I'm not crowning him.
Dude, 3 days ago, you're saying, hey, we're not ready to crown him yet.
Okay,
and
so
now you're ready to put him on the list of untradeable.
He is an untradeable Denver athlete.
Untouchable.
You want to jump back on that carousel?
No.
With the graphic of Flacco and Keenum spinning around?
But you always, so now you're trying to turn it on me.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Look, I believe that he is going to be the quarterback for a very long time for the Denver Broncos.
But you want to trade him?
I am not ready.
You'd be open to trading him?
Yes, for other options out there. So, because I don't know enough. You got me sounding like a bad guy right now.
So, you sound how you sound. I'm not making you sound anyway.
I'm just saying, like, for some other quarterbacks out there, maybe you can do something like that right now with Bo, because it's
okay.
Bo has only played for 1 year.
No, so that's fair. So part of my
had a horrible start to the year. At the end, or in the middle, picked it up.
Yeah.
At the end of the year, was playing against the JV Chiefs. Do we forget that?
Okay.
Do we forget it?
Hold on. I would just do the exercise like this.
Okay.
Because I can't do it with a player, another player, because it's going to have some positional value to it. So I would just say, let's say a team called the Broncos, and this is a totally fictitious scenario that would never happen, but just for the exercise. If a team called the Broncos and said, hey, we really need a corner and we really need a quarterback. We have 3 first-round picks to give to you. You get to decide. You have to make this trade. 3 first-round picks, and you have to decide whether to deal Pat Surtain or deal Bo Nix. You would deal Bo Nix?
Let me see who's in the draft at the quarterback position first.
Let's say it's Arch Manning.
If it's Arch Manning, and let's just say he had a really great year.
I want to talk about Arch Manning next week too, by the way, because this has been on my mind with something completely different.
All right. Let's just say Arch Manning had a great year, because this is fake, right? We're doing fake.
Yeah, it's fake. But you're not guaranteed like the number 1 pick. It's just 3 first-round picks before the season starts. You don't know how bad teams are going to be, where your draft pick's going to be. You're going to deal the quarterback before you deal the cornerback?
You want to know why? Because I have trust in Sean.
Oh, wow.
Because Sean was the only one. Because Sean was the only one to believe in Bo in the first place. Everybody sat there and laughed at Sean when Sean said, hey, there's going to be a lot of people that we're going to do it right and a lot of people are going to do it wrong.
Right.
I believe in Sean. And Sean's going to make the right decision to pick another guy to take Bo's place. I love Bo. He just hasn't done enough for me to say, oh, he's untouchable. Go out there and win a playoff game. Go out there, put up 38, 4,000 yards passing.
PS2 never sniffed a playoff game until that young man showed up.
It's the team, though. It's a team thing. Bo's not getting to the playoffs without that defense. Without PS2 doing his job, we're not winning some of these games. Our defense won more games for us than our offense.
I agree with that.
So you take them out of it. You take PS2 because PS2 is like a guy we could talk about by himself on an island that has helped his defense out.
My list is Jokic, Kale, Bo Nix, Nathan McKinnon.
You put Nate 4. I can't believe this.
Who's your list in order?
Jokic, Nathan McKinnon, PS2, Kale.
And just quick house cleaning. I had Nate number 3, Bo number 4.
Okay.
I just read it in the wrong order.
Okay, yeah.
But Jokic, Kale,
You probably laying
Nate,
your butt off over there. You probably
Bo.
had Nate Dogg number 4.
What do you guys think behind the glass real quick before we move on?
Zach, take your bias out of it. If the Buffalo Bills called right now and said we'd offer you Josh Allen for Bo Nix, you're saying no?
Oh, he's keeping Bo now. Don't say yes now.
I'd say Bo, thank you.
Wow.
No. I would of course say, I would take the MVP of the league smack dab in the middle of his prime based off 1 year of sample size and just the unknown nature of what Bo would look like.
So then Bo's tradable then. So Bo's not on the Bo shouldn't be on the list.
I think it's not fair to
If we're
choose
filling
another
out
quarterback.
4,
I think it's better to do like 4 first-round picks because that's more
that's
of
what
an unknown.
I did.
No, I know. That's I like your hypothetical more than Josh Allen for Bo Nix.
Right.
That seems unfair.
I mean, that's a different.
How is that unfair? That's business. It's making a business move for your team.
All right.
Bo Nix has a little bit of value because of what he did this year. And he's young, up and coming. And you got someone like Josh Allen, no offense, who hasn't won a Super Bowl. He gets there, wins a lot of games, but he doesn't know how to finish or doesn't know how to get into the big big dance.
Phil, that's just such a dumb argument. He literally has the greatest touchdown to interception ratio in the history of the NFL playoffs.
And still can't get to the big dance.
When he walks off the field with 13 seconds left in Arrowhead, that's on
Josh
him.
Allen's doing is with his wife on his wedding day. That's the only dance Josh Allen's doing.
What dance is Lamar doing?
Nothing right now. He's getting ready. He was in a movie.
Yeah.
He's getting ready for his
The
big
movie's
debut.
called Throwing the Football to the Other Team. He's got an interception ratio of 1-to-1. Goodness gracious.
You guys are both crazy. The list is 3 deep. That's it.
So
It's 3.
No, but I filled out Bo because we were doing 4. But you're saying you're changing the conversation that it shouldn't be 4.
There
It should only
shouldn't be
3.
4. I don't even think you can get to 4.
So
It's 3.
Nathan McKinnon and Kale.
It's Jokic, Kale McCarr, Nathan McKinnon.
All right, this is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it. We are coming for it. It's Zach By and Philip Lindsay, and we are The Drive. That is a fun one.
Oh, thank you.
That is. Bo, thank you. No, I would take someone like Josh Allen.
I know you would.
Yes, I would take. There's a handful of quarterbacks. I would look. We can all be excited about Bo. 2 things can be true at the same time. You can be thrilled and excited about the direction of Bo Nix, but also acknowledge it's one season with these other guys. Like, would you trade Bo Nix for Josh Allen?
Yes.
Would you trade Bo Nix for Joe Burrow?
Yes.
So would I. Would you trade Bo Nix for Pat Mahomes?
Yes, because of what I know. We're seeing these guys consistently win every single year. That's something that I know it's not fair for Bo right now, but this is just like how I would do it.
Would you trade Bo Nix for Lamar Jackson?
You know I would. Lamar Jackson, Action Jackson.
Ask me.
Would you?
Hell no.
You're lying. You're lying.
No, because
I don't want to get an argument with you, but come on, man.
Bo thrives in a systematic
Do we need to bring
formula.
up Lamar's stats this year? Do we need to bring up how many touchdowns Lamar threw for? Like what?
Bo thrives in Sean's system. Lamar has a superhuman gift where he is this
right. He's just
dynamo.
great at everything, I guess.
No, he's a dynamo. He's a dynamo. But if he's asked to thrive within the confines of Sean Payton's on-time, on-schedule system.
Zach, we're talking about Bo Nix. And we're saying, hey, is he going to get to 4,000 yards this year? Lamar did it. 4,100 yards passing, 41 touchdowns. We have Bo, which I like nothing against Bo. Like, he's going to get better every single year, and more talent around him is going to be better. Bo had 29 touchdowns. Lamar had 41.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Well, they're a better team, better roster.
Oh, no.
All right.
4 interceptions, by the way.
That's crazy. That's crazy. He
But
just
you
needs to carry it into the postseason. Stop pitching the ball to Von Miller.
Just like Josh Allen. Like, I mean, you keep laying up for
Bro,
Josh Allen.
Dude.
He can't make a layup like Westbrook.
Hey, you said Lamar had 4 interceptions the whole year?
Yeah.
That's how many Josh Allen has in his postseason career.
Oh, but yet.
Yeah.
Both of them are on the outside looking in.
True. One guy goes home sooner than the other, on the hands of the other guy. All right, let's move on. This argument's been raging on for over a year here. I want to talk about the ripple effect of the trades that we've seen here within the last 24 hours. And I just want to start this conversation by saying, I think that Nuggets Nation, I think myself, had every right to be unsettled and anxious about the Denver Nuggets offseason for all the reasons that we've spent a month and a half discussing. And all the people, whether in this market or nationally, that I respect that had been talking about the Nuggets offseason was very unsettled. But you have to, it's fair to react to new information. And when you get a crazy curveball like yesterday, and it's Michael Porter Jr. and finding a way to get out from underneath that contract, it stung a little bit, but good trades normally do.
Happened during our show.
Right now. It was literally like this
Yes.
exact time 24 hours ago.
Hey, we got breaking news, so maybe we get some more.
You never know, because they still have a potential mid-level exception that they can sign a player, $13, $14 million. But the Nuggets, you have got to give this baby-faced, unorthodox front office some credit. Now, I'm not here to play on the parade route because the games are played on the hardwood, not on paper. And these are on paper what we believe improvements. But gosh, it looks pretty good. And I would say it's off to a great start with these two guys.
Zach, I'm impressed. When you have two guys that are dealing with becoming GMs, we don't know it's a co-GM job.
Yeah.
And you have both of them on the same page, and they're both being aggressive. It could have went 2 ways. It could have been like what's happening now and being very aggressive and showing us and showing Jokic that, hey, we're all in. Or it could have been what someone like Kevin Booth was doing. It's like, hey, we're going to sit on our hands and we're going to develop who we have in the building, and we're going to be scared to do anything because we don't have money and we have these guys tied to contracts. No, Ben Tenzer and John Wallace have went a different way of like, hey, can we will and deal? Can we deal someone like MPJ? They were able to get that done, free up some money. They were able to bring in somebody that we all believe is a little bit better than MPJ.
Yes.
Then it's like, all right, now we're dealing with the margins. Can we find somebody else depth-wise that can come off the bench and be a 6-man? Well, now we have our guy Bruce Brown back in the mix. What does he look like? We don't know yet, but I know that he's excited to be back. He's on vet minimum. And he's going to bring that energy. And I know that he wants to put his best foot forward, and he gets to play with Jokic again. And he helped us win a championship. And then you go and you add a couple more depth pieces, the center position, another small forward. And now it's like, okay, the Nuggets are being very aggressive to show Jokic and us that they're all in now.
Yeah. And it's a relief. I think that's the feeling that I would describe here within the last 24 hours. It's like a feeling of relief. Like, were they really going to stand pat? And we honestly don't know the answer to that question, especially with the MPJ trade. Like, who called who? It was just a handful of days ago, these guys were saying, we do not plan on being in the trade market. And now you could say, man, they were just trying to trick you, local media, or it's like they did not plan to be in the trade market and their phone rang. And it's like, you want to know what? Now's the time to pull this trigger. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get an answer to that if they
Nets,
speak.
I would say the Nets are calling because the Nets are trying to dump off some of the talent so that they can get younger players to come in. You just said that they drafted 5 first-round draft
Yeah,
picks.
almost unheard of. I've
and
never
they're
heard
starting
of it.
over. They're rebuilding. Like, why would you not say, okay, like let's get something back? Maybe they did like what they saw in MPJ this year, and it's like maybe they made the call. I truly think that their idea and Ben Tinzer and John Walls, they were going to stay put and just deal with what they have. But then a curveball came their way, and they said, let's react to it.
Yeah, and they capitalized on it, and good for them.
And I'm speculating.
Yeah, no, me too, because we don't know yet. Maybe they'll tell us. Maybe they won't. But regardless, by adding that first-round pick in 2032, which they can use, they don't have to wait until 2030. You can use that as an asset to move. And then also with MPJ himself, it's like, yeah, we'll take that mega salary, but 1 year from now, he's going to be an expiring contract. We might be able to get another asset for him a year from now because they're not going to be competitive in the NBA landscape. The Nets aren't. So I actually like this move for both teams. I actually like it for both teams. And I'm going to give you some numbers right now. And I don't go down this road all too often because I think that it sometimes can get lost in translation over the radio. But it's too impactful for me not to share. And I give my buddy Matt Moore from the Action Network credit for this. So he pulled up Cam Johnson's ranks on Synergy. So real quick, Synergy is a system that NBA teams and people who cover the league have been using for years. You can basically isolate any sort of action and get all the times that has happened over the year and create numbers. So it's like, how often does Philip Lindsay, run between the center and the left guard on short yardage situations? What's the success rate or whatever? It's like the NBA version of that. Here are just his ranks real quick on Synergy. As a spot-up shooter, Cam Johnson ranks in the 85th percentile in the of NBA players. Transition, he ranks in the 85th percentile of NBA players. Handoffs, he's in the 61st percentile of NBA players. As a pick-and-roll ball handler, right? He's dribbling in traffic. He's in the 65th percentile of NBA players. Coming off screens, he's in the 81st percentile of NBA players. In isolation, he's in the 89th percentile of NBA players. As a cutter, he's in the 80th percentile of NBA players. So basically, this dude is one of the more efficient players in the league in a situation in Brooklyn that stinks. It only begs a question, what does that level of intellect and efficiency look like in this situation? He just is a better on-court basketball fit than Michael Porter Jr. was, who was already a good fit with the starting five. I just believe they got better from yesterday to today.
So you just listed all that, and that's why that's why we got better. But is it that on top of his IQ, or is that separate? Because
no,
a lot of people are saying, Cam Johnson's very smart. The IQ is there, and that's very important.
Yes.
Just like in football, when you have a smart football player, usually you're going to win a lot of games, and it can't just be the quarterback. The team has to be smart. What makes Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce so good? They're very smart. They understand the game. They're on the same page with each other. That needs to be the same thing with Cam Johnson and someone like Jokic. And so people are saying, well, you have someone like MPJ that wasn't like that. I thought MPJ was smart. Now, did he do some dumb things here and there? Yeah. But I thought he was smart, Zach. So, why? What's the difference?
I'm not saying that he's got the mind of a fish, but
some people out there.
And I understand. And I want to put a little bit more respect on his name, right? You won a championship with that guy. So it's not like he's an anchor possession by possession. But in just general basketball acumen, Cam Johnson is a significantly smarter player, better basketball IQ. And in today's NBA, you're seeing these teams, look at the Final Four teams that we're playing. They're all it's hard for guys to get on the court that don't have a high-level basketball IQ in today's game. And the way that guys can surpass that if they don't have the acumen is you have a superpower. And MPJ is a 6'11", one of the 20 best shooters in the league. So, he was able to overcome that mostly. But it manifests itself in different ways, like these, as a team defender, right? Like your rotations, your helper. Yeah. It's Cam Johnson is just going to be a big time upgrade, and I don't want to disrespect MPJ here on the way out the door. 'Cause again, the way that some people are framing it, like the guy's an on-court idiot, I can't quite get there, but two things can be true at the same time. Cam Johnson is an upgrade from a basketball intellect standpoint. He is.
That's what you're looking for. You're looking for upgrades. Like Jokic is saying, hey, I need you to be in a certain spot all the time. He can rely on Christian Brown, who I believe is a very smart basketball player. He does some smart things, and Jokic can trust. Well, now you have someone like Cam Johnson that hopefully can get on the same page, and he will, because he is a smart guy on the same page as Jokic, and now it's smooth. The plays are smooth, and they're able to get in and out and transitioning and score a lot of points because of that.
In terms of the bench, we think they got better too, right?
Oh, yes.
Tim Hardaway Jr. was added this afternoon while we've been on the air. Someone who in a really resurgent Detroit operation, I think they had their best season in maybe 20 years this past year. He was a double-digit scorer. Tim Hardaway Jr. has been a double-digit scorer throughout his career. Okay, for his career, he's averaging between 13 and 14 points. But also, when you look at who he is from three, you're talking about a guy who is, effective. He is an effective three-point shooter. For his career, you're looking at about 37%, all right, somewhere in there. So you pair that with Cam Johnson, who's around 39%. Then you also add a backup center earlier this morning in Jonas Valanciunas, call him JV. Nuggets haven't had a backup center in years, and they finally have one here. So these collection of moves.
When these moves help you out in the postseason. You're saying three of these moves are going to definitely play in the playoffs.
Bruce Brown's going to play. Cam Johnson's going to play, and Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to play.
Now
I don't know about
JV.
I don't know about him yet. I want to see what it looks like. I don't know about him.
But that's what you're looking for. You're looking for veteran depth, a veteran presence that can come in, have played a lot of basketball, have been in big-time moments and big-time games in the playoffs, that can be efficient when you need them the most, and you're having that coming off the bench. That's what we've been missing and waiting for. We want somebody that's very consistent. Bruce Brown, I believe, is going to be very consistent. All right, so these are the things that Jokic has been looking for. When I'm sitting on the bench, the non-Jokic minutes, can we still compete? Are we falling behind when I'm on the bench? Can I get rest so I can be a better version of myself? Someone like Jamal Murray, maybe we'll be able to get a little bit more rest. Aaron Gordon, another one, maybe is able to get a little bit more rest, and that's going to help you out when you're going into a Game 7 against a young, talented Thunder team.
Yeah, and that's where I'm fairly certain for AG and Jokic that Jonas Valanciunas' presence, even if he's not a night-to-night playoff player, and again, I'm open and receptive to him being that. I just don't know. I want to see what it looks like here, because you may end up going to like small ball lineups and Aaron Gordon as your backup five. We'll see what it looks like. But if you do need Valanciunas to play in the playoffs, all right, like Hardaway and I'll give you a quick breakdown here. Cam Johnson has played in 38 career playoff games. He's not new to this. Tim Hardaway has played in 48 playoff games, and Jonas Valanciunas has played in 58 playoff games.
Very seasoned.
And this, honestly, and I got to say this here, if you're Michael Malone and you're watching what the Nuggets just did in the last 24 hours.
Why you got to bring up Michael's name right now?
Dude, he's probably saying, are you kidding me?
He should be saying that.
You're giving Adelman the type of players that I was asking you for.
The veterans that I can rely on every single night. The veterans that are very smart. Players on the court that are very smart, that listen to me, that listen to Jokic. And he didn't have that opportunity. He had to stick with the same guys as usual. Where someone like DA, he's getting the opportunity to be creative with a new roster pretty much.
Yeah. It's really interesting, the new approach. It couldn't be more different than Calvin Booth, right? Young, develop. It's like, okay, we're going to try to do that with Julian Strother, Peyton Watson, Jalen Pickett, Hunter Tyson maybe. But if those guys don't carry out their end of the bargain, we have someone like Tim Hardaway Jr. that we can play. So
how do you develop these guys now, though?
See, this is a great question.
Like, how do you do that in balance?
Yep.
Bringing the chemistry with the guys you know you're going to play in the playoffs. You just said, hey, Bruce Brown's going to play.
Bruce Brown's going to play. Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to play.
He's going to play.
Of course, Cam Johnson's going to play as a starter. Maybe Jonas Valanciunas.
Maybe.
But, again, what I would forecast is that at the start of the year, the Nuggets will probably be going 10 guys deep, which isn't unusual for NBA teams. It's just unusual for us here in Denver because Malone was like, I don't care if it's October.
I'm playing 6 guys.
These wins matter. The West is tough. Every night I feel like my job's on the line. I can't entrust it to this, Calvin Booth's boy. So we'll see what it looks like. But I do think, did the Denver Nuggets get better from yesterday morning to today? Yes, definitively they did, in my opinion. Am I more settled here as opposed to where I was as recent as, last week? Yes, new information. You can, reshape some opinions. Are they a better roster than the Oklahoma City Thunder? We'll wait and see on that.
Are they a better roster than the Houston Rockets?
We're going to wait to see on that. Can
we finally beat the Minnesota Timberwolves?
Have lost 6 straight to Minnesota. The 2 playoff games where you lost by 46 and then blew the Game 7 lead and then got blanked this year 0 for 4. But I think the Timberwolves could be taking a step back. They just lost Nickeil Alexander-Walker to Atlanta. He was a huge part of their team. How is that $125 million contract for Naz Reid going to age? We'll see. I mean, there are people, by the way, in Minnesota that are looking at that contract or just cover the NBA who are saying Connolly just loves overpaying for his own guys and are citing Michael Porter Jr.'s signing as like a comp to Naz Reid. Naz Reid, good player, $25 million a year, $125. We'll see how it ages. But yeah, it's a changing landscape. But the Nuggets are a part of the changing landscape. That's why I'm excited.
They're contenders now.
They're contenders. Yes, they are.
And that's all you can ask for. And then you have the best player in the world. So when you add that up, it's like we're always going to have that chance. We're going to have that opportunity. Now, for David Adelman, what can you do with these players? It can't be, hey, we're going to slow the game down every single night. No, you're going to have to be creative.
Right. And in terms of the West that is rapidly changing with teams like Houston, with teams like Dallas, with teams like San Antonio, Oklahoma City will still be changing. We didn't even see their first-round pick from this past year.
See, that's wild.
They took him.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they took him in the first round, Nikola Topic, with a torn ACL. He's the best European player, but he fell because of the injury. And Oklahoma City was like, this is a perfect time to take him.
Just sit there, rest, get your knee back, and you'll be ready to play.
It's like the flyer that the Nuggets took on MPJ. It's like we're gonna take you in the draft. You're not playing at all your first year. That's what OKC just did with their first-round pick as the youngest team in the NBA. But I'm bringing that up to say is that, yeah, these other teams can all reshape their roster. But when you reshape a roster around the greatest player walking planet Earth, it just hits a little bit different. You know how close they were to Oklahoma City with an incredibly flawed setup. And so you reshape it. It's exciting. It's exciting. Okay. You want to react to that conversation? You can hit us up. RamosLaw.com text line is available for you, and we can get to some of those responses here coming up next.
Will the Broncos be in the wild card race again this season?
I think you're going to look at the Chargers. I think you're going to look at Pittsburgh. Got to put Cincy in there also.
The lesson that we've learned here is that out of the wild card contenders, and there'll be 3 of them, I really like the Broncos positioning as being one of the top teams in that pool.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market. And if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Listen up, Broncos country. Philip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/Denver Sports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. We're celebrating summer with a huge 4th of July clearance sale at all of our Mountain High locations, including our Denver Clearance Center. We're making room for the new with amazing discounts on display models, closeouts, and scratch and dent appliances from brands like GE, LG, Bosch, and more. Special financing options and our price match guarantee make your shopping easy. Stop by and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
This segment on 104.3 The Fans brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, reacting to the moves that the Denver Nuggets made today that we hope is a sturdy rod to keep the championship window open, mainly with Cam Johnson. Like, that's where, like...
It starts?
Yeah. And, you know, if he is for some reason a lesser version than MPJ was, I mean, the Nuggets are going to have big problems on their hands.
Well, what about Bruce Brown as the sixth man?
Yeah.
Like, that's so important because although people want to give Westbrook a lot of stuff, he still averaged 13 points a game, and he brought some impactful minutes when people were hurt.
He did. I think that, you know, oftentimes you'll talk about like the running back position and say, well, you can get to, 1,000 yards, but how'd you get there? Right? Is it on 350 carries and you're averaging, 3 yards a carry?
Sure.
Westbrook gets to his 13 points. That's true, but he does it in one of the most inefficient manners that the NBA has to offer. Bruce Brown is the Bruce Brown that I knew in 2023.
Another thing, we don't know what version of the Bruce Brown we're getting.
Correct.
For us to be so confident that Bruce Brown's going to be better than Westbrook was last year.
No, it's been a bumpy ride for Bruce Brown since he left the Denver Nuggets. I mean, there's a reason he feels like the prodigal son, coming back home on a 1-year vet minimum deal. But the hope is he strikes lightning twice.
Yeah.
It's like he came here on a 1-year contract, crushed it, and went and got paid $40 million. Like the Nuggets could not pay him, like legally could not pay him that. And you hope he goes and does it again. Hopefully they're saying Bruce at another parade and he goes and gets another bag. But we still have to see what it looks like first. Someone says on the RamosLaw.com text line, all the work the current dudes are doing makes me hate Calvin Booth even more. Ooh. There sort of is something to that. Of like Calvin was stuck into his plan and it was too obsessed with his vision.
That's it right there. Stuck in your own way, right? Yeah, you can't get out your own way. You're very stubborn and you want to see your vision through. That you're not willing to give up a little bit and say, you know what? Okay, let's go a different route because this route is not working. And now look for someone like Kevin Booth, you're out of a job because of it.
Yeah. When it comes to Russell Westbrook, the door's closed, right? Right.
You ask. Yeah, I would imagine so because you picked up a couple guys depth-wise. But still.
Do you want to go open the door and text him and be like, hey, I propped it open for you. Come in the back.
You wouldn't give him an invitation to come back for less money.
No,
a little bit more.
Could be a vet minimum deal. I'd say no.
No?
Yeah.
Just you have that much confidence in Bruce Brown, who has been jumping from team to team now.
Yep.
That you're willing to give up on Russ.
Westbrook's the definition of jumping from team to team.
Well, yeah.
This will be be 7 teams in 7 years? The Nuggets came to the same conclusion with Westbrook that the 6 previous teams did. Is that I'm not saying he didn't bring anything to the table, because of course you're right, he did. But at the end,
talking to you make it sound like it was like scarce, like it was here or there, a little bit sprinkled in right here, but that's it.
When you get to the end of the road with the Russell Westbrook roller coaster and you get off the ride, and they say, "Hey, you want to get back on for another spin?" 7 years in a row, teams have said, "No, thank you." Again, that's not to say he didn't do anything good. He did. He helped the Nuggets win some games. He was valuable in the regular season. But I just
do you think that we have enough right now to win a championship? 4 guys that we just had it. Yes.
Yeah, I think there's a scenario where this exact group can win a championship. I do.
Do you have your goggles on, or are you taking those off? Because I mean, look around us. And you know what? Like we're contending now. We're a contending team because of the people that we picked up.
I'm not telling you it's the most likely scenario, but you're asking me, can this iteration of the Nuggets,
what the OKC looks like, what Houston looks like, Minnesota's taking a step back, like you've said.
Well, I hope, yeah.
It looks like it. So, I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know how much everybody's excited. I love that Bruce Brown is back. But, like, guys, like, I don't know if it's the same version we're getting when we need somebody like that coming off the bench.
Yeah. Well, with that, if he can stay healthy, all right, which all this stuff is predicated on health, it's not like you're going back like to something like, hey, this worked 7 years ago. Like, it just worked 2 seasons back with Bruce. Is there some hope involved? There is. There is. Tim Hardaway Jr., really intriguing pickup.
Yeah.
But there's also a reason he's signing a 1-year vet minimum deal. Jonas Valanciunas is going on his third team in 10 months. Like, there's some reason for that. But there's also, like, it reminds me of the Broncos. When you're talking about Hufanga and Greenlaw and Ingram, it's like you start talking about the vision of what it could look like, but there's also a reason that they were, attainable at their price tag. So some of it is based on the things that you've seen, and then the other portion is made up through, a forecast. So it is a forecast. This is like, dude, this is the biggest. Yesterday was the biggest Denver Nuggets trade since the Aaron Gordon trade. So, I mean, I'm hopeful.
No, like, I'm hopeful too. But I ask you, like, are you confident that this team with we don't know if they're done making the moves. They might have another one up their sleeve. Who knows? But with the team that Ben Tenzer and John Wallace have created now, are you comfortable going into the season with this crew and winning it?
I would really like for them to use their mid-level exception.
And which is 14, right? 14 mil?
Yeah, you can get a really, really nice NBA player for $14 million. I really hope they use it. But if they use it and they pay Christian, which they're going to have to do anyway, you're talking about the Nuggets paying the NBA's repeater tax. And if you're in the luxury tax for 3 out of 4 years, you're going to pay that bill. Do the Cronkies want to pay that bill? I don't know the answer to that question. I want to see it.
If you want to win, you will pay that bill because you're going to sign Christian Brown back. You have some money left over. Why not go and get a really good basketball player, a smart basketball player that can help contribute right away? Like, that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
And then continue to still develop people like Pickett and Julian Strawther, Peyton Watson.
Yep.
He still needs to develop. Some people are like, oh, like, he is who he is. No, I think he's young and he can still learn and add to his offensive game and then continue to add to his defensive game. Where you give him that flexibility when you can bring in somebody else to teach him and mentor him as well. Like a Bruce Brown. I believe that Bruce Brown can mentor Peyton Watson when it comes to defense.
Sure.
Because Bruce Brown does a great job of playing great defense.
Well, I'll tell you this. The odds makers clearly boosted the Nuggets after what happened yesterday. Clearly. FanDuel has them as the second most likely team to win the NBA championship. DraftKings sees it a little bit differently. They're maybe 4th or 5th. I'm going to throw out a name. I said this to you guys off the air. I'm going to throw it out to you guys too. Dante, Drew, I'm curious to hear you guys. I talked about this yesterday, but we didn't have the conversation on the air. I think they could use another ball handler. Okay? Veteran point guard. Would you be open to Chris Paul?
I would love that move. Zach.
I'd definitely be open to it.
You're talking about,
and you can get him through the mid-level exception, from what I understand.
You're talking about a guy that can be like the quarterback of your second unit, that can be the guy that you rely on and teach these young players where to be on the same page with Jokic, and can get the ball around.
Yeah.
Why would you not want to make a move like that if you can, and be aggressive? Like, that's an aggressive move, saying we're all in for sure.
Yeah.
To win it all next year or this year coming up.
I know it's not 2013. But CP3 can still play and provides a level of accountability, leadership, bench minutes. He can run an offense. I've seen him do it for 17 years. He's coming off a season. He averaged 9 points, 4 rebounds, and 7 assists. Guys, what do you think?
For me, 100%, I would absolutely be open to Chris Paul if it were an option. Because I know the rumor is like he wants to stay close out west to his family in L.A., so it's probably either the Clippers or the Suns. But if Denver were an option, in a heartbeat, I'd sign up for that.
If he wants a ring, this might be the best place for him to try to win it. Dante, what do you think? So sorry, Drew.
I'm worried about the fit. I feel like Chris Paul works best with a lob threat as a center, and that's obviously not Jokic. He also needs the ball in his hand a lot because he dribbles and sets up the offense. So,
but I think they could. I don't think another ball handler is a bad thing.
No, I don't think so either. I just don't know if he's the fit here.
Okay. All right. You want to react to that one? You can hit us up, RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. Which of the following two things offensively is more likely to happen for the Broncos in 2025? I want to throw that at Phil coming up next.
The Nuggets kicked off free agency with a bang, trading Michael Porter Jr. and a future first-round pick to Brooklyn in exchange for Cam Johnson. With a piece of their championship core now gone, can the Nuggets reload for another title run? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the Soda weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with Soda weight loss, because right now, Soda is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with Soda weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call Soda weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before Soda, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Evie here at Foundation Kia, where Colorado goes to catch a ride. Cruise for free with a $1,000 gas card when you purchase the all-new Kia Sportage. We fill your tank. You drive.
Gas model only. Excludes taxes, title, license, additional options, retailer charges, and dealer and handling. Must take delivery from retail stock by July 31st, 2025. Offers over July 31st, 2025.
Catch a ride at FoundationKia.com.
Evie and Auto. Always know where to go.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
All right, which of the following two things offensively is more likely to happen in 2025? What makes this kind of funny in this moment, I'm just realizing it right now, is yesterday, so we were supposed to talk about this topic twice, okay? Once in the first half of the show, in the first 2 hours of the show.
Yeah.
And then second, in the second half of a 4-hour show in the last 2 hours. Yesterday was Monday. Will comes into work early on, or comes into work on Mondays. Not comes in early, he just shows up on Mondays because he's got a meeting. But I saw him, I'm like, Will, why don't you come in during our first hour number 2 and have a discussion with us, okay? He did. Then in the second half of the show, when we were going to hit it just me and you, we got the breaking news that Michael Porter Jr. was gone.
This is not a drill.
This is not a drill. So I'm like, hey, me and Phil can just circle back tomorrow, and we'll talk about it at 5:45. Well, 5:45, guess who shows up on Tuesdays? It's the scrappy one. The scrapster. Scrap Peterson. What up, Will?
What up, boys?
Welcome back.
Thanks. Catching strays about when I come to work and when I don't. Good to be here.
Absolutely.
Is there anything you want to lead off with? Have you been listening, or did
no,
you
I
just
have.
tune us out now?
No, because
you don't like us anymore.
I love you both because it's been a beautiful 24 hours for the Denver Nuggets. I mean, there's no bones to pick today's, fellas. Think about where they were a week ago today after the disaster press conference and where they are now. How much has changed in a week? What a offseason for the Denver Nuggets. Unbelievable.
And it's not to say that because, I've had people tweet at me, send me Instagram comments of like, or DMs rather, be like, I can't believe you were, so unsettled on the Nuggets. I'm like, dude, if you were paying attention based on the information that we knew, I did not know anyone that I take seriously, let alone respect, that covers this team that wasn't a little bit unsettled on where we were.
Well, you have some people, like there was somebody that tweeted us, which I think listens to us all the time, which is I'm thankful and grateful for that says, are we ready to give an apology? I'm not ready to apology to Josh Kroenke. And it's like, why? Not right now. Like, they haven't played a game yet. They haven't stepped foot on the court. I'm willing to say, okay, I didn't believe in Josh Kroenke's vision if we end up getting back to a finals and it works out with the unit that they're assembling.
And I'll just say this. If you, because I think, excuse me if I'm not correct, but I think it was this morning the guys were talking about, hey, is it finals or bust? If you're going finals or bust, just say championship or bust. You play in the Western Conference. You're in an era right now, especially with Boston and what's happened to them in the last 3 months. You're in an era right now where whoever comes out of the Western Conference will be an overwhelmingly favorite to win the championship. Now, double down and say, Boston, their season's over before it starts, and the team that went to the finals their season's over before it starts because of Tyrese Halliburton. So if we're saying finals or bust, just say championship or bust. You come out of the West, that's the expectation.
So is that the expectation for us now? Championship or bust?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no questions asked. I mean, what the Nuggets have done in the last 24 hours has totally repositioned them as the second best team in the NBA. Now, getting over the Thunder is going to be a task. We all know that. But you guys pointed it out. They almost got over them this year with a roster that was nowhere near as good as their roster is as we sit here tonight on this Tuesday. So, yeah, it's absolutely championship or bust. And, Phil, you were talking about Strother and Watson and Pickett.
Yeah.
Those dudes all just got booted out of the rotation, bro. Your 8-man playoff rotation does not include any of those three guys.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out, especially in like the first 3 or 4 months of the season, because those guys are going to get an opportunity.
They'll get a play in the regular season.
Yes, but I'm saying I would not say, hey, none of those guys are non-starters to play in the playoffs. Like Peyton,
we still need a ball handler too, by the way. Like,
sure.
Is Pickett going to be the ball handler, or are we going for someone like CP3?
I would love for them to get another ball handler. I think that's like one of the final holes here on this roster. But like if Peyton Watson plays well, like he's going to get an opportunity in the playoffs, Will.
Tim Hardaway Jr., Jonas Valanciunas, and Bruce Brown will have something to say about that.
Well, we'll see. I mean, you would like to play, like if you can play 9, you want to play 9. You don't want to just lob off guys for the sake of lobbing off. I mean, you saw what Oklahoma City and Indiana really were able to play 9 guys. And when you can come at people in waves like that, there's incredible value. So I don't think it's a non-starter. I don't think it's a non-starter.
I just think the Nuggets front office made it very clear that they don't believe in those guys. And I'm fine with it.
Well, you're building out a roster.
Yeah,
you're building out a roster. You had to
roster.
fill spots, and you did it with vet minimum guys. I don't know if that's saying, hey, because you signed Tim Hardaway Jr. to a vet minimum, that those other guys are non-starters.
Or Bruce Brown to a
He
vet
started
minimum.
78 games for a Pistons team that nearly upset the Knicks.
I understand.
I mean, he's a rotational player. He has proven
They're
himself in this
still
league a
gonna
heck of a
develop.
lot more than Watson
You
and
still have
Strother.
DeRon Holmes, who you don't know about. They're going to slowly get him back going. You have someone like Julian Strother that they believe in, and he had a good playoff game, so he's getting the experience. Like,
He had
the
a
more
game.
the merrier.
Yeah,
one
yeah,
game.
yeah.
He
had a good
the more the
quarter.
merrier. Like, Zach was ready to jump on me for that one.
Well, I was too.
No, it was a good game.
He had a good quarter. Do you guys think Michael Malone is somewhere like meditating?
I said that about 20 minutes ago. Like, you look at these moves, these are the type of players that he was asking for. And you give him to his predecessor.
And he can't even get an interview with the Knicks. That's what's crazy.
Well, he's kind of just another version of Tibbs. I mean, they are so similar.
I know, but I think most fans thought Michael Malone would get at least a sniff.
I did.
In this coaching cycle.
I did. Well, he may not. What if he doesn't want to be? Like, we haven't had confirmation about that. Like, hey, I'm getting paid. What did the Nuggets owe him? I think $20 million. It's like, let me just take a beat. Let me survey the landscape and not just jump back head first into this thing.
His kids that are growing up, he maybe wants to go watch them play.
Yeah, but Nuggets Nation is thrilled today, and I bet Michael Malone is seething. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Calvin Booth for sure is.
Well, Calvin Booth just looks incompetent.
Yeah.
I mean, two things can be true. To quote Zach Bye, Calvin Booth was really bad at his job, and Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace are very good at their jobs.
But don't forget, that guy that you're saying was super bad at his job, the Nuggets had an extension in front of him this season. That's a scary thought.
Thank goodness he didn't sign it.
A lot of drama.
All right, good stuff. We'll be back tomorrow to round out a short week. Already have some really fun stuff planned on a Wednesday. We'll step aside. Thanks to Drew and Dante behind the glass. It's Denver Sports Tonight coming up next.
He's back. After 2 seasons away, Bruce Brown is returning to the Mile High City. Will Cowboy Bruce bring the same swagger, toughness, and clutch shooting that helped the Nuggets win their first ever title? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Brandon Stokely here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokely. Offer ends July 30th.
Co-Etzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com.
We love to celebrate the 4th of July with family, friends, food, and fireworks. Please be safe this Independence Day weekend and don't drink and drive. From your friends at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and the Wilhite Law Firm Injury Lawyers.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today